Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere in between the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Friday, November 28th, 2025, and you have found us today here on the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM, TNAM. What's that mean? TNAM Daily Show. Oh, there it is. On the New American Media, the New American Media, TNAM. Because the news always matters. The news does always matter. And I'm old enough to remember when I thought that the news was giving you the who, what, where, when, why. Did you ever have a time in your life where you thought you understood the who, what, where, when, why because you watched the news? Maybe you didn't realize that there were so many different versions of the news. Well, when I started figuring out that most of those versions were bull pucky. Bull pucky. Bull pucky. That's when I started the New American Media roughly 15 years ago. Thank you for being here on this journey. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Hello, Kenneth. Hello, David. What? Ebony Fifth Day or Black Friday? Wait, what? What does Ebony Fifth mean? Yes, it is Black Friday. Happy Black Friday to those of you who celebrate. There's a good question of the day. Do you plan on getting a little shopping in? Do you intend to go out to the mall? Do you intend to go see a movie? Do you intend to go shopping at other stores? Any stores, really. You don't need to. There we go. Editing the theme. I have to be my producer and my engineer and my on-air talent. It's a lot of fun, but it is a lot of fun. I love this. This is, sort of my favorite part of the day. Because this is the time that I'm allowed to dig into the news and figure out what's going on, and you can educate me and I can educate you. Oh, fifth day of the week. Ebony Fifth. Black Friday. Okay. Actually, Ebony and Ivory were on the list of questions when I was on the game show. I don't know that I have it posted somewhere. Maybe I should post it. Probably on Rumble. YouTube would probably just take it down. To archive that time I was on a game show. But yeah, the question was about X amount of ebony keys and X amount of ivory keys are what let this musician. I was like, Alicia Keys. Like, Alicia Keys is right. I was like, yay. I forget how much I won for that question. That was fun. I wish I could be on game shows every year. Like, if you were a game show winner, shouldn't you just be in a ping pong ball contest of, would you like to be on another game show? And you're like, you know what? I did pretty well. I'll do that again. Sure, that'd be fun. Why isn't that a thing? Make it a lotterized. Like, okay, you were on this type of show and you can be on all these types of shows. I think that should happen. I love trivia shows. Jeopardy. You know what? Maybe I think I'm going to need to follow up on the game show thing. I have a game show project that's been sort of in the can for too long. It's all right. It's still in the can. It's still a valid proof of concept. Okay. I'm just thinking out loud here. Thank you, everybody. David is asking who's hungover. Anybody hungover? Question of the day. I'm feeling wonderful, by the way. All right. Well, look, we're going to talk about the news. Biden, Obama flooded the USA with people who hate us. And immigration halt incoming. Agree or disagree? That's a good question of the day. Do you agree or disagree? that Biden-Obama flooded the USA with people who hate us, and now there's going to be a massive halt on immigration. Do you agree or disagree that that's coming? As I look down and check to make sure I'm not on mute again, am I? No, I'm not on mute. I am getting better now. It's sort of like I'm checking my mirrors before I launch the vehicle. Like that's usually what you're supposed to do. When you're used to driving your own car and not other people's, you just kind of hop in and go. You forget that, like, oh, I need to move the seat around, move it back, move it forward, reset the mirrors, calibrate the position of the steering wheel, maybe. So yeah, I'm getting better at looking down in looking right there for the mute button, going to the back tab over there and making sure the show is monetized, going to chat and optimizing it. One thing I don't usually get is that I always have to switch the theme now. That's what they start you off with, which is terrible. I go with the bass. News is fine. Round is fine. But I just go with bass. Anyway, this is how the sausage is made. But type in the comments if you agree or disagree that this country has been intentionally flooded. I covered the tweet yesterday. Maybe I can scroll back in our X feed far enough to show you. Where the CIA goes, they displace these populations, and then they bring all the military-aged men into our country. Why? Why? That seems like an act of war. Why is that happening? Is the CIA working against us? Are they an actively rogue organization that hates the country that funds it and directs it to protect us within it? Has the entire mission statement been flipped upside down for bad guys to just abuse us? Just dump a bunch of fire ants into the bed while we're sleeping? What would you call somebody that came in and just dumped a Tupperware? No, not a Tupperware, like one of those big storage plastic tubs that keeps your Christmas stuff. Just scorpions and tarantulas and fire ants. Just dumps it on you while you're trying to sleep. Why was this guy that attacked the National Guard even here? What in the hell are the Seditious Six up to? What are they calling for? What is with these billboards? And the Mike Benz story about what the CIA goes to this country, destabilizes it, causes chaos, and brings all their military-aged fighting men here. For what? To preposition them for what? Trojan horse? Manchurian candidate? Sleeper cell? There's a laundry list of terms you could use. Remember, immigration without assimilation is invasion. We got a country going on here, and we don't need to change it. There are powers that be that feel otherwise. So why did Biden do that? Obama had 3 terms. Biden was out to lunch. He didn't know what day of the week it was. This is all Obama. This is Obama, Clinton, Biden, Comey, Clapper, Brennan, Deep State, Newland. For what purpose have they been working for 20 years? So we got to talk about it. David says, no shopping for me. I don't think I'm going to go shopping today, although there's just something fun about doing it. David says, have any of you ever seen Scotty Macanitu? Would appreciate a short video. I'm not familiar. Scotty Martin. Not sure. You think he's an operator? Oh, by the way, speaking of, are we getting very close to UFO disclosure, UAP disclosure? The ancient aliens, we're finally going to get to know who's been in the deepest corridors of our planet's waterways since time immemorial, who are the ruling powers truly at the core of what this human experience is. Are we just a reality show? A reality show, a game show for them to watch? Who knows, maybe even wagering on the side? Yes, Kenneth, comments on the side. We will do that. David, CIA working against us? No way. Hold on, David, aren't you a Canadian? Us would be US. You would be CA. How do you abbreviate Canada? CA? CIA or Chaos International Services, yeah. Chaos Intentional Aggression. There's a nice little skit we could do that. We could abbreviate that to mean several different things. Yeah, Kenneth is part of like the monologue writing team that I need to put together. You all are, really. But I would say CIA, let's come up with 20 or 30 different CIA things that apply. Chaos is a good one. Chicanery. Who knows? On this day of Thanksgiving, let me also put this up on the screen. If anyone is feeling festive, let me make sure I share this out on our X feed. Okay, we shared this one. And then we shared this one. Bernie Kosar had to have life-saving surgery. It took away this young man. Well, this young man passed away. He had a traumatic brain incident. This Bryce Dunlap, a Browns fan. Hold on, let me switch the page here. Share this tab instead. There we go. So Bryce Dunlap had a sudden medical event and he passed away. Browns fans shown here in Cleveland Browns Stadium. And it turns out that he was an exact match for Browns quarterback legend Bernie Kosar for a liver transplant. I mean, it was very needed. So let's take a look. Bryce has raised $81,000 here. And Bernie's raised $147 here. So let's do the refresh. I haven't refreshed this in a while. I don't know if it auto refreshes, but it went from 147 to 170. Hey, that's good. Phil Mickelson, $20,000 top donation. Thank you, Phil Mickelson. Man, Phil's everywhere. And then Bryce Dunlap went from 81,000 to 86,000. So I shared both of those on X. An American_media_. If you would like to do something good this charitable season, I wanted to put that out there. Also, for anybody who appreciates the program that we do here, I'll put it at the bottom of the screen. Tip jars out in this wonderful bar where we're going to discuss all the stories. Monthly subscriptions in 3 places. Patreon, thank you to everybody. It's 3 days left before the end of the month. You still have a chance to sign up and become a monthly sponsor to us. For just X amount a day, for X amount a month, you too can support independent journalism. Oh, and with a special sponsor, you can get this lovely tote. This lovely tote. I like how Steven Crowder took Mug Club. It was essentially like the PBS model. But that really is the new model. It's crowdfunding. We can't rely on YouTube or Facebook or Instagram or Meta or Twitter to allow us to earn a living. Like, we watched them take it away from us. So we have to build alternate platforms. and we're grateful for it. So we don't have a particular GoFundMe going, but I would say there could be an infrastructure upgrade plan that I could put into our tip jars out there. Because just trying to build the studio and keep really fast processors, because we're trying to stream to every corner of the globe. You need like current technology to make that happen. But anyway, if you want to support Bryce Dunlap, those have been shared on the New American Media X account at American_Media_. That's also to say we have a football show called Strictly Football. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. We talk football. We did our special Thanksgiving week show on Tuesday, so check it out. It is on our YouTube channel, our Rumble channel, where we've shared it on all of the places, most of the places. But check out Strictly Football. We had a few good games yesterday. Happy to see the Cincinnati Bengals take down the Baltimore Ratbirds. I'm a Browns fan and a Buckeye fan, by the way. OHIO. The big game is tomorrow. The Buckeyes battle that team up north. We don't even say their name. Bunch of cheaters. Connor Stallions. We know how he cheated. That team up north. Fake national championship. Payback is on the agenda for tomorrow. Super excited for that. But yeah, I'm a big sports fan. Check out the Unhappy Hour sports shows. By the way, if anybody wants some of these for Christmas, we have the Unhappy Hour sports shows. These are coasters. Wooden, Ohio-made, laser etched coasters. And we also have a pin. Can you see that? I got to have this on like a graphic to show you. But there's a pin in. Hang on. Is this working? I'm getting glare. I actually said I should put the pin through this right there so you can see it on the. You know what? I'm going to do it today. I thought about that before. I don't care. I'll make a mess in one of these. So I was like, well, no, I don't want to put a hole in it. It's like, dude, if this is going to be your display piece, you got to put a hole in it. So here, we're going to do this live. F it, we're going to do it live. Who said that? F it, we'll do it live. Oh, that plastic was tough to pop into. All right. Oh, this is going to look so much better. So I realize I've had difficulty showing you what this pin was. Yeah, we created a bunch of merch, and I want to move it. I want to get it out of the office. I want it to be in your home this holiday season. Now look at look at that. Now you can see it. Look at that craftsmanship. The Unhappy Hour Sports Show. Look at that. Isn't that good? I think that's fantastic. Gives me like a Simpsons kind of vibe. Ted made that beer mug logo. Anyway, if you want some of these, the Venmo link is down there. Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. The exact address. But it's $30 for a set, includes shipping. $50 for both sets, includes shipping. Or $75 for all three. Pin $25 on its own. Okay? So if you want some, let me know. Make the donation, include your address. Tell me what you want. Do you want Ohio shape or circle shape coasters? And we'll go from there. Kenneth has our merch on a perch at home. What do you have, Kenneth? You have well, Kenneth is one of our super sponsors. We appreciate him. He's essentially a member of the show. I mean, anyone that's a regular, you become a regular on the show too. Like that's how this goes. I know I've mailed out a mug to Kenneth. Shout out to John for creating the mugs, the New American Media mugs. That was fantastic. Came to the P.O. box and shipped Kenneth one. You two can have a mug. I have a different mug in my hand right now, but I could go get that other one. $40 for a mug. That'll include shipping. But other ways you can throw something in the tip jar: Rumble rants and super chats. YouTube takes about 45% of that, maybe. I got to double check the exact number. So 99-cent Rumble rants and super chats are appreciated. If you want to make a donation, do it through Venmo or PayPal or something that just goes direct. But yeah, if you want a mug or some coasters or some pins, let me know. I want to get some merch out the door for this Fantastic holiday season. A mug and a coaster. The coaster, did you get Ohio shape or circle shape? That's the thing I was trying to remember. So anyway, thank you all for being here, all you regulars. It was Thanksgiving yesterday. We did a marathon, just broadcast for half the day. It was fantastic. To anyone who jumped in or just kept the show on the background and jumped in to pop a couple comments, it's cool because this is all building the network. This is building our interaction, our engagement with new fans, new followers. If you want more people to show up to your establishment, you want to make sure your hours are as often as possible. So that was fun yesterday, but yeah, this Thanksgiving time, I'm thankful to all you regulars. I'm thankful to me being raised a certain way to believe that there's something eternal about our deeds. There's stuff about us that just tends to lean toward, a certain way about us. But then there's striving to be a better version of ourselves. And I think my curiosity for the news is just I do feel a bit of an obligation to try to help comprehend what we're looking at. Oh, by the way, look what's next to me. These are the pins. We're going on a merch perch. No, not a merch perch, a merch push. See, now you got merch perch on my head. Oh, cool. Kenneth got the Ohio shaped ones. There you go. That's awesome. They're neat. Do you use them or you just look at them because they're cool? And that's cool if you just look at them. I'm always curious if people use these things or if it's just like, want to support. And I'd rather look at it and not break the handle on it or something. I don't want to stain it. I don't want to lose it. I don't want to break it. Anyway. All right. People, thank you for being here. But yeah, on this Thanksgiving, I'm very appreciative to all of you. I'm appreciative to how I was raised. I'm appreciative that, there's nature versus nurture. Nurture is sort of how I was raised, but the nature is how my body chemistry, my DNA, my biological footprint, my general operating system, my computer processor, however I was designed. I've felt a push and I've felt a pull, and I've hit brick walls. I've explored tunnels that dead end, and I've had to retrace steps. That's the human experience. That's literally walking through choose your own adventure book. Sometimes you go to slay the dragon. Sometimes you go, nope, I'm not. I'll go to page 37 instead of 115. Okay, well, what comes next? I somewhat recently had a conversation about if I woke up and I was at Woodstock. Ooh, that's a good title. I need to write that on something. Woke up at Woodstock. That's it. That's the movie I'm going to write. Woke up at Woodstock. It's going to be one of those goofy, well, we're both taking a whiz inside the fountain on our way stumbling home from the bars this night. And it was a dark night, but it was a full moon, and it was on a special day, and there was a lightning bolt. And then all of a sudden, boom, we woke up in each other's bodies. Whoa, and then we woke up. But like the comment conversation kind of came up about, well, what if I woke up and I was at Woodstock? It was 1999. What would I do different? I don't know. I don't know how necessary, how helpful it is to go down these rabbit holes. I don't know. But it's kind of fun. But also I wouldn't do anything different because I was just trying to go with the information I had at the moment. And I do have a passion. I do have a drive. I do have I don't know. I just, in some ways, I'm sort of on cruise control. I'm sort of on self-driving mode. Yeah, like a Tesla self-driving mode. It's just like, it's going where it's going, and I'm sort of along for the ride. and you look back and you go, oh, that didn't come out right. Or, ooh, did I really decide to do that? Did I decide not to do that? Why didn't I prioritize that? Wait, why did I go through the rearview mirror, man? I don't know. Why does anyone do anything? So there's only so much utility you can get from looking backward, but the goal of watching footage, film tape, game tape in football is like, oh, well, on this play, you did a really good job. Make sure you keep doing that. You go, yes, okay, I'm gonna reinforce that. Or like, hey, you see what happened here? Because you took this step, you were able to get spun this way and it led to a really bad play. Like, we need to correct this. And you go, yeah, we do have to correct that. And you wouldn't be able to unless you identified it. So, like, there is a utility to looking backward, but the windshield is where you're supposed to be focused. So I'm appreciative for my life experiences that got me to this point. All right. David says, Ohio, the home of Freemasonry in the United States. Ohio is? Now, I've been to the oldest lodge in Ohio. It's like a multi-level museum. It's actually pretty cool. Isn't the home in DC, though? I don't know if there is, like, technically a home. Like, each state has, like, a grand lodge over all of the lodges within the state. You said in Canada, it is in Toronto. I went to Toronto, saw the CN Tower, the waterfalls, Niagara Falls. Did like a whole trip one year. Those were good, being able to go on those summer trips. I appreciated that. CN Tower, 1776 stairs. Oh. That's the male component to the Rogers Center female component. Hey, now. Interesting. All right, folks. Thank you so much. The TNAM Daily Show kicks off right now.
Your guide to the truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
All right, everybody. Hello, Marion. Still do love your music intro. Thanks. Marion, have you ever checked out our music? Twist of Nothing on YouTube. Have you all subscribed to that channel? That's called I Like YouTube Just Fine. The letter U. I Like YouTube Just Fine. That was the precursor to the New American Media. So it has Twist of Nothing music. It has Earthship stuff, David Wilcock and Mike Huckabee interview. Couple of things on there. Yeah, I want to redo the intro. Oh, I've said that forever. I just need to set like an hour aside and go, let's see what I can do in 1 hour. How much can I do to clip, screen share and clip and crop? And I bet I'd make it. I think the version of the intro that I would do, it would be like probably every second and a half would be a different clip of somebody else in a different conversation, because we've done so much. And it's all just been a labor of love. It's all been a beta test. It's all been a resume to say, hey, you know, I can do it all. We can do the panel shows. We can do one-on-ones. We can do group. We can do sports, we can do music, we can do spirituality, we can do politics, we can do preparedness. I cover the news, which is inherently political, of course, but like, I also cover the sports so that I don't go bonkers. But because my sports is so bad, usually I have to get away from the sports to catch a break from the pain. That's what being a Cleveland sports fan has been. By the way, here's the mug, the New American. Let me stand in front of it. There we go. The New American Media mug. It's black and white and red all over. What's black and white and red all over? The newspaper. All right. Giggity, giggity. Marion, yes, I have listened to your music, Twist of Nothing. Cool. I have many round to it's to get, don't you? Uh-huh. God, if you could only see my to-do list. Yeah, reaction video to some of the music you shared. I think what I've been, because I don't want to risk my channel. Stupid copyright, stupid music. We go over this. I don't want, I want my music to be out there. When I say my music, it's also some of Sean Flynn's music. He passed away. He was our drummer, engineer, like all sorts of things, producer. Yeah, he helped us record a lot of songs. And then my brothers, Chris Engelman's Elevated Tracks and Chris Engelman and Twist of Nothing, and keeping that music around, let other people hear it. It was something he heard and he put it onto tape. He recorded it, and so let it keep playing. That show has been that song that you heard has been our intro for so long. It works. It's perfect. I know it's a song. Like, I should probably add lyrics to it. I can't hear lyrics to it. I don't hear it that way. But once again, I could put lyrics to it. I could record some lyrics to it and turn it into a song. But yeah, I would love to just do a music channel, TNAM Music, maybe. And it would just be like me playing the drums, playing the songs, have it on shuffle on Pandora. And reaction videos. I love reaction videos. Reaction videos are okay, kind of. But I don't think I'd want to even put it close to the New American Media channel, or I like YouTube just fine, that channel. Let's get a big rush. Make sure everybody goes over to I like the letter YouTube just fine. I like YouTube just fine on YouTube, and subscribe and like a video or something. All right. Let's get into the day's news, shall we? This story is no longer available. Okay. Let's see what's going on in the universe. Oh, okay. Kristen Sokolov says Islamists in Turkey decide to celebrate Christmas by smashing and burning a public Christmas tree. They hate us here and abroad, and they hate our faith, and they hate our traditions, and they hate our very existence. And thanks to open borders, millions of them are already here in the United States. This is the future that the left keeps on importing, says Kristen Sokolov. Turkey, Islamists with axes swarm a public Christmas tree in Istanbul, screaming, "It's un-Islamic," then hack it down and set it on fire while cheering. This isn't some back alley stunt. It happened at a university in broad daylight. They hate Christmas. They hate Christians. They hate us. And the same ideology is already inside our borders in the millions. And it says 2025. My first question is this old video? What is this from? The only thing you hope to see if he's swinging an axe is that he'll hit one of his other idiots there. Dave says, I don't understand why other channels play music in the videos they show, but you can't. But with you, they can't wait to shut it down. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Well, I think what happens is there are batches of royalty-free music. And if you're smart, you're going to use royalty-free music. But even royalty-free music pings the censorship regime at YouTube sometimes. It's not a perfect system. You know, for as original as we think music is, you know, there's only so many notes. There's only so many beat combinations. A lot of music is going to have the same chord transitions. Some of the melodies, there's going to be overlap. There's only so many mathematical ways that you can put songs together. So a lot of songs do sound like other songs. You know, some of these lawsuits over, they stole my song. Some of it's just, it's a lot of BS. Some of it are direct ripoffs, whether they knew it or not. So anytime there's a video with music, I'm rolling the dice on whether or not I can trust, which I cannot. I used to just trust, like, well, they wouldn't be. Like, if it's Leonard Skinner, I go, oh, well, shit, okay. I don't know. I don't want to play this. It's in a simple kind of man. If you can, baby, be a simple man. Oh, won't you do if you can? That was kind of my, that was, am I really doing this in public? Yeah, I am. That's my rendition of Shinedown covering Simple Man by Leonard Skinner. Great rendition. I actually did just, I was scrolling through my videos because I'm cleaning it up. I have to go through thousands of videos. Thousands. Clicking buttons to dispute limited ad revenue. Well, you know, we're reviewing it. I don't know. Maybe your stuff it's not suitable for most advertisers. Oh, it's not. They've never heard of the internet. Well, the content that you're discussing, it's a little, you know. Oh, is it? Like everything else. You flip open your phone in the morning, you're getting your humorous posts, and then suddenly you see a snuff film. Suddenly you're seeing one of the most horrific attacks you've ever seen. It's just right in front of your face. And you're like, I didn't, But that's the internet. If we use the internet, we know there's a potentiality that you're going to encounter things. And, you know, humans need to hear things to figure out what we think. We have to think these things through. Hear the bad ideas to understand why they're bad. So I don't know, just this whole, you got to walk on eggshells all day long in order to appease the Google gods. Oh, get out of here. You know, I've had a love-hate thing going on. Google's had that with me. Well, they've mainly hated me. But hey, like I said, look, we do have super chats and YouTube memberships open, and that payment did process. It looks like they're going to let me build on the platform. Okay. Until I don't, I notice all the symbols here. Everybody that's watching, you're all on YouTube. Which is fine. It's just this might not be here tomorrow. Marion says, sing it, Brian. I wonder if I should play you. Have you heard? There's a question of the day. Have you heard Shinedown Simple Man? And it's kind of what Shinedown is most known for. And they started sort of resenting it too, because they're a very good band. They have a lot of songs that you might recognize. But that cover is so good. It's like it's the thing they're known for now. Like Limp Bizkit, as many songs as they put out. Well, I guess it would be nice. And they cover George Michael Faith. So good. Go on YouTube and type Simple Man Shinedown. You could get the recorded version or get the live version. Sometimes the live version is even better. Sometimes it's just straight acoustic. Is it always acoustic? I'm sure they've tried to mix it up different ways. Click on it now. Don't watch it now, but click on it later and tell me about it. Like, it's such a good cover. But yeah, I went to one of those videos. I was at the National Association of Music Manufacturers, or is it Music Merchants? They might have changed it over the years. A NAM music show, and filmed Shinedown doing Simple Man. And so on the YouTube upload, it said there's a copyright split. So I get half the revenue from that post, and they get half the revenue from that post. I'm like, oh, that's all you ever had to do. This makes sense then. Now, because of this original thing that we created of that thing, now you're getting a cut of it. Like, it's a symbiotic relationship. It's different from trying to bootleg a video. I don't know. This whole music law, and I worked at the world's largest talent agency, and it's a lot of legalese. It's a lot of contracts. It's a lot of finagling. It's very lawyerly. It's very nitpicky. I get it. I'm all for supporting the musicians, but gets a little convoluted. Anyway, are we okay with this? No, we're not okay with this. And Biden let a lot of people in this country that hate this country. All right. Here's President Trump talking about the people that Joe Biden brought into this country. And by the way, that Barack Hussein Obama brought into this country.
We must now re-examine every single alien who has entered our country from Afghanistan under Biden, and we must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country who does not belong here or add benefit to our country. If they can't love our country, we don't want them. We must.
If they can't love our country, we don't want them. Immigration is going to be halting. Remember when J.D. Vance was talking with Margaret Brennan, talking about Biden's Afghan refugees?
Talked to us in August, you said, I don't think we should abandon anybody who's been properly vetted and helped us. Do you stand by that?
Well, Margaret, I don't agree that all these immigrants or all these refugees have been properly vetted. In fact, we know that there are cases of people who allegedly were properly vetted and then were literally planning terrorist attacks on our country. That happened during the campaign, if you may remember. So clearly not all of these foreign nationals
but there are
have been properly
30,000
vetted.
people in the pipeline, Afghan refugees.
But my primary
Do you stand by
concern
it?
as the vice president, Margaret, is to look after the American people. And now that
So
we
no.
know that we have vetting problems with a lot of these refugee programs, we absolutely cannot unleash thousands of unvetted people into our country.
These
It's
people are
not
vetted.
good.
These people are vetted.
Just like the guy who planned a terrorist attack in Oklahoma a few months ago, he was allegedly properly vetted, and many people in the media and the Democratic Party said that he was properly vetted. Clearly he wasn't. I don't want my children to share a neighborhood with people who are not properly vetted, and because I don't want it for my kids, I'm not going to force any other American citizens' kids to do that either.
No, and that was a very particular case. It wasn't clear if he was radicalized when he got here or while he was living here.
I don't really care, Margaret. I don't want that.
I don't really care, Margaret. I don't really care. But wasn't that the quote that we took from that? I don't really care, Margaret. Or did he say it another time?
Person in my country, and I think most Americans agree with me.
We'll be back in 1 minute with more of our interview with Vice President Vance. When you talked to us in August.
I think I came up with the slogan. We need to trademark this. JD speaks for me. We put that JD speaks for me button It's a good phrase. Good at marketing. Good at branding. There's all sorts of busy work that comes after the idea. I'm the idea guy. We need the team to do all the execution. All right, here's President Trump talking about the 2 West Virginia National Guard members who were critically injured. I believe one has passed away. I'll try to get you the most current up to date. But here's President Trump discussing.
My great fellow Americans, earlier today, on the eve of the Thanksgiving holiday, 2 members of the National Guard serving in Washington, D.C., were shot at point-blank range in a monstrous ambush-style attack just steps away from the White House. They had been deputized as part of the most successful public safety and national security mission in the history of our nation's capital, the D.C. Safe and Beautiful Task Force, which has achieved an unprecedented reduction in violent crime and crimes of all type. This heinous assault was an act of evil, an act of hatred, and an act of terror. It was a crime against our entire nation. It was a crime against humanity. The hearts of all Americans tonight are with those 2 members of the West Virginia National Guard and their families. The love of our entire country is pouring out for them, and we are lifting them up in our prayers. As we are filled with anguish and grief for those who were shot, we're also filled with righteous anger and ferocious resolve. As President of the United States, I am determined to ensure that the animal who perpetrated this atrocity pays the steepest possible price. I can report tonight that based on the best available information, the Department of Homeland Security is confident that the suspect in custody is a foreigner who entered our country from Afghanistan, a hellhole on earth. He was flown in by the Biden administration in September 2021 on those infamous flights that everybody was talking about. Nobody knew who was coming in. Nobody knew anything about it. His status was extended under legislation signed by President Biden, a disastrous president, the worst in the history of our country. This attack underscores the single greatest national security threat facing our nation. The last administration let in 20 million unknown and unvetted foreigners from all over the world, from places that you don't want to even know about. No country can tolerate such a risk to our very survival. An example is Minnesota, where hundreds of thousands of Somalians are ripping off our country and ripping apart that once great state. Billions of dollars are lost, and gangs of Somalians come from a country that doesn't even have a government, no laws, no water, no military, no nothing. As their representatives in our country preach to us about our Constitution and how our country is no good. We're not going to put up with these kind of assaults on law and order by people who shouldn't even be in our country. We must now re-examine every single alien who has entered our country from Afghanistan under Biden, and we must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country who does not belong here or add benefit to our country. If they can't love our country, we don't want them. America will never bend and never yield in the face of terror. And at the same time, we will not be deterred from the mission these service members were so nobly fulfilling. That is why tonight I can announce that I have directed the Department of War to mobilize an additional 500 troops to help protect our capital city. We will make America totally safe again, and we will bring the perpetrator of this barbaric attack to swift and certain justice if the bullets going in the opposite direction haven't already done that. During this time of the year, when we gather at home with loved ones, these 2 patriots were wearing the uniform of our country, patrolling the streets of our capital. They had taken a selfless oath to defend our nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that is exactly what they were doing when they were gunned down in a savage attack. I want to express my extraordinary gratitude to every member of the United States military who is deployed tonight, at home and abroad. I also want to thank the Secret Service and the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department for their work today. This Thanksgiving, I ask every family to say a prayer for the two great heroes who were so horribly shot, and for their loved ones. Please say a prayer. May God bless them and comfort them, and may God bless and protect the United States of America. Thank you and good night. My great fellow Americans, earlier...
We'll do a Pray for America button. Marion, oh yes, American people is who they should be concerned with. What a concept. JD 2028. JD speaks for me. It's a little culty, but like it's quick. It's I like Ike. JD speaks for me. No, Kenneth, I don't think saying JD Vance wears fancy pants. Maybe not quite the same ring. Signed by Biden's auto pen, maybe. I mean, this was Obama and his team calling the shots. Aliens go home, ET go home. Well, look, they're talking about aliens. The latest here is that one National Guard member, Specialist Sarah Beckstrom, has passed away. We'll get to that in a second. What is the latest on international terrorism? Sarah Beckstrom, 20 years old, from West Virginia National Guard. Andrew Wolf, 24, staff sergeant in critical condition at George Washington University Hospital after surgery, described as fighting for his life by Trump and officials with no further updates on his prognosis. Both victims were sworn in and deputized less than 24 hours before the shooting to conduct presence patrols as part of Trump's anti-crime and deportation operations in D.C. They were armed but caught off guard during the ambush. The procession passed through D.C. streets yesterday at the Farragut West Metro Station. I feel like I was there a couple of times in the past 5 years. Afghan national, 29 years old, entered the U.S. in 21 through Operation Allies Welcome after working with U.S. forces, including the CIA, against the Taliban, lived in Bellingham, Washington, and drove cross-country to D.C. with a .357 Smith & Wesson revolver. Asylum was granted in April 25. He approached the uniformed guardsman, shouted Allahu Akbar. I read that he said something else, and I don't know if it's true. Fired at Beckstrom several feet away, and then Wolf, who sought cover behind a bus shelter. Wolf fought back, stabbing Lackmel. Nearby guardsman then shot him in the leg. I thought he was armed. Why didn't he have a sidearm? The attacker's in stable condition. Targeted attack on military personnel. No manifesto or confirmed terror group ties surfaced. Prakash Patel, FBI director, investigating possible international links. All Afghan immigration applicants indefinitely halted for vetting reviews. All right. That's where we're at. Oh, you've heard this woman, Tish Hyman, at an Eric Swalwell event. Listen to this. Tish is the one that was trying to use the gym, and some dude was in there pretending to be a lady creeping on her, and she got kicked out of the gym. So here she is with Eric Swalwell.
There be men allowed in the women's room anymore. We need to know.
No woman should be harassed in a locker room.
And so he's using weasel words. No woman should be harassed in a locker room. Because he says that men can say that they're women and, oh, poof, magically, I'm a woman. I'm a kangaroo, by the way. Now I'm a kangaroo. Swalwell's trying to say that that guy shouldn't be harassed in the ladies' locker room. She calls him out because she knows what he's doing.
Answer straight. Are there going to be women? Are you against men in women's locker rooms and sports? That's all you need to answer.
I'm telling you, I
Please.
don't want men harassing you in a women's locker room.
I know.
That should not happen.
It's happening all around America. There are 45 women and men, there are 45 men in the women's prisons right now, raping them, picking them out like chickens. The trans men are not women, and they're raping women. So I don't care if you're on the Democrat side, the Republican side. We need to be on the women's side, people. It's happening to our girls. It's happening to our women. And I'm here to let everyone know that this is happening. Open your eyes.
I'm
Getting some claps there. So Swalwell pushes back.
Millions of people behind me, black people, who they're using our civil rights to push this shit. If you want to be the governor, you need to do something about it, because I promise you this, I will not be the last to see of Tish Hyman, okay? Thank you. All right, I want to hear that. You're very handsome, by the way.
She goes, you're very handsome, by the way. I love your face.
There are no trans kids. There are just children. Stop.
She says there are no trans kids. They're just children. Stop transforming them.
Transforming children. No one can make a decision that young.
Nobody can make a life-changing decision that young. Period. It's fact.
When I was 12, I would have transformed. And guess what? It's wrong. It's wrong. It's abuse. Don't trans children. It's abuse. Trans kids. There's no such thing. There's only men and women. Use your brains. Stop with this malarkey.
Stop with this malarkey. Didn't I say malarkey earlier today? I might have said, I like using old-timey vernacular. I forget what I said. Stop the malarkey.
You know, as governor, I am not going to get distracted from the most important issue.
Are there going to be men allowed in the women's room anymore? We need to know.
No woman should be harassed in a locker room. That's fine.
Yeah, see, and he was, I know what he was trying to do there. It's like, no, see, that guy said he's a woman, so he's a woman, so you can't harass him. Her. I mean, what? It's I like your face. Yeah, not me either. Kenneth, you gotta like her. Yeah, Tish is all over. Tish is good. Good for her. All right, Miss Muckraker has a drop here. President Trump just reposted a call for military tribunals against some Democrat members of Congress. Americans with college degrees now make up a record 25% of all unemployment. Chris Menahan says Jewish Zionist Melanie Phillips at a pro-Israel conference in New York City calls on Jews worldwide to put the Jewish people and the Jewish nation first. Excuse me? That's a call for insurrection. That's a call of sedition and treason. Hold on. By the way, treason, insurrection, sedition. Okay. Burglary, robbery. Okay. Communist, socialist, Marxist, Leninist, globalist. Okay. There are fine differences to a lot of these. Sometimes we sort of lose the point of being directionally accurate. I was doing strictly football and Jim corrected me. Jim Mitchell, he worked in, and by the way, I'm open to being corrected. Like this is not to say I didn't appreciate it, but it's also to say, okay, fine. Well, maybe technically it's that, but it on a specific way, it is exactly that. In this case, it was just we talked about Shedeur Sanders being robbed. And he said, no, he wasn't there. which means he was burglarized. He wasn't robbed. It wasn't a robbery, it was a burglary. But if this lady's saying to serve a different master than the United States, get the hell out of here. Oh, you're seizing an office in Minnesota and you're Somalian first. Get the hell out of here. You cannot play on the Cleveland Browns and say Pittsburgh Steelers first, huh? Then go back there. Nope, I'm here now. Not anymore. You're fired. It's our discretion. I have like one of these eyelashes. It's like in the peripheral. I can't blink it away. Looking. Oh, is it an eyelash? I don't know. Yep, I'm on the Cleveland Browns, but look. We need to make sure that we put the Baltimore Ravens first, huh? Not on the Ravens. It's strange that you're trying to recruit my people to do that. My people. Yeah, people on my team. You're either on my team or you're not. Allegedly, this lady says diaspora Jews need also to realize that you are not just Americans with Judaism added on. In Britain, they're not just British Jews with Judaism added on. You are part of the Jewish people and the Jewish nation, and that should come first. First and foremost, you are Jews. Everything else is secondary. This is almost exactly to what Jonathan Pollard said after fleeing to Israel. Jackson Hinkle says, breaking, Marjorie Taylor Greene reveals to Tucker Carlson that U.S. congressmen are forced to constantly repeat, Israel is our greatest ally. Silenced Sirs says, Tucker Carlson just dropped the kind of bomb Washington prays the public never hears. He says supporting Israel isn't Christianity, it's a theological scam. And then he dismantled the whole charade. There is no such thing as people chosen by God because of their DNA. Christianity doesn't issue blank checks to a foreign state. Using God as a political threat to force Americans to support Netanyahu, that's manipulation, not faith. Killing innocent people is the one thing that Christianity is crystal clear about. It's forbidden, period. I'm going to send this. Okay, I pulled it up. That's a text to be sent later. Maybe I'll remember to send it, and maybe it'll sit along the hundreds of other texts that I did not get to. Juggle. Using God as a political threat to force Americans to support Netanyahu, that's manipulation, not faith. Killing innocent people is the one thing Christianity is crystal clear about. It's forbidden, period. Then he went straight to the political idea. Then he went straight for the political clergy of Capitol Hill. Lindsey Graham, Mike Johnson, these men aren't preaching Christianity. They're preaching Israel. And the absurdity? God will pull the plug on America if you don't support Israel. Since when is faith a hostage situation? Since when did deviation, doggone it, since when did devotion become a political ideology? I didn't know there was a second part. I got to add that to the text. Okay. Since when is faith a hostage situation, says Tucker Carlson? Since when did devotion become foreign policy cosplay? Tucker said out loud what millions have been thinking. Your loyalty isn't to God. It's to a government with nothing to do with Christianity. The facade is collapsing. Americans see it now clearly, loudly, and without the old propaganda filter. Don't you take it personal? Don't you take it personal when this type of stuff, whether it's coming from Ted Cruz or Speaker Mike Johnson or Netanyahu, the guilt trips, the Ted Cruz's is, Lindsey Graham, Mike Huckabee. Why wouldn't you take it personal? I don't like guilt trips at all. I don't like them at all. It doesn't mean I'm going to be pro something else. Doesn't mean I'm necessarily anti that, but I don't need to be pro that. And I don't like threats. I don't like threats. I don't like manipulation. So it's like all the red flags are flashing. And the GOP would be very wise to kind of pay attention to that. But you can't trust the GOP. You can't expect them to be wise. I don't like the GOP. I don't like the Republican Party. MAGA, in theory, is the closest thing I've seen to something close to what I might want to try to put together and call it a government. And it's not getting everything right. It is not infallible. It is not perfect by any stretch. Not even remotely. You know, we're allowed to be hypercritical of whatever we feel like being hypercritical of. Period. No guilt, no shame. Miss Muckraker says, breaking, Elon Musk calls for Charlie Kirk to be named Person of the Year. That needs to happen. Charlie Kirk as Man of the Year needs to happen. Button. Shadow of Ezra says, Representative Randy Fine has introduced a No Anti-Semitism in Education Act. Now, why stop there? Why not say No Anti-Male Education Act? No Anti-White Education Act? No Anti-Christian Education Act? No Anti-Straight Heterosexual Act? Why just for one group? I don't get it. I don't like it. What, only one group has a magical, mystical cloak that they're not allowed to face criticism or critique, but everybody else can? No, that's not how this works. Expand it to every group, every subsect, every subclass. The bill would strip schools of funding if they engage in criticism of Israel that the government deems unacceptable. What the hell does that even mean? The bill lists several examples of what it considers anti-Semitic, including making dehumanizing or stereotypical claims about Jewish power. What an odd thing to say if you don't have power. What an odd thing to push back on if you do have the power to push back. There's tangible amounts of power in every group. You're not allowed to discuss that? That doesn't make sense. Being anti-Semitic in his eyes would include accusing Israel or Jewish people of staging false flags. We accuse America of staging false flags, the CIA of staging false flags. Every group in power from time immemorial have staged false flags. You're not a special group that doesn't get to be questioned as to whether or not you've been engaged in false flag activity. Does it make anybody else irate to read this stuff? Oh, yeah, one group is never wrong ever, or else you're going to lose your money. Wow. So you're not allowed to talk about stereotypes. It sure sounds like it. The whole point of this is falling right into a stereotype. Well, you don't want to purport that, do you? If you accuse Israel or Jewish people of staging false flags, classified in the bill as imagined wrongdoing. Every group gets pointed at for false flags and wrongdoing. Nobody's special. Nobody gets to, you can't accuse me. Can't accuse me. Oh, so everybody else gets accused except one group. Maybe is that the group that is doing all of it, that has the power to push back, the funding and financing, the political willpower, the bribery and blackmail to make sure that everybody stays in line. Just stay in line if you know what's good for you. Don't reach for a cookie. That was bad. Don't be bad. America is accused of false flags all the time. White people accused of false flags all the time. Straight people accused of false flags all the time. White people, male people, male people are accused. You mean the USPS guy? No, he's kind of cool. He listens to podcasts. We've talked a few times. I don't considered anti-Semitic would be suggesting Jews are more loyal to Israel than the United States. That's what that lady was literally just saying in her own words. Just as you have Islamists calling for a caliphate and to overthrow the United States in terror attacks, an active war, a hot war. Their words, but noticing their words is a crime? Fuck you. No. As clearly as I can say that, fuck you. Noticing what's happening is not a crime. Trying to stop us from noticing is a crime. So fuck you. That goes out to anyone who wants to try to tell me that my analysis on the NFL is not appropriate because I'm not granting proper deference to the Baltimore Ravens football team. Fuck the Baltimore Ravens. That's not my team. I don't need to root for another team more. You know what the NFL has actually done? It seems like the referees for a lot of years have sort of been hedging, kind of narrowing, throwing more flags for the opposition, making sure they don't throw flags against the Kansas City Chiefs, to the point where they're called the Kansas City Cheats. Oh, the NFL says you need to root for Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. And oh, look, he's with Taylor Swift. And it's such a great story. And you need to root for the Chiefs. No, I don't. Fuck you. You cannot make me root for the Kansas City Chiefs or the Baltimore Ravens. You can't make me do it. And if I'm noticing that their offensive line on Kansas City is never getting called for holding penalties, the only team, a massive statistical anomaly, to go the whole game, not a single holding call. To go the whole season, just a couple. How many interceptions were overturned because, threw a flag on the play? Nope, that was pass interference on the defense. We're going to undo that. We got to give you another shot, another chance. To the point where it really has felt for the past decade like the NFL has been low-key rigging the games. I'm allowed to notice whatever I see with my eyes whenever I want to. I can discuss the possibility that it's rigged. I have the ability to examine whatever the fuck I want to examine. You get my point. This is not to say you get my point. We should all resent it when we're told to don't believe our eyes. Don't believe your lying eyes. Yes, I will, you creep. Included is anti-Semitic would be any form of Holocaust denial or mockery. Denial of what? You know, we're allowed to even question God with boldness, question with boldness even the existence of God, for if he exists, he'd rather prefer reason than that of blindfolded fear. If we can question the existence of God, we can question the number of atrocities during a given time frame. Fuck you. I'm allowed to question anything that I want, everything, even the existence of God. Oh, no, that's a holy number. That is completely settled in science. You're never allowed to question it ever again. And if you do, you're going to be stripped of all your money. Wow. Sure sounds like something that the powers that be would say, huh? If you're really trying to break these stereotypes that you seem so hell-bent on saying don't exist, sure seems like you're going about it in a counterproductive way. Or is that just me noticing again? Come on. You could say that we are heliocentric, all the planets in the solar system in an orbit around the Earth. You can say that everything in the solar system revolves around the Earth, Earth-centric. You can say the Earth is flat. You could say we're a simulation. Oh, but you can't wonder how many deaths happened in the Holocaust, during what time frame, for what actual attribution? Yes, we can. And every group gets mocked. Oh, you can't mock what happened during World War II. How many times is Christ mocked? Everybody gets mocked. Muhammad certainly does. Christ certainly does. Jews certainly get mocked. Everybody gets mocked. The Cleveland Browns get mocked all the time. The Baltimore Ravens get mocked. The Kansas City Chiefs get mocked. Everybody's favorite team gets mocked. You don't just get to throw bubble wrap over the Kansas City Chiefs and go, you can't ever say anything derogatory about the Kansas City Chiefs. Yes, we can. My reaction to that is almost nothing to do with what's written in there about what did it say? Israel, anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic, whatever that is. It's not even about that in particular. It's about the concept that no, here's a special group, a chosen group. And as Tucker Carlson said, the chosen people, the chosen group, God's chosen. Christians believe those who choose Jesus Christ are the chosen. Christ is king. You're saying I'm not allowed to say that? Of course I say that. That's my faith. I'm not allowed to go kill somebody if they disagree with my faith. But I'm allowed to have whatever thought I want. We're in strange times, people. Strange times. Hello, Danette. What did you miss? You missed an awesome 20-minute opening monologue. Me giving thanks to all of our great regulars and first-timers. Giving thanks to the monetization streams that are scrolling at the bottom of the screen. We have now confirmed that Rumble memberships work, Rumble rants work, Rumble payment methods to drop off a deposit into the bank account for the business work. By the way, that's great because we did have a couple $100 had to pay for website renewals. Just bam, here's another few $100 out of nowhere. Cool. I'm thankful that we got YouTube to lift hundreds of demonetization claims, bullying techniques from Barack Hussein Obama and Joe Biden's shadow government working behind the scenes to deprive me of civil liberties and the right to earn a living. I'm grateful, thankful on this Thanksgiving to know that, yeah, the YouTube memberships work, that the YouTube super chats work, and that the YouTube ad revenue on AdSense works. And a transfer was made into the business account to help offset some of the ongoing business costs. That was great. I'm very thankful to that. Thankful to confirm that, yes, Cash App works, PayPal works, Venmo works, and Patreon works. I have so many tip jars out that I didn't have last year. I'm grateful because anything that comes in, it's the fuel that we need for the fire to burn. So that was a 20-minute opening monologue that briefly touched on that. Also kind of got us up to speed. We talked about how Obama and Biden flooded the USA with people who hate us, and what do we do next? We covered the update now that one of the National Guard service members passed away. And now we're going through a Miss Muckraker report, something I believe you would have really enjoyed, perhaps. Okay, I don't know what that is exactly referencing. Megatron says Jewish influencer Ben Shapiro. Actually, that's a good way to describe Ben Shapiro. Jewish influencer. Says his company's targeting and brainwashing children to love Israel. Is that a real quote? I wish I could play these. I can't play these. Brandon Taylor Moore says, the Rothschilds didn't create Israel Jews. Shut up, liars. That's Brandon Taylor Moore. Jacob Rothschild in this says, quote, my family created Israel. What he doesn't tell you is that he was working directly with Satan, who he worships, no hyperbole intended. What is this? I have much pleasure in conveying to you on behalf of His Majesty's government the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinet. Okay. Well, that's Brandon Taylor Moore's post there. This post from America says, why doesn't the United States have voter ID laws? And it lists all these full or partially democratic countries that require identification to register and cast a ballot on election day in all districts. Elon says America should not have worse voter ID requirements than every democratic country on earth. California and New York actually banned the use of ID to vote. It is illegal to show your ID in those states. The only reason to do that is fraud. Ms. Muckraker says, breaking, the Ohio House has passed the Charlie Kirk American Heritage Act, which will allow public school teachers to include the positive influence of Christianity in American history lessons. Thank God. These deep state, Democrat, godless, hateful, spiteful, vindictive, bitter, angry leftists have been running our education system into the ground, teaching us to hate ourselves, hate our faith, hate our history, hate ourselves, hate our skin, hate our Lord and Savior. Fuck you. Sorry, I'm feeling a little spicy today. And I'm not sorry that I'm feeling a little spicy today. Most of my life, I've been marginalized in this way, and it gets old. You know, we heard the Martin Luther King, like we were supposed to be raised in the, don't judge a person. You take a person's actions as the most important thing in the belief system. Are you here to conquer me and convert or kill me? Or are you here to just kind of, make your way and maybe assimilate into the culture that you find yourself? Are you just trying to bring your backward country here? Answer. Yes, I have every right to demand an answer from you, actually. And now I've set the egg timer. You have 60 seconds to explain yourself or leave. We have every right to do this. It's about time we stop demonizing Christians and Christianity and so much of what built this country. You mean stole it? You mean pillaged it? Built this country. Conquered this country. And tried to make it a cool place where a lot of people could come in and act within the parameters of the country. Kind of do what you want type libertarian leaning stuff. It's never been convert to Christianity or be terminated. Oh yes, it has. What were the Crusades? That was repelling the Islamic Caliphate attempt to take over the planet. The same thing that's happening today, in great part, thanks to George Soros and Barack Hussein Obama and their foot soldiers. Thank you for attending my TED Talk. Ms. Muckraker says, co-deputy FBI Director Andrew Bailey allegedly rumored to be moving up to replace Pam Bondi as Attorney General. I don't know if that's true or not. Andrew Lockenouth says over 70% of Americans are now living below the poverty line, according to Mike Green. If you make under $140,000 a year, you're living in poverty, if we measure it the same way that we did in the 1960s. This is madness, people. This inflation. We need to get out of this. Project Veritas says Candace Owens has been a target of governments for years. Quote, we need to blackmail her, Candace Owens, faster. Allegedly says Mary Barr Daley, former senior DOJ official, daughter of former Attorney General Bill Barr. The receipts listed there by Project Veritas, and Candace Owens says urgent. 2 days ago, I was contacted by a high-ranking employee of the French government after determining this person's position and proximity to the French couple. I determined the information to be accurate. Candace said that the French government's putting hits out on her. Ms. Muckraker says the Trump Department of Justice demands for the Southern District of New York to authorize the release of grand jury material from the prosecutions of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell per ABC News. Also, President Trump says U.S. tariff payments are about to skyrocket to record levels. Right Angle News Network says billboards are encouraging military members to dissent against leadership. Billboards encouraging military members to dissent against leadership are now beginning to appear, with one billboard near Fort Bragg, North Carolina, directing service members to a website that then tells them to contact them through encrypted chat. This is a coup attempt. They're trying to turn the people on the inside. All right. Elon Musk and Joe Rogan.
Well, let me explain. So because you mentioned, for example, how much, say, Hillary and Obama have changed their tune from prior speeches where they were hard-nosed about not letting in anyone who's a criminal into the country, having secure borders, all that stuff. So why did they change their tune? The reason is that they discovered that those people vote for them. That's why they want the open borders.
Because if you let people in, they know the Democrats let them in, they'll vote for Democrats.
Yes.
If you allow them to vote.
Which they're actively doing. They turn a blind eye to illegal voting.
Well, California literally doesn't allow you to show your license.
They make it illegal.
California and New York have made it illegal to show your photo ID when voting. Thus, effectively, they've made it impossible to prove fraud. Impossible. They've essentially legalized fraudulent voting in California and New York and many other parts of the country.
There's no rational explanation that I've ever seen anyone give as to why that would be the policy. Unless you were trying to just allow people to vote illegally, because there's no other reason. If you need a driver's license or you need an ID for everything else,
yes,
including just recently to prove that you were vaccinated.
The same people who are demanding that you have a vaccine passport and are the same ones saying you need no ID to vote. Same people.
Right, but like...
So it's obviously hypocritical and inconsistent.
So you really think it's just to get more voters?
If you want to understand behavior, you have to look at the incentives. Once the Democratic Party in the U.S. and the left in Europe realized that if you have open borders and you provide a ton of government handouts, which creates a massive financial incentive for people from other countries to come to your country, and you don't prosecute them for crime, they're going to be beholden to you, and they will vote for you. And that's why Obama and Hillary went from being against open borders to being in favor of open borders. That's the reason, in order to import voters so they can win elections. And the problem is that has a negative runaway effect. So if they get away with that, it is a winning strategy. If they are allowed to get away with it, they will import enough voters to get supermajority voting, and then there is no turning back. Well, let me explain. So because you mentioned, for example, how much, say, Hillary and Obama have changed their tune from prior speeches where they were hard-nosed about not letting in anyone who's a criminal into the country, having secure borders, all that stuff. So why did they change their tune? The reason is that they discovered that those people vote for them. That's why they want the open borders.
Because if you let people in, they know the Democrats let them in, they'll vote for Democrats.
Yes.
All right. That reset. Danette says Elon is a Trojan horse. I mean, could be. Everybody could be. You're right. I mean, he's a really bad Trojan horse if he is. I mean, I know that X is data mining, trying to get, it's also creating like a ton of cool products too. He's been against the bad guy Democrats for a long time, which I appreciate. Danette, if you had to pick between the Democrats or Elon, I mean, it's no choice. It's easily Elon. If you had to pick one side or the other, maybe you don't like either or you don't trust either, that's fine. But I'm saying if it came down to it, you had to pick one or the other, you wouldn't trust the Democrats over Elon. You would hope that maybe you were wrong about Elon. You would know that you were right about the Democrats hating us. Pinkies up, everybody. Cheers. By the way, we have these wonderful The New American Media mugs. They're black and white and red all over, just like the news. Shoot me a $40 Venmo with your address, and I will mail one out to you, shipping included. Hello to Lauren. She says, I wish the Trump admin hadn't granted the shooter asylum in April. It's a constant spin machine with Lauren. Fun to have you, Lauren. Very fun to have you. So essentially, what you're saying is that it's a shame that the Trump administration trusted that the Biden administration did their job in thoroughly vetting anybody. So now everybody has to go even faster. I agree completely. If that's what happened, that the Trump admin granted asylum in April based on false pretenses that the Afghans were thoroughly vetted, yeah, they should all immediately go back and we need to change our course immediately. Shame. Yeah, we wish that didn't happen either. I guess that's what you get for trusting Democrats, furthering our point that you should never trust Democrats. I don't know that that's the flex that you think it is. It's a fun talking point. David pointing out the ties of the shooter to the CIA, of course. All right. Daily Mail reports growing fury at Chicago judge who freed career criminal with 72 arrests and is now accused of setting a devout Christian woman, 26 years old, alight on a train. Cook County Judge Teresa Molina Gonzalez freed the accused arson attacker, Lawrence Reed, 50 years old, in a separate case in August, despite warnings that he posed a danger to the public. Reed faced Molina Gonzalez on August 22 on a felony aggravated battery charge, accused of slapping a social worker so hard she was knocked unconscious inside a psychiatric ward at McNeil Hospital. And she let this demon back out into our streets? Charge this Molina Gonzalez with dereliction of duty. Wanton disregard for public safety. Charge her with every statute you possibly can and send a message to these judges. If you fuck around with the crazy violent people and let them back out onto our streets, we're coming after you. In the comments, question of the day. If this Lawrence Reed slapped a social worker so hard, he knocked this woman unconscious inside a psychiatric ward at McNeil Hospital, would you ever let this person out? Please tell me in the comments section. And why does it take so long to remove a judge immediately and say, you do not have enough discernment to sit in this post? You're stripped of all duties effective immediately. If you're not going to charge them criminally, at least remove them immediately. Prosecutor Jerry Lynn Gumilla told the judge at the time that Reed needed to remain in custody and argued that electronic monitoring was wholly insufficient to protect the public. It could not protect the victim or the community from another vicious, random, or spontaneous attack, she told the judge, according to CWB Chicago. Gumilla's warnings allegedly proved true, as just weeks later, Reed was accused of dousing Chicago resident Bethany McGee, 26-year-old devout Christian woman, in gasoline and set her on fire on a train on November 17th. The shocking, racist, anti-white attack and Reed's lengthy rap sheet sparked outrage online, with Elon Musk leading criticisms of Molina Gonzalez. This woman. That woman. This absolute demon. Look at him. Who would you prioritize? The nice, peaceful, white Christian lady on the train? Or this lunatic scumbag, repeat offender that lost his free-range privileges a long time ago? Once you prove who you are, You can easily become too dangerous for a general population. Man. How quickly can we start removing reckless judges and even charging them with crimes for endangering the public like this? It doesn't have to be this way. Oh, that makes me mad. It should have never happened. Hey, here's a flashback to Jen Psaki lying to us. Oh, remember when Peppermint Patty used to be our daily update? While Biden hid out in a bunker and Obama made all the decisions?
I can absolutely assure you that no one is coming into the United States of America who has not been through a thorough screening and background check process. And there are many individuals, as you noted, who have not been through that process, and they have gone to lily pad countries as that process has been completed. It doesn't mean that that's because there's a flag. It means they have not completed their paperwork, and we were working to save tens of thousands of people. Hence, we evacuated them to these third countries. I can absolutely assure you that.
Time to indict Peppermint Patty? Question mark? Steve Lodge says, we know they weren't vetted, and we don't want them here either way, regardless. All right, what's the story of Thanksgiving? Can I play this?
To offer a prayer.
It's got music. Guess we're just going to look at footage of Thanksgiving's past. Gobble, gobble.
Creator.
Turkey Day. Creed. Go Thanksgiving. What was the best thing you ate yesterday? What tasted the best? For me, it was my Jell-O dessert with pineapple and cranberry, the sour cream, whipped cream, cream cheese topping, pecans and walnuts dusted on top. That was nice. Always a favorite. Stuffing didn't come out as tasty. Maybe it's the butter that I used. It wasn't salty enough. It wasn't. I don't know. I think I need to rehydrate. I think I need to heat it up and add some extra water. It was dry. That's weird because we cooked it, put the lid on immediately. It should have still been. The ham was good. Had some ham this morning. Reheated some ham with some, after cooking some eggs. That was pretty good. What else was a superstar? A good cheese was out on the cheese plate. Pumpkin pie was good with the whipped cream on top. What else? What else? What else? What else? Potatoes and gravy were good. Carrots were good. Yeah, I had a good meal. And there's leftovers for days, son. Days. Kenneth, the best thing I ate was the spider in my sleep. The spider that I ate in my sleep. Oh, homemade rolls. Oh, yeah, we were lacking some of that, I will admit. Turkey and dressing. Didn't we already have the dressing and stuffing conversation? I thought it was universally decided it's called stuffing, not dressing. But dressing's accepted. I'm just kidding. Cranberry sauce. I'm ready for some more. I'm talking myself into lunch. All right, in an upcoming show, the Sean Ryan Show, self-proclaimed operator discusses Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin.
Anybody I've ever met could take a rifle apart that fast.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird details. I mean, I don't think the entrance wound looks like an entrance wound at all. Do you? There's a theory that there were some type of explosives and maybe some type of a projectile planted on the microphone.
I think there's a lot of psyops there, but I think the one thing that people need to realize is if I go into a Best Buy right now to go get a laptop, and let's say I get a Windows unit and they're like, oh, do you want this antivirus thing? And I was like, no, my computer can't get viruses. I am more vulnerable thinking that I'm immune than somebody who understands how easy it is to hack into a human being and actually pays attention during their day. There's no way anybody.
Okay.
Charlie was a committed
Here's Candace here.
evangelical who only liked Catholic architecture. That's a lie, told and reinforced by Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett.
Everybody, I'm an evangelical Christian. Orthodox Church more than the evangelical church, and I'm evangelical. I'll say, well, first of all,
For the planet, for the world, but I personally would not be able to enter into a faith that believes that anybody except Jesus Christ our Lord was without sin. And that's my final comment on Mariology. Happy to debate it.
Charlie was a committed evangelical who only liked Catholic architecture. That's a lie, told and reinforced by Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett.
Yep, evangelical. Don't let people.
I'm looking at the
Tim Pool talking about Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson.
Violence at Turning Point USA. And I'm looking at.
This is a Toria Brooke drop, by the way.
Turning Point and Candace. And it is true. Someone at Turning Point was leaking stuff to her. Like, for what reason? And I'm wondering what Turning Point is doing. I don't hold Turning Point, responsible for what Candace is doing. But I'm just like looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, okay, let me put it like this for all you guys. I don't care if Candace is right or wrong, or Turning Point or anybody else in the drama is right or wrong. That's fine. People are allowed to do whatever they want. They're allowed to talk about whatever they want. The issue is that
allegedly
at the end of August, where were we as a country? We were here doing our shows, talking news and politics, of course, and preparing for the end of the year special, as we often do. There was a plan, there was a path, and for me, both personally and professionally, things were looking, I'm looking at the Violence at Turning Point USA, and I'm looking at Turning Point and Candace, and it is true, someone at Turning Point was leaking stuff to her, like, for what reason? And I'm wondering what Turning Point is doing. I don't hold Turning Point, responsible for what Candace is doing, but I'm just like looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, okay, let me put it like this for all you guys. I don't care if Candace is right or wrong, or Turning Point or anybody else in the drama is right or wrong. That's fine. People are allowed to do whatever they want. They're allowed to talk about whatever they want. The issue is that at the end of August, where were we as a country? We were here doing our shows, talking news and politics, of course, and preparing for the end of the year special, as we often do. There was a plan, there was a path, and for me, both personally and professionally, things were looking, I'm looking at the Violence at Turning Point USA, and I'm looking at Turning Point and Candace, and
okay, so
up.
Sorry, that clip. I wish Instagram would just let these roll through when they're just chopped up thoughts. But anyway, here's the second part of this.
The show and everything here.
And I've said this before. I fully support Candace Owens being as crazy as she wants to be, being as spot on as she wants to be. Who am I to judge? I don't know. Just lift up every rock and take a look and see what you can find. I'm here for it.
We're growing. We're bringing on good people. We're expanding. We've got, coffee sales are going up, and memberships and board sales and organization. Skate night events we've been doing have been massively successful. So business is good. And politically, we're riding the wave, baby. Trump won. Let's keep going. Don't get me wrong. There were terror attacks throughout the year, but Trump was on track. I texted Charlie Kirk and I asked him, just following up on the plan for the end of the year, because Timcast IRL does Turning Point's Amfest the past 3 years. It's an amazing experience, and it's an honor and a privilege to be there. And Charlie texted me back, look at me, revealing our texts, saying, let me circle back with the team and get you the details. We'll get it going. Because I said, hey, let's get it set up so we can, set everything up in advance. I've got some other PR opportunities and stuff in the area. And a week after that, up. The show and everything here, we're growing. We're bringing on good people. We're expanding. We've got, coffee sales are going. They killed him.
Third part.
And so I'll tell you what I'm saying, what I'm feeling. That moment before Charlie was murdered, there was a path that we were on that was promising. Now, 2 months later, the narrative has turned into conspiracy drama about Charlie Kirk. If Turning Point was involved in it, references to Jewish donors pulling out and how Erica knew everything. And that's the narrative the #1 podcast has given us. Candace can talk about whatever she wants. Same thing with Tucker Carlson. I will defend. No one has an obligation to hold my views or do what I want them to do.
Yep.
I'm not saying Candace should or should.
And that's the difference between Islam and the rest of us. We're allowed to do whatever we want to do. You don't like it, that's your prerogative. Your goal is to transform this nation and demand that everybody believe what you believe and repeat what you repeat and act exactly like you or else? No, that's not how this works. Nobody gets to look at somebody else and demand that. Nobody gets to enslave somebody else. Nobody gets to conquer or destroy somebody else. Line in the sand time. We're allowed to talk about what we want. We're allowed to believe what we want without, force, pressure, or violence. It's really that easy.
Should not do anything. My point is the audience effect of what I'm seeing. It felt like we were focused. Trump needed to win. The agenda needed to continue. Now, what do we have? Well, half the people are tweeting about the Jews. The other half are tweeting about how Turning Point killed Charlie. They killed him. The #1 podcast is just basically covering the true crime aspect of an assassination of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And I'm just like, focus is gone. Was Charlie really holding all of this together? Maybe. Seriously. And focus is gone. And it seems like H-1Bs with Trump, Chinese visas. And I'm just sitting here being like, wow, someone took a sledgehammer to the right coalition and splattered it. And like goop sprang in every direction. We are all now completely dejected and ripped apart. Forgive me for being a little bit blackpilled on the issue. But then I take a look at that and Gen Z basically saying we don't care. And I'm like, okay, well, we're losing the younger generation. They're not pro-Trump. You've got the biggest right-leaning podcast is basically just true crime now. And again, I'm not saying that Candace doesn't have the right to do that. They're mad at Tucker for interviewing Nick Fuentes. The #1 podcast is just basically cut every right to hold the opinions he wants to hold. I'm just saying right now, we are fractured. And the left is not. They're still up to their schemes, still doing their thing. It's demoralizing. It's completely demoralizing. Every right to hold the opinions he wants to hold. I'm just saying.
All right. Greg Price says, breaking. The Democrats deleted their post claiming that President Trump spent Thanksgiving with Epstein in 2017. Probably because it's an easily disprovable lie and the attempts to connect President Trump to Epstein's crimes are a giant hoax. There it is. Democrats deleted that because it was a lie. There you go.
The Renaissance.
What's this? Trending with Maha, PepsiCo released Simply NKD Doritos. Is that Simply Naked Doritos? And Cheetos made without dyes or artificial flavors. Oh. Yeah, but what kind of oil? Mysterious black ring spotted over Disneyland, according to KTLA. Be prepared, people. I think it's time for the aliens. I legitimately mean it. All the signs are there. FBI rapid response. Well, here, let's read Tucker Carlson first. The FBI told us Thomas Crooks tried to K Donald Trump last summer, but somehow had no online footprint. The FBI lied, and we can prove it because we have his posts. The question is why. Story tomorrow. FBI Rapid Response says this FBI has never said Thomas Crooks had no online footprint. Ever. But maybe the other FBI did. Under Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino, and Co-Deputy Bailey, your FBI is in a new era, one where we communicate more than any FBI ever before and more directly with the American people about the important work we're doing. But that's only a piece of what we are doing. Our team continues to face an avalanche of lies, smears, and falsehoods from the fake news and others seeking to undermine our work and national security. No FBI has the temerity to put truth as we have. They bent the knee to lies in the DC swamp. We changed that on day one, and now we'll go even further. Welcome to FBI Rapid Response. Oh, no. Member of Violent Extremist Network 764 charged with animal crushing. It's just torturing an animal and ending it. It's just vile. They've increased the number of arrests on the network. It's one of their top priorities. Another member arrested, charged 2 weeks ago, with more news coming soon. Anyone saying otherwise is wrong. Okay, I don't know what this Kyle Seraphin thing is. Okay, I don't know what that is. All right, moving on. This is happening. What is this? This Muslim in Dearborn, Michigan is calling for a revolution against our own country after the D.C. National Guard shooting by the Afghan national. He's literally repeatedly yelling revolution. This is Islam, friends. Okay, so where's the arrest? What are we waiting for? Goodbye. Good point. Nobody owes anyone loyalty based on political parties. That is very true. It's what have you done for me lately, and what are you doing now? If I were the FBI, I would be investigating this.
Another aspect of the word.
This is what, Liz Wheeler?
Word that you mentioned, this incel culture, would be the lockdowns. Were these individuals subject to social isolation? Were their schools shut down? Were they reduced to being chronically online? Is that when their radicalization or their mental instability began? I'd certainly, if I were the FBI, be interested in looking into that, because it is. I mean, if we're going to try to get an idea of the totality, the context of these individuals, their lives and their beliefs, what motivated Tyler Robinson to commit such a heinous, horrible, evil act, you do have to look at every aspect of what has formed and informed this person, whether it is their religion, their relationship with their family, their political views, their drug use, their alcohol use, their friendships, their online habits, their sexual habits. All of these things play into it and form the totality of evidence. And you have to wonder, or I wonder, I should say, and if I were the FBI, I would be investigating this when this type of chronically online behavior, this foray or experimentation with these extreme things, drugs and sex, furry pornography, specifically the transgender ideology, when that began and where it came from.
Well, I think that's right. And it's actually not that I cite these guys very often, but there was a piece in the New Yorker a couple weeks ago, and it was called "How Monsters Went from Menacing to Misunderstood." And they, just in the subhead, they wrote, "For most of human history, monsters were repugnant aberrations, breaches of the natural and moral order. What's behind our relentless urge to humanize them?" And so I think that's something that, we really as a society have, you call it Disney movies, Pixar, et cetera. We're always sort of looking for, Yeah, the whole movie series Wicked is about trying to humanize and the Wicked Witch and saying, oh, she was just misunderstood, and actually Dorothy was the bad one, and see, you totally don't get it. And Maleficent was a whole series like this too, also pushed by Disney. And so there's all these things pushed throughout our culture where we take the monstrous and we say, no, it's just misunderstood. But we can't do that from a legal perspective and from a societal justice perspective, can we?
No, and I don't think that that's what this is. I think understanding the totality of what formed the ideology that motivated Tyler Robinson, who is alleged by authorities to have assassinated Charlie Kirk, I think the reason to investigate the background and the context of him and his motivations and his ideological formation is because this is an increasingly common ideology among young men in our country. Another aspect of this
I must unfortunately tell you that just seconds before I went on, right now, I heard that Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the guardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young, magnificent person, started service in June of 2023. Outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now. Her parents are with her. It's just happened. She was savagely attacked. She's dead. She's not with us. Incredible person. Outstanding in every single way, in every department. That's horrible. I must unfortunately
do your tweets hurt?
Contrary to what Candace Owens is saying, who's spending her time trying to tear down the legacy of Charlie Kirk.
I'm back. Jeez.
Fighting against Erica Kirk, his wife. I mean, you have to be cruel and demonic to insinuate the things that she has insinuated over the past several weeks. She's evil. That's what it is. And a big hand clap goes there. Don't get shy on me tonight. I ain't the one. I came too far to play around.
I need a hand clap there. Applause, please.
It's evil. It's corrupt. It should not take place. She sounds like a jaded person who wish they were in the role that Charlie Kirk's wife is in, but she isn't.
Saying it's jealousy? I don't know. It sounds like TPUSA is trying too hard on this.
And so therefore she seeks to tear down his legacy. And at some point, her husband is going to have to walk into that podcast room and start unplugging cords. I mean, by now I would have already done it if it was my wife. I'm yanking. So contrary to what Candace Owens is saying, cords, I'm shutting down the camera,
and then urging the husband to stop his wife.
Down to A-Tim, sweetie, get up, get out of this room, and can you please help out with the kids? Because this is a dastardly deed that is being done. I thought that the greatest foe that we would have to contend with after the assassination of Charlie Kirk would be the left. But sadly, it's friendly fire from the right. I'm moving on. Cords, I'm shutting down the camera, shut down the...
We put "this guy sounds like he's trying too hard" button. That's just my take. It just sounds like he's trying too hard. This is the procession underway last evening for Specialist Sarah Beckstrom, who was shot dead by an Afghan national, Ramanullah Lakan, while she was performing her duty. It's a damn shame. There's music, but I can't play it. Just taking a moment. I don't know. Bugs me. It should bug all of us. Much more than bug. Yeah, how long was I on mute? I didn't recall that I was. I didn't notice. Anyway, whatever I was saying was brilliant, I assure you. Okay, so President Trump says, this coming out, is this today, the 28th? Even as we have progressed technologically, immigration policy has eroded those gains in living conditions for many. I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover, terminate all the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by Sleepy Joe's AutoPen, and remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States or is incapable of loving our country. End all federal benefits and subsidies to non-citizens of our country, denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility, and deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. These goals will be pursued with the aim of achieving a major reduction in illegal and disruptive populations, including those admitted. Through an unauthorized and illegal AutoPen approval process. Only reverse migration can fully cure this situation. Other than that, happy Thanksgiving to all, except those that hate, steal, murder, and destroy everything that America stands for. Ella Vlardingerbrook calling out Piers Morgan.
Usually don't like to discuss or react to specific individuals, but I think today I'm going to make an exception because I just saw the discussion between Tucker Carlson and Piers Morgan discussing the demographic change in the UK, where Tucker pointed out, rightfully so, that white people, Britons, are soon becoming a minority in their own country. And Piers Morgan reacted to that, saying essentially, why would that be a problem? At least we've got good food now. So let me get that straight for you, Piers Morgan. You are witnessing the rape, replacement, and murder of your own people, and your response to that is, well, at least we've got chicken curry now. Piers Morgan embodies everything that is wrong with Britain and embodies everything that is wrong with this specific subgroup of like right-wingers that aren't truly right-wing. They fail to protect their heritage, they fail to protect their future, and they have zero true patriotism and zero true love for their own identity. But he just became anti-woke at a moment in which it already wasn't risky anymore really to become anti-woke, because, well, you know, other people paved the way for Piers Morgan to become anti-woke, and in fact, the people who did that were the people that he used to attack, and still attacks, by the way. So, once again, Piers Morgan, as I said, I don't like to discuss like individuals, but Piers Morgan embodies a bigger issue, and he's a despicable, weak man. And he tries to continuously get me on his show, by the way, which is hilarious because he blocked me on X when I called him a backtracker after he said that the facts changed regarding the vaccines, the COVID vaccines, because he wanted that to be mandatory, remember? And he refuses to unblock me, so I'm not going on his show. You know, I'm not going to sit on his show under his rules when he refuses to debate me on the public market square of ideas. So yeah, that's Piers Morgan for you. I didn't know that he could sink any lower, but here you go. So I usually don't like to discuss or react to.
All right. Yeah, you need Pierce to be a little. It's game time. Everything's crucial right now. We need everyone to step their game up a little bit. People on the front lines are a little tired. Need a little bit of support. Okay? I think that's pretty fair to say. Here's NYPD rushing in to make arrests after Palestine protesters storm a New York City Apple store on Black Friday. That this year, allegedly? I don't know for sure, but here we go. The poster says I can watch this 1,000 times over.
Which one?
Grab her. This one. Grab her.
Get off of her!
Don't interfere with the arrest, guys. Stay back. Stay back, guys. Stay back. Folks, you're going to get arrested. You're going to get arrested if you interfere with an arrest, all right? Hey, I'm sorry, but the guy was coming up and punching officers or whatever, all right? Get to the protest.
You're hurting them! Get out the way! Come on this side. Guys, to the van. Let's go. Let's go. Do it for me. Yeah. Get your steps in. Oh, eat this shit. Who's got keys to a van? You got bankies? Stand by. 17 please. Level check.
So many missed opportunities to arrest the disruptors.
Don't get on my way.
Go to safety.
Which one?
Grab her.
All right. Some arrests being made finally. Yeah, here's the guy. We showed you this a moment ago. Freedom Center LU. Remember why we celebrate Thanksgiving? For the glory of God and the advancement of the Christian faith, the Mayflower Compact. Feast, for the giver is faithful. Give thanks for God and country. It is the day of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey his will and be grateful for his beliefs, to humbly improve his protection and favor, says George Washington about the Thanksgiving Proclamation. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I'm very excited for Leftovers.
People.
Tim Pool talking about what people are feeling. It's falling apart.
People aren't caring anymore. There's widespread demoralization that is affecting many individuals to the point where they say, I just can't pay attention. And that's terrifying for what that means going into a midterm where we have to win. And why? Because of stories like this. This guy walked up to a woman who was sitting on the Chicago train, dumped gasoline on her head, and she fought him off and ran to the other side of the train. He lit the bottle on fire and walked towards her with it and immolated her. I believe she got around 60% burns, which she's currently in critical condition and has been now for a couple of weeks. And hopefully she survives, but there is a very high probability of fatality in this. This guy was in some kind of institution and he punched a nurse in the face. I think they said that it shattered her orbital socket. They let him out because this is what these DEI Democrat judges do. And he immediately decides to go fill up a bottle of gas and immolate a random woman.
I mean,
we've all
that requires foreknowledge, planning. That's not just something you snap and you just had it and you let loose. Like you have to, that is so premeditated.
Already had the Lake and Riley story and we all outraged over it and nothing happened. We had the Irina Zarutska story and we all outraged over it and nothing happened. Now we have the Bethany McGee story. There's not going to be any riots. There's not going to be any protests. There's not going to be a change in the judicial system. Trump's indictments are not going to work. I'm sorry. Spare me. These politicians who are saying, trust us. People aren't caring anymore.
So get ready for your aliens. What is it? The triangle one, UAPs today is saying that's the capital or the command ship. This classic one from the Believe poster on Mulder and Scully's wall is allegedly a transport and abduction vessel. And then the circle one is an observation craft. How many of those have you seen? How many of those have you encountered? In New Mexico, the observation craft is the one that I saw. Over the mountain range and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. That is the one. Curious if you've seen any UAPs. Type it in the comments. Now, I don't know if this is a skit or if this is real, but Mama VS Pharma says this is a mom being threatened with losing her kids by a doctor, allegedly.
You're going to force me to put my kid on ADHD medicine or else you're going to call CPS on me?
Let's be real. I never said anything about forcing you. I'm saying this is what's recommended for your kid. You have to put your kid on these meds.
He says it's not about force, and then he says you have to do this. That's force.
It's best for your kid. I'm trying to do you a favor. Not even do you a favor. Do what's best for your child. And if you don't follow these instructions, ma'am, I will be forced to call CPS.
So you are forcing me. You're saying either I put my kid on medication that they don't need.
I will be forced to call CPS. What you're doing right now is jeopardizing your kid, jeopardizing your kid's future. I'm not trying to sit here and argue with you. I'm not debating with you. I'm the doctor, so I'm telling you what's best for you.
I'm the doctor. That's your call to authority. Oh, fuck that. Oh, that tactic. I don't like that tactic at all.
And your kid.
But I don't understand because my child has not shown any symptoms of ADHD and I'm asking if I can get a second opinion and you're telling me no, either put my child on medication or you're calling CPS. Okay. That's forcing me.
You asked about a second opinion. I am your second opinion. I'm the doctor.
No, you're not.
Oh my God. This has to be a skit. Is this a skit? Because it's like getting me ragey. You don't threaten parents like this.
You were the first opinion.
Okay. All right. Well, first and second. Why? I'm your doctor.
First and second? This has to be a skit. This cannot be real life.
If you don't trust your doctor, then you shouldn't be, coming here. which is crazy for you to think that you wouldn't want to.
Is this real life? Is this how they abuse people that don't know they need to stand up for themselves? Is this really happening on a large scale, that this guy feels so confident he can pull this shit? You go to anything. Go to a dentist, you go get a second opinion. Go to a auto repair shop and get a second opinion. Kenneth thinks it's a skit. David says it's crazy if it is real. Danette says it's a shame that they're using tactics like this to further their cause. It's more than a shame. It's clenched fist territory. Like, this is abuse.
If I trusted my doctor wouldn't be threatening me with calling CPS. That would be me trusting my doctor.
Like I said, it's not a threat. It's not a threat. I'm trying to do what's best for you and your kid. If you love your kid enough, then you will listen to my words.
Don't tell me if I...
If you love my kid enough, if you love your kid enough, you'll do what I say. This has to be a skit.
I love my kid or not. That's my kid. That's my kid.
I understand that's your kid, but understand that I'm the doctor. I'm doing what's best for your kid. You know, I'm literally showing you the results. I'm giving you the best.
You're gonna force me to.
So I don't know. It gives me some vibes that it might be a skit, but who the heck even knows? Who the heck even knows? All right, let's buzz through our X feed. Remember, please hit like, hit subscribe, share the show to a friend. Rumble Rant Super Chats are there. Let's go. Whoop, wrong button. Let's go to this one and see what else there is on the table. There's our Patreon link. You can click it to become a monthly member. These are the two things that I said I was going to share. The family of Bryce Dunlap, who passed away, and it led to the liver transplant for Bernie Kosar. Both of them, if anyone's interested in making a donation. Okay, here's Representative Chip Roy talking about concerns that we have in America.
We're dealing with effectively a political movement, a political effort to Islamify Texas and the United States, to building a majority, to then implement Sharia law, and ultimately to convert people. That's the goal. And they're pretty open about it. The issue here is under our Constitution, you can believe what you want to believe. It is a fundamental part of the First Amendment. But at the end of the day, when you've got something that is undermining our rule of law, undermining our Constitution, we do not have to allow more people to come in who adhere to it, nor do we have to allow the creation of communities that are exclusionary and designed to implement Sharia law and so forth. As we enter Thanksgiving weekend, understand, importantly, our Judeo-Christian heritage serves at the center of who we are as a country, and we have to remember that even as we protect the Constitution and the First Amendment, but we've got to remember to protect our culture at the same time. We're dealing with effectively a political movement, a political effort.
Fact. All right, Paul. They're trying to take over Texas and change it. Sharia is incompatible with the Constitution. No thanks. David says that the crazy stuff every day makes my head hurt. I know. Danette says revoke that guy's license. Oh, 100%. All that does, yeah, Kenneth, it's a trap. All that does is make sure that none of us want to be around it. You want to make sure I never go to a doctor? Well, there you go. Pull one of those stunts. Yeah, that would make me never, ever, ever. And I really don't. After watching what they did to my brother and what they didn't do to my brother, I really have no interest in going to the doctor ever again. So if that's what they want, that's what they're going to get. Okay, Paul Spula says Representative Andy Barr, Republican from Kentucky, says he wants more Afghans given visas to stay in the U.S. What?
What about resettlement of those refugees? Where should they go? What are the options?
Yes, I mean, we have failed in our obligation to help many of these.
Obligation? Why is there an obligation?
Failed in our obligation to help many of these Afghans who risked their lives and in many cases died for the cause of their own country in assistance to the United States. And we owe them to help them get into our country with these visas and the P1 and P2 visas as well. And I voted for these special immigrant visas because it would send a terrible message to our allies around the world that we're going to abandon you if you help us in your time of need.
Right. What about resettlement?
Yeah. Rhinos like Barr need to be primaried, not promoted. He's running for Senate. Maybe I should run against him. Can I run against this guy? Oh, look, flicking us off. A Nebraska meatpacking plant loses 80% of staff after an ICE raid. Single ICE raid. Who's really to blame, says Mila Geller. So every one of these raids is the businesses that have to be hiring undocumented illegal aliens. Start hiring Americans. All American jobs. And by the way, what if you let people out of prison and you help them with affordable living conditions and you helped them get jobs? Maybe they're low-paying jobs, but maybe there's a subsidized housing component to getting out of prison, being able to work. You can have a life, get out where you don't have to have the taxpayers paying for you. Like, if there's non-violent people that can come out, we should be working for that. You want illegal alien invaders, or would you maybe like to clear out some of the non-violent people clogging up the prisons so that you can keep the violent people forever? Forever. Libs of TikTok says Gavin Newsom spent $450 million in taxpayer dollars for a new 911 system. They just announced they're scrapping it because the design was a total failure. James Wood says the single most inept, greasy grifter scum ever to appear on the political scene, Gavin Newsom. Tony Saruga says the USPS should never be involved in our elections again. Now, whether you believe this photo does show discarded Trump ballots everywhere in Texas, California, Pennsylvania, whether you believe that or not, the USPS made an official endorsement of Kamala Harris in the last election. That means they're not neutral. They're partisan. And they would be able to touch ballots. Nope. You forfeit the right to do that if you pick a side. We should never see that again. A man who allegedly shoved an off-duty NYPD cop onto a Manhattan subway track. A career criminal who recently released on supervision after randomly plugging someone else on the rail. Prosecutors said. That from the New York Post. Please stop letting out violent, crazy people. Debbie Wasserman Schultz blames Trump for the attack in D.C. Disgusting.
Would an individual have flown across the country to target law enforcement officers in Washington, D.C.? And, I mean, the answer is likely no. So why wasn't the president's first thought, wow, maybe I should reconsider deploying military troops in the nation's capital or in any city, particularly not when they haven't coordinated closely with the leadership of these cities? Would an individual...
Shame on Debbie Wasserman Schultz. That's a 30-second clip. This is a 54-second clip.
That we have tight and appropriate and proper vetting. If there were gaps that admitted this person, they would have failed over multiple levels of gaps, and this individual was trusted enough to participate in assisting our military during the war in Afghanistan. So I just think, the president looks everywhere except inward to blame his own policies. We need to make sure that we don't have our military deployed in our cities where handling law enforcement responsibilities. And we need to make sure that we address gun violence. We certainly need to make sure we always have the proper and appropriate and tight vetting processes, and those should be reviewed. But it's never the president's fault or his policies when it comes to his reaction, and it's pretty disgusting.
No, Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Blaming President Trump for what Biden let in, it's as stupid as blaming a woman for being attacked because she wore an outfit that was too revealing or too seductive. Oh, well, the attacker just couldn't help himself. It's the lady's fault. Gross. Gross, gross, gross. ABC News says a 19-year-old college student on her way to surprise family for Thanksgiving was deported despite a judge's order blocking her removal, lawyer says. Richard Gunnell says ABC News' Laura Romero failed to tell the truth. It's shameful when reporters like Laura purposely try to inflame issues. This woman was in the country illegally and had deportation orders for the last 10 years. Deportation orders for the last 10 years. But that's not how ABC frames it, huh? No, it sure ain't. What was this one? April 23 of 2025. An Afghan national. Oh, another Afghani. Involved in a Fairfax police shooting was linked to recent D.C. incident involving National Guard members. Yesterday, November 26, 2 National Guard critically injured. Looking back to April 23 in Fairfax, Virginia, a routine traffic stop escalated when Jamal Wali, a 36-year-old Afghan national, expressed frustration, then mentioned the Taliban before firing at the officers. One bullet injured 2 officers in their arms, but they were treated and released while he was fatally shot in the exchange. Body camera footage captured the event, showing his anger toward the United States. These incidents raise questions about the vetting processes. Both individuals entered the U.S. under programs from the Obama and Biden admins. Wali in 2014 as a translator and Lock and Wall through asylum pathways amid the Afghan withdrawal. Concerns have been voiced about border security and immigration policies that may have allowed unvetted entries. President Trump addressing this by deploying 500 additional guardsmen, but many are calling for stronger measures to secure the border.
I can't even go back to my fucking country because of you fucking people. I started in fucking army. Every time you come and fucking kill me, every time.
Do you have the registration to the vehicle?
Nothing.
You got nothing?
Nothing.
All right.
Yeah.
And you don't want to give me your name?
Sir, why? Look, hey, I died.
There's more to it. Let's keep going.
When I was serving you, with you liars, with you people, with American status.
I served as well, sir.
Yeah.
You liars, you Americans. He hates us and he hates it here.
So you brought me to you fucking people brought me to this goddamn country, and I'm dying every fucking single day, and I have 4 children, and we wholly survive because you're a fucking racist people.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can't get a job, I can't get a disability, and they took my fucking license because I'm not able to pay the insurance. So why are you fucking trying to kill me?
I'm not trying to
kill you. No, you are. I'm already died. I don't give a damn fuck.
Subject's armed, refusing to give ID. Don't reach for anything, dude. Don't unbuckle that.
I'm telling you, don't reach. I'm telling you, don't reach. I don't give a damn fuck. I don't give a damn fuck. If you fucking do anything, don't do anything.
Subject keeps reaching for his weapon.
No, I'm not reaching.
Check. Check all you the field. Tell us over your restricted 1439.
Sir, I stopped you for a lawful traffic stop.
I don't give a damn fuck.
Okay.
You liar.
I'm not lying.
No, you're
It's
lying.
obviously right there.
If he keeps reaching for a gun, why is he still talking to this guy? Why hasn't he drawn? Why hasn't he said, sir, it's time to put your hands on the dash. We're going to get you out of the vehicle. We're going to start this over. He's reported that the subject keeps reaching and that he's armed. Why hasn't he drawn and said, it's time for you to put your hands on the... Like, here's how we're going to do this the safe way. Feels like a mistake.
Oh, no. Today's
So what I'm asking for is you to identify yourself.
He said, today's the day, buddy.
Traffic.
I don't give a damn fuck.
Okay.
You liar.
I'm not lying.
No, you're
It's
lying.
obviously right there.
You are no. Today's
So
the day, buddy.
what I'm
Today's
asking
the
for
day,
is
fucking
you to
dumbass
identify
liars, white
yourself.
people. You lied for
You dumbass liars, white people.
fuck.
Okay.
You liar.
I'm not lying.
No, you're
It's
lying.
obviously right there.
You are no. Today's
So
the
what
day,
I'm-
buddy.
what I'm
Today's
asking
the day,
for
fucking
is you to
dumbass
identify
liars,
yourself.
white people. You lied for 25 years.
Alrighty, Bravo. You direct on that.
You brought me to this country. I served with special forces. I lost my own fucking brother. I lost my everything.
I'm sorry.
I have nothing.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No, you're sorry to hear that? No. Don't play that bullshit.
So you don't have a registration to the vehicle?
You know what? Listen here. You're American, okay?
Yes.
Yes, you are American.
Why is he allowing this other guy to command the stop? I mean, all these, you take information from the moments
I give you my
for training purposes.
fucking, what do you call that shit? Take it. They took my driving license.
So
Okay.
they took it away?
Yeah, for no fucking with fucking Taliban. Better than you. I was concerned and a fucking dumbass fuck when I was concerned about Taliban, but in America, since 2014, I'm concerned about more about you people. Because
Okay.
you lie, because you play games, that's how I'm going deeper.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these are my partners here. They're coming up. I don't want you to get rattled, but it's because you were reaching for your weapon.
No, I'm not reading, sir. Hey,
I
sir,
watched you do it.
I don't give a damn fuck. It brings as many people as you can.
Okay.
Go ahead. You're not listening. What I'm telling
I am
you,
listening to you.
I have 4 children. Do not reach your gun.
Bravo, everybody slow down. You just have to say, slow down, 1421.
Hey,
So-
listen, American. At this
So right there, they touched the vehicle.
Slow down, 1421.
Hey,
So-
listen,
I forget what the reason is for that.
American. And this is take it. I take this with you, okay?
So now you want to
No,
give me
no,
that?
Hey, no, you reach it. Go.
800 Bravo, shots fired.
Yeah, boy.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, today's the day, you effing DA white people. Get out of here, is what he said right before shooting at the police. Importing people who hate your citizens is treason and should be treated as such, just like the guy who shot the National Guard this week. This man should have never been here. Chris Martz says 25 years ago, experts said snowfalls are now just a thing of the past thanks to global warming. Now experts say global warming causes heavy snowfall. Is there anything global warming cannot do? Come on. Klobuchar has a self-report, puts an anti-Trump chart that accidentally becomes pro-Trump evidence. When your own receipts expose you, Senator Amy Klobuchar tweeted that electricity prices are surging under Trump, leaving millions behind on utility bills. She even included a clear chart to prove her point, says Mario Nawfal. One problem, the chart shows past due balances skyrocketing from $600 to nearly $790 between 2022 and 25. Trump took office January 25. The entire surge happened under Biden. And we've got to reduce these energy prices. We've got to fix our currency. We've got problems. So, yeah. We've brought in 200,000 Afghans since 2015, all of whom were allegedly translators for troops, but we never had more than 100,000 troops there. That's 2 Afghan translators for every U.S. soldier in the country. Come on. Even if that were true, and it's not, and they really had to leave Afghanistan, which they don't, there's no reason to bring them here, says Ann Coulter. Matt Van Swole asks, can someone please give me any legitimate reason that DeCarlos Brown Jr., the man who emmed Irina Zarutska in cold blood in Charlotte, has his death penalty hearing pushed back to next year? Seriously, why? We have video footage. What is going on? Lake Leon says, if I was the cop in that traffic stop, first time I tell you, there would not be a second. I know. Danette says he's a good police officer. He was trying to help the dude. I get that he was trying to help him. He wasn't good at the de-escalation. I know it was a tough spot, but we got to learn from it because he didn't handle it well. That guy was agitated. There had to be a way to say, sir, I see that firearm beside you, and I can't continue this conversation like that. So here we're going to change the venue. You're going to step out of the car, but you can put your hands on the steering wheel first. This is a tense situation that doesn't need to be. Let's figure out a way through this. You're not asking me questions. You're not dictating this conversation. You're not going to insult me and insult our country. I've now drawn on you. You're being commanded to put your hands on the steering wheel. Very clear for both of our safety. Danette says he's just like the guy in Falling Down. He's lost. Poor guy. I feel bad for him. Yeah, I mean, in between his racist insults and anti-American insults, yes, I did hear a frustrated dude. It's just kind of like, you guys came into Afghanistan and fucked it all up. Well, excuse me, your terrorist cells, fuck you and fuck your terrorist cells. You guys fucked up Afghanistan. You can't blame us. Also, you can blame us. I see it from both sides. I do get it. But that guy had a sense of entitlement, like, oh, no, I don't have papers. No, I don't have insurance. No, I shouldn't be on the roads, but I'm doing it anyway because fuck you and fuck your country. Well, fuck you, buddy. You know, I could sense a frustrated, like, I'm out of options guy. Yeah, like a Falling Down. That's a good, you know, you're on your last rope. You're on your last straw. What is it? At the last straw? I get it. Also, you know, whose fault is it that he's not doing anything right? No registration, no insurance. Whatever he did to get stopped, I don't know. But yeah, I could sense a frustration. I wish it didn't end that way. I do agree with you there. There is a democracy on trial in the coming elections in the beautiful country of Honduras. Danette, are you off today? You seem more interactive than usual. Or is it just because it's slow today? That was a good point, though, the Falling Down. That's a pretty decent reference there. So will Maduro and the narco-terrorists take over another country like they've taken over Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela? Tito Asfuera, the presidential candidate of the National Party, highly successful mayor, and he's urging Honduras to vote for Tito Asfuera. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Andy No says the evidence for the terror attack by Antifa near Fort Worth was so overwhelming that 5 Antifa members so far pled guilty to providing support to terrorists. As part of the plea deal, they admitted on record they were part of a cell that organized from Antifa ideology. Antifa members admit they're in a terrorist group. This video shows allegedly from Radio Genoa, African-American tourists denouncing racism in Italy because some boys prevent them from defacing monuments in Rome. If you don't let them destroy your city, you're a racist. It seems like a joke, but it's not. Once again, every time I see videos like these, I assume they're skits, but I don't know.
Experiencing racism in Rome, Italy.
And they're upset because we're writing on a bridge just like everybody else.
She says, we're writing on a bridge just like everybody else. And these people are like, no, don't write on the bridge.
Yes, I am.
Leave us alone to scribble graffiti on your bridge in your country. Leave us alone. You stand back. That's a bold take.
Experience.
I don't know. I don't know what that was about. Gays Against Groomers shows a trans activist investigated over complaints. Yeah, this could go no other way.
Now at 4:30, the transgender woman at the heart of investigation by Missouri's Attorney General says her membership has. Now at 4:30, the transgender woman at the heart of investigation by Missouri's Attorney General says her membership has been terminated at Lifetime Fitness in Ellisville. This controversy started when Eris, Montana changed clothes in the women's locker room. Someone complained and state leaders vowed to investigate. Today, Montana says she was walked out by police because of some social media posts. Lifetime confirming, saying the posts affected security at one of its clubs, so it swiftly took action. Now at 4.
Okay, protecting women in their spaces. Oh, take a look. Michael O'Keefe shares this. What is the deep table? This woman, allegedly from a political family in Nigeria, is paid a government salary to call you racist.
Today, we're going to be looking at a topic that is far overdue, and it's called the white person syndrome. You know,
oh, look, they called existing a syndrome. To all of you white people out there suffering from white people syndrome, let's listen to this person tell us why we're bad.
It's a topic that can be challenging sometimes.
Oh, it could be challenging sometimes. Could it? Oh, you don't. Oh, yeah, it could be challenging.
But it's a topic that I think that we really need to look at. We need to talk about because
we need to look at it, do we?
One of the things we talk about in inclusion, we say make space, don't take space. However, you know,
what is it? Make space, don't take space.
When we look at the numbers of ethnic minorities,
look at the numbers on my Miss Cleo. Call me up now. I tell you that white is bad, man. Miss Cleo, 1-900 white bad. WHITBID, man. 1-900.
This, you know, there's not enough to take those spaces if, you know.
There are people already calling in, man. Call in. We help you with your future. 1-900 white bad. WHIT bad. BID. People are taking spaces right now.
So we do still need, I mean, I said like the civil rights movement worked because black, white, green, blue, yellow, everybody came together to make it work. So I argue that I didn't create racism. So
I didn't create racism. I'm just profiting off of it. Constantly peddling it. It's 1-900 white bad. Call me now.
It's your job to fix it.
It's your job because only one type of person is bad. And that's you. Call me at 1-900 white bad. WHITBAD. Because you're the problem. You must fix it. I didn't create racism. I can't be racist. 1-900 white bad.
Everybody came together to make it work. So I argue that I didn't create racism, so it's your job to fix it.
There's only racism because of you. So call me up and give me your money that you probably stole because whiteness is badness. Call me 1-900 white bad.
Right?
Right.
But
very, very important to have these kinds of.
Yes, it's very important to have these kinds of conversations because I can point my finger at someone who doesn't look like me and blame them for all of the world's problems. Sure, dude.
Conversations because if you look at where Ireland is going.
Where is Ireland going? It's being invaded? Go figure.
Sometimes I really get scared, you know.
Scared of what? Being an outsider that's trying to conquer a nation?
And we all know that Ireland is becoming more diverse.
Is becoming or is being invaded intentionally? So that non-citizens can change what their culture is about. Don't you think that that would alienate the people of these cultures who have a right to exist? without you and your ilk meddling. What do you mean, my ilk? I mean anyone who's not from Ireland. And I don't know if he is or not, but.
And with that comes a lot of pushback from some people who feel like people are invading their land.
That's exactly what you are doing. Yes. That's exactly what's been happening for 20 years all across Europe, Canada, United States. Pick a country.
And, you know, we've
sovereign citizens being replaced by foreigners, non-citizens.
seen that with the series of protests we've had in the past few months.
Oh, yeah. How bad it is that they're protesting what they don't like. Of course.
And, you know,
I think protesting what they don't like is preferable to the other method used to repel an invading army.
Is this anti-migrant sentiment?
Anti-migrant, anti-illegal alien invasion sentiment.
And I think it stems from the fact that a lot of people don't understand where some of these migrants are coming from.
They don't need to care where these migrants are coming from. If they're not invited, they're not welcome. It doesn't matter where you came from. They don't need to understand.
They don't understand why they're here. They don't understand, you know, what they're here for.
It doesn't matter if they weren't invited. They don't get to be there. So go away.
And there is a gap in terms of communication.
Communication, like not everybody showing up into Ireland knows how to speak English, doesn't understand the culture, doesn't understand the people, doesn't respect the place that they are. Committing piles of crimes against the citizens of the country, turning the citizens of the country against the invading army.
Between, you know, the traditional white Irish people.
Oh, there you go. Traditional Irish white people.
And others who are here. Because a lot of people feel like, you know, you come into Ireland, you're coming to just take away.
Coming to take away Irish life. Yeah, that's exactly what happens if you try to change it.
If you understand people, you understand their cultures, you understand, you know, that they are actually coming here to make a living.
They're coming here to make a living. Who invited them? Who said that's what the Irish people wanted? And no, from Afghanistan to throw your dart onto the map, how many people showing up are to overthrow the country and install Sharia? More than zero. And that's not compatible with sovereign nations who value freedom and liberty.
It will help you. So I think
don't tell me what will help me.
A lot of people need some sort of education.
They need to be educated. They're just too dumb to realize they shouldn't be white and Irish and that they shouldn't keep their country safe. They should allow themselves being invaded by whoever you are, coming from wherever you're coming from. This isn't against any one group anywhere. The gall of this guy.
We need to talk to ourselves more. That's lacking right now. So because if we allow the quiet few to keep talking, because I believe
if we allow the quiet few to keep talking,
those people who are who have some of this syndrome or
these people who have this syndrome,
who are anti-migrants, for example.
Oh, see, it's a medical condition. It's like a mental problem. If you don't want your nation overrun with people who are not, look, Columbus, Ohio. Do you want Columbus, Ohio overrun with people rooting for that team up north? No, you don't. In Columbus, Ohio, you root for the Ohio State Buckeyes. No, you don't want people who are going to actively oppose your lifestyle, your way of life, your traditions, your community, your camaraderie. That's not a syndrome. These people are disgusting, calling existing a syndrome. Oh, you don't want to be overrun by people who aren't you? Well, then you have a syndrome. No, we don't.
Some of this syndrome or who are anti-migrants, for example, they're few, but they're very loud. So
they are few? No, they are not few. Very loud? You haven't even heard loud. You have no idea what loud is. You've never experienced loud. I think you need some education on what loud is, because you haven't witnessed loud. You're hearing rattlesnake tail shakes. You haven't seen a bite. This is a rattlesnake shaking its tail, saying, you've entered a dangerous territory. You're not going to come into my den and tell me there's something wrong with me. I have a syndrome.
We have to find a way to quieten them.
Oh, we have to find a way to quieten them. Quieten is not a, actually, let me double check. I don't think it's a word. Maybe it is a word. I don't know. Quieten. But he needs to find a way to quiet them.
Very loud. So we have to find a way to quieten them. And that comes from education. That comes from conversations.
Education and conversations. I can't believe I watched this. I'm having a hard time believing to make her become quiet. She quietened the children. It's more common in British and Australian and New Zealand and other Commonwealth varieties of English. Quiet is a more common American English. Both are completely correct. A regional preference. Well, it's not my preference. Danette, I hate this world. It's a clown world. I know it is, but I know. Danette says the boys are home at work. I can't work today. They're too loud. Got you on that. I liked my Miss Cleo impersonation. President Trump says the United States did not attend G20 in South Africa because South African government refuses to acknowledge or address the horrific human rights abuses endured by Afrikaners and other descendants of Dutch, French, and German settlers. To put it more bluntly, they're killing white people and randomly allowing their farms to be taken from them. Perhaps worst of all, the soon-to-be out-of-business New York Times and the fake news media won't issue a word against this genocide. That's why all the liars and pretenders of the radical left media are going out of business. At the conclusion of the G20, South Africa refused to hand off the G20 presidency to senior representative from our U.S. embassy who attended the closing ceremony. Therefore, at my direction, South Africa will not be receiving an invitation to the 2026 G20, which will be hosted in the great city of Miami, Florida next year. South Africa has demonstrated to the world that they are not a country worthy of membership anywhere, and we are going to stop all payments and subsidies to them, effective immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh, they screwed up big time. Charlie Kirk nails it on criminal justice reform garbage.
This whole criminal justice reform stuff has been a complete failure. And a lot of people on the right fell for it, and it was obviously pushed for people on the left, and the Koch brothers put a lot of money behind it. But how many more examples do we need of somebody with 10, 12, 13, 14 priors that then goes and commits a murder? This is not an isolated thing. We now see that this is not, there's some people that have demonstrated that the current model is not able to rehabilitate these people. So I think that is really where I want to focus a lot of my attention, which is, what are we really doing here in regards to this whole fake and fraudulent criminal justice push that we've seen the last 10 years especially? Is it making us safer? Is it making our streets better? And I understand the intention of it. I understand that there's some people that get caught up in that thicket that probably are in jail for too long, or the evidence could have been better weighed. But largely, we do not.
And there are some of these things, of course. And I'm not encouraging recklessness, but like that's what, 5%, 20%? Once we know someone's crazy violent, they need to be committed for life, and you don't let them back out. Pull them out of jail, put them in a mental institution. And if they can remain, there should be a wing of the mental institution where if you can stay nonviolent in the mental institution, you can just be in a campus where you've been pulled out of society to protect us. And you have your dignity and your freedom to some degree, autonomy. And then if people can't stay peaceful in there, then they stay in a different area. And then if they can't stay peaceful a second time, then they go into a more severe area where bad actions lead to bad results. You've got to quarantine the poisonous people from the peaceful people.
have enough people in prison in this country, and I can defend that. It's very defensible, actually. Only half of America's murders are even solved. You think about that, Mark. Only half of our murders in our country are solved. That means 50% of our murderers are walking the streets of our cities. We should have more people in prison. Not to mention this guy should have been in prison, and the multiple other situations that are resembling this. And so, look, I do say this with some form of just heaviness. I don't like politicizing situations like this, but it just necessitates it because there are so many dynamics at play here.
Yeah, people with 10, 12, 13, 14 priors, and then they go and commit a murder. Terrible. Eric Daughtry says, Eric Swalwell's lawsuit against Trump FHFA Director Bill Pulte has been assigned to Judge James Boasberg. Impeach this corrupt judge already. Representative Keith Sell says, how does every establishment case keep getting assigned to this judge? It's a preordained outcome. Get him out of here. J.D. Vance says, I remember back in 2021 criticizing the Biden policy of opening the floodgate to unvetted Afghan refugees. Friends sent me messages calling me a racist. It was a clarifying moment. They shouldn't have been in our country. Elon says VP Vance was right. Breaking, Miguel Martinez, who weaponized his white van, fled on a high-speed chase through the city, and then tried to ram federal agents in an attempt to escape, had his charges dismissed by a Charlotte, North Carolina judge, and they let him out of prison. Are you out of your mind?
They're chasing amigo.
Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him!
You do not let these people out. You do not dismiss these charges. Are you crazy? Progressive North Carolina magistrate, according to Right Angle News Network, Judge David Kessler has dropped all charges and freed Miguel Martinez after he fled federal officials and used his white van in an attempt to ram federal agents. We said we need a rapid response judge and magistrate recall division inside our government. We tagged Elon and said, just like how Doge reviews and clarifies spending, could you envision a panel of judges voting on consequences for horrendous judicial decisions to quickly recall the compromised or foolish? I'm asking him instead of President Trump. Dr. McCary talks about the CDC being involved in disguising data regarding myocarditis and shots and stuff. Take a listen to that. Jennifer Ruth Green says, I just want to point out that the thousands of service members who refused the illegal order from Joe Biden that forced them to get the vaccine were fired without their benefits, and Democrats were perfectly okay with it. Kobeisi letter says stock market futures have been halted due to a cooling issue at a data center for the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Stock market futures halted. Are you buying that? I don't know. What is this here? No more games after today's attack. Everything is under review. Let's listen to Stephen Miller.
In the administration, the Democrats have inflicted on this nation the worst national security threat in our history. We've never faced a threat like this. 20 million people brought into our country from the most failed societies on earth. Afghanistan, Somalia, Libya, Iraq, brought here. No vetting, no conditions, no rules. Brought here on visas, brought here as refugees, brought here as asylees, brought here as illegals. Brought here in every way imaginable, by plane, train, bus, automobile, by land, by sea. For 4 straight years, they deluged this country. And now more blood is being spilled as a result. What you heard tonight from President Trump, the breaking news here tonight, is saying that his government is going to accelerate efforts to review every person added to this country over the last 20 years, or the last 4 years, all 20 million. Now, obviously, if you're illegal, you're out automatically. But everybody else who was brought here, refugee, asylum status, whatever status, as he said, if you're not someone who loves this country, if you're not adding benefit to this country, then we're going to send you out of this country because it's enough already. No one else has to die. No one else has to be murdered. No one else has to be shot.
You don't like it here. You don't like us. Go away. We have the CBP Home app that every illegal alien is supposed to be using. That's on them. That's not on us. They need to leave, and they know it, and they'll get the flight paid for. It's not on us. The Democrats did this.
No more empty seats are needed at the Thanksgiving table or the Christmas table because of what Democrats have done to this country. So tonight we heard from a commander-in-chief a historic announcement, a brave announcement, exactly what America needed to hear, Kellyanne.
All right. Mario Knopfel says the most uncomfortable fact in crime data that violent crime is not random. Violent crime in U.S. cities is not evenly spread, not culturally, not geographically, not mathematically. It's concentrated, absurdly concentrated in fractions of the population. This isn't ideology. It's decades of DOJ, PD, and academic data all pointing at the same tiny cluster. 0.05% of residents are linked to 50 to 70% of shootings. Did you catch that? 0.5% of residents linked to 70% of shootings. Most homicide suspects have 8 to 12 prior arrests. And what happens? They learn they can get away with it, so they keep getting more bold. Victims usually know their attackers. Violence clusters block to block, not citywide. It blows apart the comforting narrative that crime is this vague atmospheric force that just happens. It strips out the comforting society failed them story, and it forces a harsher question. If 1% is driving the carnage, why is the entire system designed around treating it like a 100% problem? Why? Because it's easier to redesign a city than to confront the handful of people actually pulling triggers. It's easier to blame society in general than acknowledge that a tiny network of repeat offenders is blowing holes in entire neighborhoods. God, I've said this for so long. Crime is driven by a hyper-small group of chronic, high-risk individuals interacting with each other in microgeographies the rest of the city rarely sees. At some point, every major city will be forced to admit the truth. You don't need to fix everyone. You need to fix or isolate the 1% doing the damage. Sources: DOJ, NIJ, Harvard, UCSB, Rutgers, Media, in the New Yorker. Opinion here says from Mario Knopfel, in Chicago, crime isn't racist, but letting criminals walk free is. Chicago is bleeding, and Mayor Brandon Johnson says the solution is not to incarcerate violent offenders because doing so is racist. This comes after a career felon with over 40 prior arrests set an innocent woman on fire when he should have been in jail. But since he's a disenfranchised minority, it's a different story. It's a whole different story. Mayor Johnson brushed it off as an isolated incident, but the people of Chicago see it for what it is. Leadership failure wrapped in identity politics. As Elon bluntly put it, murderous thugs should be incarcerated so they can't murder people. Doesn't matter what their race is, obviously. This isn't about race, it's about responsibility. A justice system that refuses to jail violent repeat offenders isn't progressive, it's deadly. And every time a city official dodges accountability in the name of equity, more innocent people die. Chicago deserves better. America deserves better. Elon says crime is extremely concentrated in a small number of individuals who repeatedly harm others. Yeah, I've always said 5% of the people cause 95% of the problems. Crime keeps on ticking, ticking, ticking into the future. What is this here? Oh, this looks wonderful. Wall Street Apes shows allowing this, pointing at Dearborn and Hamtramck, Michigan, is what led to the guy shouting Allahu Akbar and shooting 2 National Guard at the White House. An entire auditorium of Muslims are shouting this in the United States. There's music. It says, until we turn the White House into a Shiite Islamic center, we will all continue to shout, "Death to America, death to America, death to America." Wall Street Ape says, Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. This is America. There's too much music to play it. This lady wants to explain the difference between nuns and other people that cover some of their faces.
Can I just ask, what's the difference between...
This isn't a nun, sorry. This is somebody who's living under the oppressive Sharia regime.
Can I just ask, what's the difference between me wearing this and what a nun wears? What is it?
Maybe nuns don't yell Allah Akbar and death to America. Who said that?
America Papa Bear says nuns also aren't going to get stoned for not wearing them. It's a choice. Also, nuns don't randomly go boom. Just saying, there are actually differences. In the middle of Dearborn, Michigan, an entire crowd is chanting, "More death to America. Why are we allowing any of this in America?" Rashida Tlaib, when asked, refused to condemn it, according to Ayal Jacoby. New York Post reporting that Colorado State Senator Faith Winter was killed in a multi-vehicle crash on a highway outside of Denver. That's awful. Prayers to the family. I think it's a Democrat, and I don't like Democrats, but I don't like seeing this either, so prayers to everybody. It's not that I don't like Democrats, I don't like Democrat policies. And if there's people that are foolishly supporting Democrat policies, I'd like for them to stop doing that. And that makes it easier to like you. Libs of TikTok says Minnesota's largest teachers union has a program to come to schools and train teachers on interrupting whiteness and social justice. Why do they hate white people? It's blatant anti-white racism. Interrupting whiteness, pushing LGB, etc. stuff. Teaching everything through racial justice. Racial justice is a very vindictive mentality. It's a very vindictive strategy. Cultural competency. Yeah, okay. Declaring a whiteness pandemic, telling moms and dads to re-educate themselves and halt the whiteness pandemic like it's some sort of disease that needs a cure. Forget inflation, illegal immigration chaos, or kids failing at math. The real crisis, according to them, is white parents existing. Here, let me just play her words. Who is this? Well, Wall Street Apes, conservative Barbie.
The University of Minnesota, a taxpayer-funded school.
There's too much music. One study they cite surveyed mostly liberal white women making $125,000 plus, who apparently concluded that color blindness, passivity, and white fragility are all part of the problem. Oh, and the project's funding comes from partly the National Institute of Mental Health. That's right. Your tax dollars are paying to label white families as systemic racism incubators. This is what happens when woke universities replace education with indoctrination. We all know they're not teaching kids to think. They're teaching them to hate themselves, their country, and their families. Parents, stop apologizing for who you are and stand up for what's right. They're calling it a pandemic, but I call it pride in my country, and I don't plan on curing that anytime soon. Daniel Horowitz says, by my calculation, the U.S. admitted 1.453 million immigrants from roughly 43 Muslim-majority countries between 14 and 23. That figure doesn't include over 100,000 student visas, nor the thousands who've overstayed tourist visas and then vanished inside the United States. Democrats are angrier at Trump for stopping third world immigration than they are about 2 members of the National Guard being hunted down in the streets of America and shot in the head. Tells you all you need to know. Bad Kitty Unleashed says at least 5 of the Seditious Six were recruited and trained for office by New Politics. Maybe even all 6. Jason Crow and 6 other Congress members are involved in recruitment, allegedly, per this Bad Kitty Unleashed account. New Politics is a purpose-built political talent agency and campaign accelerator that recruits, trains, and develops leaders with service backgrounds to transform our politics. They even recruit from intelligence agencies, too. Not even 2 months before the military coup narrative was started, I'll explain later, New Politics got a sudden infusion of $20 million, more money than they've seen in 8 years of operations. Where did it come from? Representative Pat Ryan, Democrat, New York, who will co-chair the effort, said the country is at a crisis moment in political leadership and ex-federal workers are among the potential recruits. Ryan is co-chairing the group's new recruitment effort called The Next Mission, empowered by $20 million, which will aim to recruit 5,000 candidates up and down the ballot over the next 4 years. More than 30 elected officials are participating in the New Politics Recruitment Committee, including 6 other members of Congress who have worked with the group in the past. Among them, Rep. Jason Crow, Colorado, Democrat, who's also co-chairing recruitment efforts for the Democrat Congressional Campaign Committee. Emily Cherniak is the founder and executive director. Here's the 5 they have listed, and she's archived all the pages. Elisa Slotkin, Jason Crow, John DeLuzio, Maggie Goodlander, Christy Houlihan. Missing, but could be one of the 6 others, Mark Kelly. Stay tuned, it's going to get better. More sources following, allegedly. Data Republican says this could be big. This person says Islam does not support terrorism. Anthony Carl says, then what do you call people who say kill infidels? And it doesn't mean peace. Okay, Grok isn't understanding the question. Both are correct, says Grok, but they come from the same Arabic root and are closely connected. Islam means peace, but Islam means submission and surrender. That's very different. Okay, so Islam means surrender. Okay. I downvoted that because it just lied to me. I work with artificial intelligence as if it cares. All right. So, yeah, there's more about immigration attorney colleagues, migration and deportations of third world migrants. That's essentially what I wanted to share with you today. Other than the Soros-linked NGO World Relief funded the settlement of National Guard shooter in Washington State from Afghanistan. World Relief received U.S. taxpayer dollars. Sorry, I did have another story or two. Through U.S. aid. The same NGO has worked with pro-migration and open borders groups in recent years that are heavily backed by George Soros. Every freaking time, says Eric Daughtry. World Relief. Thanksgiving with the Democrats. White meat is racist. Is this turkey halal? Screams Mamdani. Fetterman's trying to serve reason. Can we all get along? Elizabeth Warren. This holiday is an insult to my people. She's wearing a headdress. Gavin's plate's on fire. Joe wants the seat at the head of the table again. Kind of funny. Data Republican said World Relief's COO got his start in U.S. aid. World Relief. Dan Bongino's talking. Well, take a listen.
I mean, I gave up everything for this. I mean, you know, my wife is struggling. I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. It's fine. I did this, and I'm proud I did it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean, Cash is there all day. We share it. Our offices are linked. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there he gets in at like 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night. You know, I'm in there at 7:30. in the morning. He uses the gym. I work out in my apartment. But I stare at these four walls all day in D.C., by myself, divorced from my wife. Not divorced, but I mean separated, divorced. And it's hard. I mean, we love each other, and it's hard to be apart.
But you're doing some great work. You straighten out the FBI, you moving buildings.
That was from before, but we're kind of looking at all the people on the team. Are they up to the task? And of course, the Democrat Party, according to Son of Liberty and me, Democrat Party is not a political party. They're a domestic terrorist organization masquerading as a political party to bring down America. Tim Pool says, holy F, look at the website. This is overtly illegal. I don't want to say outright civil war when there is a good chance foreign actors are doing this too, but holy F, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth needs to stop this. They put up a billboard in Fayetteville, North Carolina, in the middle of a Marxist revolution. Here, let me share this first. Did you go airborne just to pull security for ICE? Go to our website. Left is on a full court press going to work on the military, sowing seeds of dissection, chaos, and confusion. If you go to the website, you saw the billboard, you have questions. But first, make sure you access resources from a personal device, not a military or government computer, email account, phone, or Wi-Fi. Use encrypted Proton Mail email account. Use the Signal app for encrypted texts and calls. Use a virtual private network like NordVPN. This is sedition. This is treason. Action, please. We've been ever so patient. Yes, we have. Nothing to see here, says Tim on point, except a Democrat-aligned, Soros-funded organization telling military personnel to leak through encrypted channels and work against the military chain of command. If the Bondi DOJ doesn't have warrants, pre-dawn breaches, and data seizures by the end of the week, she needs to go. This has to be crushed. These are activities affecting armed forces generally. Gunther says, this is the most disgusting news segment I've ever posted in my life. Nicole Wallace and Al Sharpton are suggesting that someone very specific caused the attack of our brave men and women in the National Guard.
This idea that they're all on the same side, right? I mean, people that follow a chain of command and at any level in government, you are reporting to someone above you. To your point, it's the men and women of the military are following orders. I mean, that is the chain of command.
They're following orders. This was not a vote that they all voted and said the majority of us vote, therefore we have to go. They're following orders. And I also I'd show the concern that if this has been an ambush, we don't know where this is going. You've got guardsmen out there that's got to wonder, is there something that's going to follow this up? We don't know what we're talking about yet. Mm-hmm. Was this a sole gunman that ambushed somebody? Is there a plan? You don't know. That's why I think we ought to be focused. We ought to deal with the fact that these men or women, we don't know the gender, should not be in any way harmed as they were. Whether we agree with the deployment or not, I don't. And I think the president ought to focus on that on Thanksgiving Eve, as other guardsmen have to be concerned about their own safety, right, as well as their fellow guardsmen that are in a hospital fighting for their lives.
All right, we're going to sneak in another break. When we come back.
Uh-huh. All right. That's the extent of what I wanted to share with you. Buckle up. It's going to get wild soon, says Danette. Yeah. Buckle up for sure. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us on our post-Turkey Day situation. What I'm going to do, I am going to, I don't want to replay the marathon because we did a lot of documentaries, which was great. But I'll replay this show about Candace Owens and the crosshair and restoring self-defense rights on Turkey Day Eve. Thank you all for being here. Here comes the replay. Feel free to let this go on one of your devices. It boosts the numbers. Stick around and keep the chat going. I mean, I'll bounce in and out. I've got a couple errands to run, doing things back and forth. But I like the fact that we're a network that can broadcast throughout the day. You had to loosen a buckle? I know. I'm getting ready to grab some lunch. I'm like, man, I talked myself into leftovers, and I'm super excited for it. I need to reconstitute that dressing, add a little more butter, I think. It wasn't as... Anyway, I'll tell you all about that tomorrow. But for now, let's go ahead and pull up our previous show. I start off dancing, intentionally muted. Unlike today when I was accidentally muted. But thank you so much, everybody. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show with a friend. Remember, we have Rumble rants and super chats out there if you want to toss something into the tip jar at this bar. Here is the show prior to Thanksgiving. I appreciate you. I love you, and we'll talk to you again soon. There I am dancing. I said, I know that I'm muted right there. I know that I'm muted. I'm aware that I'm muted. Yes, I was rocking out to this song. Love this song. Rearranged. Limp Bizkit. Woo! Just that little drum and snare hi-hat stuff from John Otto. That bass line. Oh, so good. When's the last time you started your day with music? And then the second part of it would be, oh, that's a good question, Kenneth. Let me jump in. Oh, I covered everything up. Turn the lights off. Okay. I am going to stream the Buckeyes game. Ohio State Buckeyes take on that team up north. See, here's the thing. I was almost going to stream our Strictly Football show. You know what? I'm going to stream Strictly Football. And then I'll come back, and then we'll get back to that one. But I'm going to stream Strictly Football because it's still where are we at? Because it's still relevant. Our analysis on the upcoming games. Let me take Strictly Football advertising off. Hit save. Pull up Strictly Football. Let's watch Strictly Football. Here, let me rewind it. I screwed up with the intro. I played the wrong intro, essentially turned into an advertisement for the TNAM Daily Show. Oh, well, here it was. Thank you, everybody. Now I'll be back. Oh, I'm not sharing the screen. Wait a second. Kitchens. That's what perhaps. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Tuesday, November 25th, 2025. And this right here is the Unhappy Hour on the New American Media. Well, what is it on the Unhappy Hour? It's specifically Strictly Football. Yes, myself, Mike Barra coming in a moment, Jim Mitchell, Ezra L. Robinson. We're going to break down what we saw last week in the NFL. We're going to look forward with our betting trends to next week, and that begins now. Launch the show. Wrong intro. This show was this episode was a little rushed and delayed. It was both delayed and rushed. All right, we got it back on track.
Guide to the Truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
All right, that's on me. That's on me. That was my other show. That was the show that I just did. They've changed this around. The tabs are in different places. My control panel has been messed with. This is, in fact, the unhappy hour. This is Strictly Football.
I'm Eric Metcalf, and you're watching the Unhappy Hour.
Folks, it's just one of those days. It's Turkey Week. Soon we're going to be in a tryptophan-induced coma. Forgive me for launching today's show with really just an advertisement to check out the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media. Every weekday, Monday through Friday, noon Eastern Time, we unpack the news. But today, of course, Strictly Football, bringing in Jim Mitchell in Jigba. How are you, sir?
I'm good, Brian. A little early for me, but I'll horse through it.
I think we're all off of our normal game. Hey, cheers to you. I don't
got my espresso working. Just waking up.
Yeah, that's right. On the West Coast, it's already late in the day for me over here. By the way, I'm rocking my Ohio State shirt. Buckeyes battle that team up north this weekend. Hopefully, we're going to get some payback. Azrael Pickens, welcome to the program.
Hello.
Izzy got to call the end of that Cowboys-Eagles game. How exciting was that during our live stream of the Browns game, the Browns' defeat of the Raiders on Sunday? How fun was that, Izzy?
It was awesome.
Yeah, it was cool. And it was neat that it turned out the way that it did. The three big storylines, we got the Seahawks. We're going to hold off on that. We're going to talk about the Cowboys coming back and defeating the reigning champion Philadelphia Eagles. And, of course, the Cleveland Browns, as Myles Garrett is trying to set a new single-season sack record. He appears to be poised to absolutely obliterate it. Maybe the best pass rusher the game's ever seen. Shedeur Sanders gets his first win as a starter in the NFL. But we're going to run through the rest of the games first as we await Mr. Mike Barra jumping in, as he will in a moment. Gentlemen, let's start with Texans-Bills. That was a very close, very interesting game that got really tight at the end. We're going to do quick takes on these, not corner TV games, but the non-3 highlighted games. Quick take. Starting with Jim. Texans win 23-19, improving to 6-5 on the year. Bills dropped to 7-4. It was an exciting ending. What did you take away?
Yeah, I had this game, Thursday night game. I had this game. I had the Texans winning this game. Although the Bills were listed as 8-0 on Thursday night, they're now 8-1 on Thursday night. Bills were 17-13 against the spread, and the Texans were 9-5 straight up at home. They were only 2-5 straight up and against the spread versus winning teams. But it's like we've talked about in the last couple of weeks. This ain't your daddy's Bills team anymore. I mean, they did not play well, and I didn't expect them to play well. And it was just a mess for them. And I thought the Texans handily won the football game, and they should have won.
Yeah, and their defense is really stepping up when they need to. That whole last drive was very exciting.
Yeah.
Izzy, what did you take away from this Texans win over the Bills, the mortal Bills?
Yeah, I watched it with one of my Texans fans, and it was a really good game. I knew Josh Allen was going to have an off game. I didn't know it was going to be to that extent, but the Texans D-line and defense just it's a lot. Me personally, I believe that Josh Allen really can't get the job done without a definitive wide receiver one. I think I've said it for the past 3 weeks now, so that shows a lot, and just too much of trying to make plays while there's nothing to do. And like I said, Deion Dawkins is an all-pro, and he had one of the worst games from a tackle I've ever seen. So, I mean, that's my personal opinion. And generally, the Bills don't have a chance to win the Super Bowl. I think I said the same thing last week. So,
well, let's see if the Bills address that in the offseason, either through free agency or the draft. Welcoming in Mike Barra in Jigba. Hello. We're talking about the Thursday game. Mike, by the way, make sure you check out Mike's show, Toxically Masculine Tuesday, tonight at what time? 9 p.m. Eastern?
9 Eastern, yeah. Sorry I'm late. I had to go back to urgent care, and it just took way longer than I thought. So,
well, hope you're feeling okay. Welcome back, good sir.
I'm not feeling okay, or I wouldn't have been there. But hopefully I'll be better.
Dear Lord, please look over Mike Barra and give him some strength for healing.
Yeah, all I got to say about this one is, the Texans defense is legit. I don't, looking back on it, I'm surprised the Seahawks were able to put up 27 on them. We must have a really good offense because they looked every bit the part, and especially Will Anderson, just dominant performance. So that was the difference in the game, obviously. And Josh Allen is looking kind of mortal and needs a better supporting cast. And, I'm not sure the coach is safe there because they're kind of stagnant unless they make a big run in the playoffs to like make the Super Bowl. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen there?
Yeah, a lot of that going on this last half of the season as we march straight into the postseason here. It really is separating teams. That was a chance that the Bills could improve to 8-3, and they didn't. The Texans could have slipped to 5-6 and almost out of the race, but they held court. I mean, this is where things happen. This is where you get the separation in the league. Once people have figured out who's on the roster, what is your identity on the year, injuries, teams trending upward or downward. Look, let's bounce to this other game. Bears improved to 8-3. They found a way to get it done. Steelers are just meandering at 6-5. That is the perfect record for a Mike Tomlin-led team, right around 500, maybe just enough to make a wild card. Jim, thoughts on this one?
I'm sorry, I was doing my homework, Brian. What is Steelers, Bears?
Steelers, Bears.
Steelers, Bears. This was a game. This was the Rodgers I Own You Chicago football game, and apparently, that's not the case anymore. The Bears, they were favored by 3. They were bet down to 2.5 in this game, so there was Steeler money coming in on this game to force that number down. Rodgers was 24-5 straight up versus the Bears, but that's when he was within division where they had to play them twice a year. But that was not the case this last week. Bears were only 19-34 straight up total, but this game went as I expected. I thought that the Bears would handle the Steelers in this game.
Izzy, Bears improve, 8 wins on the year, plenty more games to go. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of expected it with the Steelers and defensive backs and the Bears receivers, but I mean, yeah, it's just a completely different situation for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. So well, he didn't even play. It was Mason Rudolph. So I mean, it's not a lot in their favor at that point. So I mean, more of expected for me, in my opinion, for the Bears one.
Mike, Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, Caleb Williams, I continue to believe in his talent.
Yeah.
And without Aaron Rodgers, that kind of sealed the game. Mason Rudolph counted for 2 turnovers. The Steelers defense is really good, but Caleb had a couple of bad plays. The fumble in the end zone was crazy weird. But in the end, he made the plays he needed to make to win the game. And that's kind of what he started to do as a pattern. And I think he's got a great coach. And as his confidence builds, I think he's coming into his own. And, 8-3 is 8-3. I don't care who you are. It's 8-3. And you got to take the Bears seriously.
Absolutely. Another team you got to take seriously is the Patriots. They get it done 26-20 over the Bengals. Jim, what do you make of this one? Patriots 10 wins on the year already, only 2 losses.
Yeah, Patriots were a huge favorite in this game. Opened at 7.5. It closed at 7, which means there was a little bit of Bengal money coming in because of that inflated number. That was a lot of points. They did not cover the number. The final score was 26-20. So if you had the Bengals betting the number, you were on the correct side. The Patriots going into this game were 8-0 straight up and 7-1 against the spread. They were 5-0 straight up and against the spread on the road. So they are a very good road team this year, and we expected them to win the game, but I left this game alone because of the huge number.
Yeah, a 6-point game is maybe a little closer than a lot of people expected. By the way, this game was without Chase. Jamar Chase, who spit into the face of a player, stupidly suspended for 1 game. He'll be coming back, and maybe Joe Burrow will be back on Turkey Day. Izzy, Patriots 10-2. Are they that good?
I mean, it's the Bengals and the Bengals defense. I really don't want to discredit the win, but I mean, they add another one to the one column. So yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. They beat a lot of high-end teams. Joe Flacco didn't have the greatest game. No Jamar Chase, but yeah, the Bengals should be able to bounce back with Joe Burrow's return this week.
Mike.
This is kind of a give-up game for the Bengals. You know, they went with Flacco instead of Burrow. Burrow could have played. Burrow wanted to play, but without Jamar Chase, I think they figured, why put him out there and get him beat up again? But I do think Burrow probably plays Thursday. I expect him to start. And I think the Bengals, you know, look, they're 3-8 now. Is that correct? 3-8. Their season's over, but I think you can try to build some momentum for next year and work on some things. And so, you know, they're not playing for much except pride at this point and to beat the Cleveland Browns again. So,
well, let me add one particular point. We in the AFC North, we don't have a 10-win Patriots team we have to catch. We're only 3 games back. I know there's not a lot of season left. The Cleveland Guardians came back from 15.5 games back, the largest amount ever succumbed, ever achieved. What am I trying to say? Ever surmounted to win the division this year. Anything's possible. We're only 3 games.
You're saying there's a chance.
You're telling me there's a chance. Exactly. So I'm just saying, if we win out, we're 9-8. And with this Browns defense, we could. So yes, the season's over, but they're only 3 games out. They are not.
Yeah, well, eliminated. I'm just saying, I think the Bengals
Burrow's coming back.
They're gonna play Burrow and they're gonna try to get some momentum going for next year. I don't really think that carries over, though. I think it's like a BS argument. Oh, well, he finished just really strong last year. I've only seen that maybe matter once or twice.
Yeah.
2012, the Seahawks finished really strong and they won the Super Bowl in 2013, but usually it doesn't matter.
Each season is a brand new beast, and we've talked about that when we do the preview show.
They're all there. It's like the difference between Star Trek and Game of Thrones. Okay, Game of Thrones is every episode relates to the next episode on a story arc. Star Trek is standalone. This week we got to fight the Romulans. Next week Kirk is fighting the Gorn. You know, it's completely standalone, and that's the way the NFL generally works. So, but you know, go Bengals. I'd like to see them. I'd like to see Joe Burrow get back and play well, because you know he's good for the league. He's a good player.
Agreed. All right. Talk about last season and momentum. Detroit Lions, who barely got the win here. I thought the Giants had him, Jim, but they let him take it down in overtime. Jameis looked fantastic on that reverse catch, Philly, Browns, whatever you want to call that quarterback reception for a touchdown. That was cool. But what did you take away?
Yeah, despite the final score, this was one of the overtime games of the week. This game opened Lions favored by 10.5, and it closed at 12.5. So there was a lot of Lion money coming in on this game. The Lions were probably overinflated because of their record at home. I mean, they're 29-11 against the spread at home. Jared Goff plays very well indoors. He's 39-14 against the spread, but the number that really only mattered in this game, because, you know, consequently, if you had the Giants side on the number, you cashed a ticket. Jameis played pretty well. I mean, I think he even caught a touchdown pass on a reverse. But you know, the Lions were 13-0 against the spread after a loss, but they are also 14-0 straight up after a loss. So they were expected to win the game, but needless to say, they did not cover the number.
Izzy, Jameis, man, he's a fun ticket to watch, if nothing else. But the Giants didn't have enough to take down the Lions today. What'd you make of this one?
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty good game from Jameis. I mean, he did a lot with what he didn't have, and what did he throw for? Like 300 something, 380 yards, 400 yards. I mean, it was a pretty good game. Only one interception, had the crazy receiving touchdown, broken tackle, went into the playoff. I mean, the end zone, and I mean, it was a good game from the Giants. Like you said, they didn't get the win at the end of the day, but the Lions shouldn't be in that kind of dogfight against Jameis Winston this late in the season. Jameis Winston led Giants.
It says here players in the NFL history with 300 passing yards and 25 receiving yards in a game. Only two: Tom Brady and the other GOAT, Jameis Winston. Mike, thoughts on this one?
Jameis was very entertaining. He still had one interception. He never gets out of a game without one. It seems like 366 yards, a couple touchdowns. It was fun. This should send off sirens all over Detroit because they are not playing very well. They do not look very good. They got they got handled pretty much for the most part in that game. They were lucky to win. And they have some great players, but they're not playing very well as a unit right now. And I think that the alarm bells should be going off there in Detroit. I don't know what they have to do, but it might help if their idiot head coach didn't go for it on virtually every fourth down. Sometimes just take the fucking field goal. You know, people say, "Oh, a field goal is a failure." Really, 3 points is a failure in a close game? That's ridiculous. Ask Bill Belichick about that when 2015, when he lost the AFC Championship and a chance to win another Super Bowl because because 4 times in the red zone he went for it on fourth down and failed all 4 times. Stupid. So don't be stupid, Detroit.
Well, I'll tell you what Detroit did get right. The fact that Jahmyr Gibbs had 219 yards rushing on only 15 carries, 2 touchdowns on the ground, and then another receiving touchdown. 11 receptions for Jahmyr Gibbs, 45 yards. It's just that guy is putting in the work. He's worth the price of admission, but that was barely enough to take down the lowly Giants. So you're absolutely right. Keep an eye on them, see what type of team they are moving forward into the postseason run here. Packers 7-3-1. They advance past the Vikings. Jim, not unexpected.
No, not unexpected. If the Vikings had another quarterback in this game, then it probably would have been a coin flip game. Packers favored slightly. This game opened at 6.5. It pretty much closed at 6.5 as a home favorite for the Packers. Packers historically 12-6-1 straight up when favored by 4 points. Like I said, historically it's been a coin flip the last 5 years. Packers are 3-2-1 straight up, and 0-6 against the spread when favored by 6.5 points. They are 2-3 straight up at home versus the Vikings. Now they're 3-3. So, it goes back and forth. But the Vikings are definitely going to do some Christmas shopping on a quarterback for next year.
Well, I'll tell you what, Justin Jefferson, 4 receptions for 48 yards. That's not cutting it. That's just atrocious. He's killing my dynasty football league with him there. I need points out of him. Izzy.
Completely not his fault. It's his quarterback's fault. There's never been a stint in his career, no matter the quarterback backup injury, where he's averaged 50 yards a game throughout like 4 to 5 weeks. I believe J.J. McCarthy isn't an NFL quarterback at this point. If you can't do a simple job of doing your job as a quarterback to get the ball into the best receiver we've seen within the past 5 years. So, I mean, that's my personal opinion. The Packers, it's a good win. No Josh Jacobs, and they still come out with the win. But J.J. McCarthy, I'm just tired of it. Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, no, just J.J. McCarthy sucks. I thought he sucked coming out of college. I've been proven right. He's had 1 or 2 good games, but even his good games, statistically, he doesn't put up much. They should have kept Sam Darnold, whatever Sam's limitations may turn out to be. And I don't think we've decided that yet. We're going to give him one more chance. But they're a mess because I thought they had a competitive roster, a roster that could have contended this year with the right quarterback. And I thought they were freaking insane not to throw whatever amount of money they could at Aaron Rodgers, because even though Aaron Rodgers is not the Aaron Rodgers of even 3 years ago before the Achilles, he's way better than this, and their record would probably be flipped. They'd probably be no worse than 7-4 or 8-3 right now if they had him for a quarterback. And they're a mess. And we play them next week, this Sunday coming up. I can't wait. It's going to be a massacre. So maybe not a 30-point massacre because the way our defense played last week, but they're a mess. And like Jim said, they're shopping for a quarterback next year, and it's their own fault.
Yeah,
it's the fault of their GM. I forget who their GM is, but
I'll tell you,
I thought they made the wrong calls in the offseason at that position.
Being an Ohio State fan, I can tell you I don't give a damn for the whole state of Michigan. And selecting J.J. McCarthy from that team up north, from that cheating team, yeah, he cheated his way to a fake championship.
They
he was
cheated
never
their way to
all
a fake championship. Yes, give it to the University of Washington. But, look, nothing about McCarthy ever impressed me in college. I'm like, what makes anybody think this guy's an NFL quarterback, much less a first-round pick, much less a top 10 first-round pick? I mean, this is Christian Ponder 2.0, and maybe even worse.
Didn't expect a Christian Ponder drop, but I'll take it. All right, let's move on to the Colts and Chiefs game, Jim. The other one went to overtime. Chiefs pull it out, unfortunately.
Yeah, this was the other overtime game, and that's going to affect the Chiefs playing Thursday night. Teams that play in overtime games do not do well on Thursday at all. Mahomes was 22-6 straight up after a loss in this game. But I expected the Colts to win this game. They did eke out the cover. The number opened at 3.5 Chiefs. I thought this number was too big. I couldn't understand the half point in this. I could understand the 3, but the score landed right on the 3, 23-20. If you had the Colts, you had the right side in this game as far as betting the side. Chiefs were 6-3 against the spread going into this game, and they were 3-0 against the spread as a home favorite. But the outstanding stat in this game is the Chiefs were only 1-5 against the spread versus winning football teams. So I would have went with that stat because that's the most glaring one, the 1-5. So
yeah, I did pick the Chiefs in this one. I didn't feel good about it. It was sort of a coin flip, but I did pick the Chiefs. I just kind of figured they got to beat the refs and they have to beat their other team, of course. Izzy, this was all Chiefs in the second half. I've often told the story how I went to Kansas City to watch the Browns and Baker Mayfield in a head-to-head rematch of what would have determined the AFC championship team advancing there during Baker's COVID-shortened season. That stadium gets insanely loud. The Colts put 0 points on in the entire second half, and they choked it away. This was a team with pedigree, experience, coaching, going up against a young upstart team in the Colts. They got talent, but they just don't have the experience, and they were on the road. There was too much to overcome. What did you make of this one?
Yeah, I've stated it. The Colts lost me a bit of money, only $10, but the payout was a lot more than that. But I don't understand how they didn't score a single point in the second half. I watched the second half of the game, and me personally, I don't know what happened. They just crumbled down. I don't know if it was a coaching thing. They were giving the ball to Jonathan Taylor. I was expecting during the week that he wouldn't have gone for over at least 120, 100 yards because the Chiefs' run defense is just really good. And they just find a way to choke it. They handed the game to the Chiefs going into overtime. So they even got the ball to start overtime, and they just fumbled it for themselves. Not literally in game, but they fumbled the game for themselves. So that's just very unfortunate in my opinion.
Missed opportunity, Mike.
Yeah, I was pleased with this game at the time because it kept my ticket alive until Tampa Bay came along. But Daniel Jones couldn't make a play when he needed to and keep them ahead and get them some more points. That's what cost them the game. He's got to get better, or maybe he's just at his limitation. Here's the thing. So much of what he does is based on play action. And when Jonathan Taylor only has 60 yards, That's not good enough. It doesn't give them the play action threat. And Kansas City's got a good defense. We've seen that at times this year. They played really well. And I think they just didn't put enough points on the board when they needed to. And that's why you need that special quarterback who can create when he has to, like Patrick Mahomes, even though he had a pretty terrible game in terms of touchdowns and interceptions, but he got the yards, he made the plays, he got his team in a position to score. That was what made it.
Yeah, the ratings are different. We were talking about QBR and then the regular QB ratings. In this game, Daniel Jones, 181, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. That was a higher rating than Mahomes, 352 yards, no touchdowns, and an interception. But yeah, I mean, they got it done when it counted, and that pedigree keeps them alive in the postseason race. They're hunting. They're 6-5. You know, there's a lot of teams that are hovering just around that 500 level. And let's jump to one of them next. The Ravens, 23-10 victory over the Jets. Jim, Ravens took care of business by 13.
Yeah, 10-23. I mean, it was a blowout, but consequently, the Ravens did not cover the number. They came in at 13.5, and they lost by the hook. You know, a lot of these spreads hook very important. This, you know, if you had the Ravens and you laid the 13.5, of course you're sick. But you know, I had Baltimore on the money line, you know, on my 5-teamer. But this wasn't the game that killed my 5-teamer. It was of course you know, your Browns. But yeah, this game just screamed Baltimore. But you know, that half point killed you if you took the number.
Yeah. Izzy, they're getting a little healthier in Baltimore. Do you think they have what it takes to make some noise in the postseason?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good one for the Baltimore Ravens if they find a way to squeak it out through the playoffs. I mean, the regular season and go through the playoffs, and they can make a push depending on Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. I mean, that's the only thing they have to bank on. So, me personally, yeah, 10-23 against Tyrod Taylor, they did pretty well.
Mike Barra.
Jets are just so awful. How can you have that many high picks in the last 10 years and have such a terrible roster? I don't get it. They don't do anything well. And I'm going to say it. I think the Ravens are going to make the playoffs. I think they are going to the playoffs. I think they're going to make it.
They might.
They're playing good enough now. They've won 4 or 5 in a row. It's a very difficult thing to do. Luckily, they play in maybe the worst division in football. So not much more to say about that game than that.
All right, let's talk about Jacksonville Jaguars. Doggone it, this stupid team keeps winning. The Browns own their number 1 overall draft pick in the first round next year, so we need that to be as high as possible. But in overtime, they take down the Arizona Cardinals. Jim.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of information on this game. This was a quasi corner TV game. The glaring stat on this was teams that played Santa Clara the week before, which the Cardinals did, are 1936 straight up the week after, and you know, the game went pretty much as expected. Although it was a pretty tight game. The Jaguars opened at 2.5. They closed at 2.5. So you know, the Cardinals were a home dog, but the Jaguars covered the spread by half a point. So, you know, take the win.
Izzy, Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. I mean, that's a very Jameis type stat, but it was enough to get it done. Jaguars improved to 7-4 on the year.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Jaguars' game to lose, and like I said last week, Mike agreed with me. Is in my opinion, the definition of mediocre is Trevor Lawrence, and he showed that 3 for 3, right down the middle, perfect split for interceptions and passing touchdowns. So 27-24 against the Cardinals. The Cardinals they put up really good fights this year, but I mean, like I said, it's getting later in the season, and you got to establish some kind of win, some kind of morale boost for your team, and you got to do more against a team like the Cardinals, in my opinion. So.
Agreed. Atlanta Falcons did enough against the Saints, took them down 24-10.
Brian, I just wanted to say that Trevor Lawrence made a couple of throws, the touchdown throw to put them ahead, I think, with about 2 minutes to play.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the overtime, he made a great throw to set up the field goal. So, although I agree with you, Izzy, he's 50-50. The reality is he made some really great throws, a couple of really great throws, which is
moments of greatness
that he has. You just don't see it consistently, but he made the big throws when he had to, and that's what won that game, pulled it out for the Jags.
That is a fair point, Mike. Who made the throws in this one? Well, it wasn't Michael Penis Jr., who unfortunately is out. It was Kirk Cousins and Squad Jim. They took down the Aints in their paper bag masks.
Yeah, division game, definite corner game. Saints came in favored 1.5 in this game, and it closed at 1.5. So there was even money across the board betting either side of this game if you even bothered. Looking at this game, I was strangely enough, I was all over the Saints. I didn't actually pull the trigger on the game. I didn't have this game on my parlay at all. But the Falcons 8-22 straight up on the road. Kirk Cousins a miserable 4-15 straight up in a dome, which is kind of strange because he plays in the dome at home. Saints 4-1 straight up at home versus the Falcons, and they're 7-3 straight up overall versus the Falcons. But the Falcons won the game handily, 24-10. Probably the glaring thing of this game was the over/under was opened at 38.5, and it was bet all the way up to 40.5. So the public expected a lot of points in this game, but if you had the under, you had the correct side.
Izzy, they're without their quarterback in Atlanta, but they got it done. Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, like I said, they have the talent to surround an awesome offense. Tyler Shuck threw for 240 yards off of 43 pass attempts, 30 completions. So, it's not much much more they can do. The Bucks are 6-5, and I do believe that are they leading the division right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Carolina Panthers lost to the 49ers last night.
Okay. So, yeah, going back to the beginning of the year, like I said, there's some teams that could sneak out wins, like the Panthers, which they've been doing, and the division's up for grabs. So they don't have Michael Penix, they don't have Drake London, but if they get a couple more wins, they can make it work. But like I said, they have the talent for it, in my opinion.
Mike, the fail cons did not fail here.
No, Kirk Cousins, he's a veteran. He's still efficient. He's not a great player. He's never going to be, but he's very efficient. And, he beat the rookie quarterback. So I think that's what it comes down to. They just got a lot better quarterback play, and that mattered.
It did. Talk about quarterback play. Man, did you see the Rams game, the late night game on Sunday? They just launched out of the gate, 31 points in the first half, and just went on cruise control, winning against the Buccaneers, the injured Baker Mayfield in this one, 34-7. Rams improved to 9-2. Bucks fall to 6-5, Jim.
Yeah, Bucks going into this game, 17-6 against the spread on the road. Pretty big number, but the Rams 15-6 against the spread, and Rams when installed as a favorite 7-2 against the spread. I didn't get a chance to really watch this game, but I saw Baker go into the 10 a couple of times, and we talked about this pre-show, and I guess he's still having trouble with that left shoulder, right, Brian?
Yeah, they're playing it close to the vest. Can he play next week? I swear I saw this play out exactly the same way in Cleveland. We'll see how bad the injury is. That one was a torn labrum that he tried to play through. He tried to do that Hail Mary at halftime, and he collapsed. He just went down. That shoulder, it's not his throwing shoulder. It is attached to the thing that's pivoting, and it doesn't matter. You could injure that, and it's going to mess up. It's a teeter-totter on that shoulder line. If one is injured, you're going to have a problem. So yeah, he's we'll see. Waiting a little bit more confirmation on the injury, exactly how long he'll be out, but it's too bad to see. Obviously, I'm one of the biggest Baker Mayfield fans on earth. Jim, did you have another thought on this one?
No, that's it. Who's Baker's backup, by the way, Brian?
That would be Teddy Bridgewater and his really thick braids. He went 8 of 15 in the game for 62 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Izzy, Baker's injured, unfortunately, but the Rams, man, in your backyard, they look legit.
Yeah, I chose the Rams to win this week, and they did so in a good fashion. I mean, I don't think Baker Mayfield was making that much. When did he get injured? When did they take him out?
It was close before the end of the first half. And
yeah,
then
so
went in
regardless,
the 10, came back, and they asked him to chuck it 70 yards, and he threw it, and he went, and he just went down, and that arm's just dangling. It's painful. I know that much.
Yeah, so regardless if he played the second half or not, I highly doubt the outcome would have been any different. So, in my opinion, I got the Rams as a top 2 contender for the Super Bowl at the moment, in my opinion, to win it all.
Yeah, they've sort of risen to the top in the NFC, Mike. What did you learn about the Rams?
Well, I learned that they ruined my tickets.
Yeah,
because I thought Tampa could stay competitive, but you really look at the injuries on Tampa's side. They were the walking wounded. They only played 15 guys on defense. 15 guys played and made tackles, and so they were beat up. They couldn't even slow him down. We saw the week before, if you pressure Stafford and contain him, he's not that great. But if you don't pressure him and you just let Sean McVay run all of his exotic stuff and don't really put any pressure on him, he's going to carve you up like a Thanksgiving turkey, and that's what they did. So good for them.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes peeled on the quarterback position over there. I referenced this one a second ago. 49ers took care of business 20-9 over the 6-6 Panthers. Jim?
Yeah, Panthers, Monday night game last night. Panthers going into this game 5-17-1 straight up on the road. Panthers 8-11 against the spread on the road. Purdy real good at home, 14-7 against the spread at home. Favorites of 4 or more were 57-20-1 straight up. This game opened at 6.5 49ers. It closed at 7. So Santa Clara was being bet up slightly. Over under in this game opened at 48.5 and closed at 49. So the number never really touched the over at all. I mean, the total on this game was 29 points. So if you had the under, you were probably happy at halftime.
Exactly. Izzy, were you happy at halftime? Santa Clara 49ers?
I was not happy at all because I do believe that Mac Jones, as much as I hate the 49ers, Mac Jones, I like him a lot, and I do believe he should still be the starter. Well, I mean, like, it's late in the year to start some controversy like that, but 3 interceptions in the first half from Brock Purdy. Even when Mac Jones is playing this year, like I said, coming out of the draft, he played for Alabama. He has certain intangible things that Brock Purdy doesn't have. Bigger frame. He could throw the ball quicker. He could process things faster. He's been in a higher role throughout his whole career, playing under Bill Belichick. So he understands things. That's why he was a first-round pick compared to Brock Purdy being the final pick in the draft. And that shows that it's a system quarterback thing. See if you can sit in the pocket, deliver it to the playmakers, make the game easier for you. And Brock Purdy has one of the easiest jobs in the NFL with the talent surrounded around him. And he made it look rough on himself, making some bad decisions in some clean pockets. So I don't know if they're going to think about that. Like I said, it's late in the year to start some controversy. But in my opinion, he had a bad game. And his talent around him, Christian McCaffrey, just carried him on his back. Any other team besides the Panthers are taking advantage of 3 turnovers from the quarterback.
What do you think, Mike? Did the 49ers get lucky in this one?
No, they're better. The Panthers just don't have very many good football players, especially offensively. They don't run the ball that well. They don't throw the ball that well. Bryce Young, the end zone interception was like something out of the Sam Darnold school of bad quarterbacking. I mean, it was terrible. That was a terrible decision, terrible throw. That's one of the disadvantages of a shorter quarterback. Sometimes he doesn't see guys.
Yeah.
There's only been one short quarterback, and I promise I'm not going to mention his name, who's ever really been a great player in this league.
That'd be Brian Sipe.
I don't think it's not Brian Sipe. And I don't know. I just, after last night, I don't think Bryce Young's going to make it. I don't think
Francis Tarkington.
That's not him either. He was over 6 feet. So, I don't know what to say about it, except that if they had a better quarterback, the Panthers had a shot in this game. Because they have a decent defense. They had picks. I agree with Izzy. I think Mac Jones gives the 49ers a better chance to win. If the 49ers have been playing a good team yesterday, they would have lost. And they were lucky that they were playing a team that isn't very good and that has a quarterback problem. And 300, I mean, is Purdy rusty or is he still bothered by his injuries mechanically? That's what you got to ask yourself.
Well, Mike, he looked pretty rusty to me.
Seems like he's making mistakes up at his brain, not seeing guys, so that could be rustiness. But you got to think about what you're going to do this year, and Brock can always come back next year. So I agree with his. I'd go with Mac Jones if I was them, but I'm hoping that they don't, and I'd be happy if they don't.
Wow. Of course, the division rival. Happy if they don't make the switch. All right, let's talk about your favorite team, the Seattle Seahawks. This was a lot closer than some expected. 30-24, edging out the Tennessee Titans. Jim.
Yeah, this game opened at 13.5, and it closed at 13.5. I had Seahawks on the money line. They won the game on my parlay, but it wasn't to be with the the Browns playing last week. 30-24 was the final in this game. The over/under was 40.5, so it went well over the total. This game was expected to be a blowout, just based on how the Titans have been playing at home. I mean, they're a miserable 2-11 against the spread at home. There's no way on God's green earth that I would lay the 13.5. With the Seahawks on the road. I don't care who they're playing. I mean, that's just a huge number. But they were good on the money line. Seahawks going into the game 10-1 straight up and 9-2 against the spread on the road. So the only way they fell in this game was, like I said, the point spread.
Izzy, the Seahawks get it done here. Titans put up a fight, though.
Yeah, if I'm right, going into halftime, it was 16-3, and I thought the game was sealed at that point, and the Titans had no room for a comeback. Third quarter and fourth quarter showed completely different. I mean, the Seahawks, they stayed on the pedal. They scored. They matched them in the third, but Cam Ward was making some plays, some really good plays, some cross-the-body throws, and I mean, personally, I didn't watch the game, but I kept up with it on my phone, and I was like, wow, like, you guys were just up by like 13 points, and now the game's ending 30-24. So I don't know. I don't know if this is common with the Seahawks. I don't watch a lot of their games, but I mean, second half theatrics from the Titans to try to come back. I mean, like, it's got to be a question asked. Probably nothing too serious if this isn't common, but yeah, they got to touch up on that part.
Mike, it got tight there toward the end. It was one.
It was early tight. I was never worried about them actually losing the game, but they were in control of the game. The Titans couldn't stop Jackson Smith and the Jigba. They couldn't do anything.
Nobody can. That guy's incredible.
Yeah, and Sam Darnold had a very effective game with no major mistakes. There's another play they should have got a touchdown to AJ Barner, and Barner lets it go right through his hands and hit him in the shoulder pad. Almost got picked. You lucky things. Here's the thing. I bet this game separately. I gave the 13.5. I should have won my bet. They should have won by 20 or more than that. It should have been about 30-10. And it wasn't because they made a lot of mistakes defensively. Now, the Seahawks are down 4 or 5 starters on defense, both starting linebackers, and Julian Love, their best safety, and Jaron Reed, their second best defensive tackle. Those are all issues, and there were a couple other guys out. But, look, you have a 23-3 lead, and you punt the ball and you let them return it 80 yards for a fucking touchdown. I mean, that's amateur hour. And
yeah, but to be fair, that dude is electric. He's a great returner.
Yeah, he had touched the ball 7 or 8 times before that and done very little with it. So the thing is that, look, the only thing I can say that makes any sense to me or could be an excuse is that 10 a.m. games, West Coast teams can be very sluggish, especially in the first half. Usually they wake up in the second half because their body clocks are just not tuned to playing in the morning. I don't know what the Seahawks have been very good at that, though. Since the Pete Carroll era, they've played just fine at 10 a.m. I don't know if they've continued the practices under Mike McDonald or not. I don't know if they didn't arrive till Saturday. Pete used to fly them out on Friday, get everybody used to the East Coast time, play the game on Sunday, and get out of there. I don't know if the Seahawks do that. That's when you see your team making mistakes like that. There's usually, if it's a West Coast team, I usually can attribute it to something like that. But I didn't really see a lot of evidence of that. What I saw was a pretty passive defensive scheme, and the only time they were very successful was when they pressured Ward, because Ward didn't handle the pressure very well. I think they were just afraid he was going to scramble on him, and so I saw a lot of guys standing there doing this and not going after players. So they let them back into the game, and they shouldn't have done that. And it is something to be concerned about, because they should have played schematically. They should have been better on defense, and they shouldn't. Yeah. There's no way they should have let Tennessee get 24 points on them, and it ruined my bet. So
nah. Well, you mentioned going across there, playing early morning West Coast team, and it impacting how they practice. Since we always play the playoff theme,
it can be a factor. I'm not saying it was, but it could be.
Practice. Right. If a coach say I miss practice and y'all hear it, then that's that. I mean, I might have missed 1 practice this year, but if somebody say,
are we talking?
He doesn't come to practice, it can be 1 practice.
A practice?
Out of all the practices this year,
a game.
That's enough. If I can't practice, I can't practice, man. I'm hurt. I'm hurt. I mean, simple as that. It ain't about that.
Ain't about that.
I mean, it's not about that at all. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
hang on, where's it at?
But it's easy to talk about. It's easy to sum it up when you just talk about practice. We sitting here, I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we in here talking about practice. I mean, listen, we talking about practice, not a game, not a game, not a game. We talking about practice, not a game, not the game that I go out there and die for. And
the compilation that I'm setting up is the playoffs practice, playoffs practice, playoffs practice. Those have been combined together for the ultra meme. That's foreshadowing what we'll talk about in a moment. But let's talk about the game, Izzy. Well, we'll get to Izzy in a second here, but this was Izzy's team. They got the win. I can't believe this happened. The Cowboys in the game, not practice, they came back. The Eagles, Jim, what did you make of this one? Cowboys by 3.
I had this game. I had the Cowboys beating the Eagles in this game. This game opened Eagles favored by 3.5, and it closed at 3.5. 21-24 Cowboys. It wasn't looking good for the Cowboys up until probably the fourth quarter, and they just, they came back and won the game. The glaring stat on this, when Lane Johnson is out, I mean, Jalen Hurts is not Jalen Hurts without Lane Johnson on that offensive line. And Lane Johnson was probably valued at 3 points in this game, just him being out. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, Hurts is now 5-10 straight up without having Lane Johnson in front of him. And
I mean, he played okay, 27 of 39, 1 touchdown, no interception, 2 rushing touchdowns. He wasn't awful, but not a lot through the air.
But Prescott 19-0 straight up versus his own division at home.
That's crazy.
I mean, that's a huge number. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And you know, because of the Lane Johnson stat and because of that stat, that, you know, Prescott is just so good at home. You know, it just screamed Cowboys. So, you know, I had the Cowboys, and I went ahead and took the 3.5 on my parlay, but you know, it wasn't to be. Thanks for your quarterback, Brian.
You're welcome for that. Yeah. Maybe he has a future in this league. We'll see. Izzy joined our live stream of that quarterback, Shedeur Sanders, the end of that game, and we rolled over to watch this one. Izzy, wow. Izzy was doing play-by-play on this one as it was unfolding, and it was crazy. I loved the effort from, I forget the guy's name on the Eagles. He got knocked on his ass 2 or 3 times, and he worked his way around all the way to knock the ball out, causing the fumble, the recovery, which led to the touchdown. Like, effort from the Cowboys. It's something that maybe hasn't been on this team throughout the season like it was on display Sunday, is he?
Yeah, it was one of our rookies. I still haven't looked his name up, but he did a tremendous job causing that fumble. He didn't give up on the play, hit the guy, kept running, hit him, the long snapper, recovered the fumble. So it was a really good thing. Unfortunately, we didn't come up with any points that drive.
Oh, but, sorry, I mistook that. I said they scored after that, but my bad.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, we just weren't locked in for the first quarter and a half that we were playing. I mean, Jalen Hurts was playing his game, getting the ball to A.J. Brown, getting the ball to his playmakers, and it just didn't seem like it was going to go our way. I mean, 21-0 leading into the end of the second half, and we scored a touchdown. And credit to our defense. I mean, like, we caused 2 fumbles, and I mean, with the addition of Quinn Williams, I don't know if you guys watched the game, but Demarion Overshown, the guy I was telling you guys about, he's a difference maker. He's all around the field. He played in the slot, guarding Devonta Smith a few times, keeping Jalen Hurts from gaining a lot more yards. Saquon Barkley getting checked down passes. He's there. I mean, he's a ball hawk. He gets to where the ball is as fast and as soon as possible and makes tackles. And our D-line, the addition of Quinn Williams, last week we held Ashton Jeanty to 7 yards, and this week we led Saquon Barkley to 10 carries and 22 yards. That should show that our D-line is a lot better with Quinn Williams. He's playing phenomenal football on a 500 football team. I mean, he's used to losing, and Dak Prescott, he's just making it work. I mean, George Pickens, in my opinion, in this season is way better than CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb could have sold us the game again. He dropped an easy catch for an NFL wide receiver. Ball went through his chest like you're a kid, and they tell you don't catch with your chest, catch with your hands, and he did it with his arms and hands, and it just went straight through. So George Pickens was targeted 9 times, 9 catches, 146 yards. CD 11 targets and 4 catches. I mean, that shows. So either way, I mean, the Cowboys, they had a phenomenal team win to come back. Dak Prescott played. Dak Prescott's a brand of football, and I mean, George Pickens led offense at this point, and our defense is looking absolutely turned around, especially against the defending Super Bowl champs.
Yeah, it is. The Eagles are always inflated, you know, when they go in and play Dallas. I mean, Dallas, people don't realize, you know, just because the Eagles won a Super Bowl, Dallas is 7-1 straight up and against the spread at home versus the Eagles. I mean, they gear up for the Eagles, and they play them, and they beat them in Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, respectively, week 1, we should have beat him, but CeeDee Lamb, he had some drop passes just like he did this game. I think he has like 9 drop passes throughout the 2 games, and it's just out of this world. Some of the passes just wide open. It was like 4 at least wide open passes that he just threw the hands and through the chest, and he has to work on it. So, like I said, it was a great win by the team.
Mike, this was one of the better games of the week.
Yeah, all credit to Dak. Dak willed them over the finish line in that game. I used to think Dak was not good enough to win a Super Bowl with, but I now will revise that.
Good.
He is good. He is a good player.
He is good.
And he has a will to win that I didn't really know that he possessed before. And I think if you put a good enough team around him, he could win. CeeDee Lamb, like Amari Cooper before him when he played in Dallas, is the most overrated receiver in football. He played like a coward. He alligator armed a couple of passes because he was afraid he was going to get hit. And this is the modern NFL. You don't even get hit anymore across the middle, CeeDee. So I agree with you. George Pickens is great. Although I saw some stuff about, George Pickens is the best receiver in football. I'm like, well, no. But he's good, and he should be the number one. He should be the number one receiver in Dallas. They should pay him. They didn't pay him. Did they pay him? Is he?
No, we haven't paid him yet. They said they're going to start contract talks during the offseason once the season's over.
I would pay him, and I still don't understand why the Steelers let him go when they had him for one more year. I'd put him and DK together and let Aaron Rodgers do his thing. But, the Cowboys have him now. And this is a game that the Cowboys refused to give up on. They were down, 21-3, 21-7?
21-7 going into halftime.
21-7, and everybody thought the game was over. I mean, I think we were texting back and forth, and I was saying, well, so much for the Cowboys' comeback. But their defense is much improved with some guys coming back from injury and the new players they brought in.
Overshown, he's a factor. He's all around the field.
Yeah. So I mean, you gotta think positive about the Cowboys now. They have a shot at a wild card, and that was a big win for them. And I was waiting for the Eagles to fall on their faces a little bit. They played it smart. They shut down the running game, and they made Jalen Hurts beat him through the air. And although he passed pretty well, 289 yards is a good game, only one touchdown. So they just said, look, Jalen Hurts is going to have to beat us through the air. And he couldn't. So here we are. Good game for the Cowboys.
I think they said that if the Cowboys lost, they were only going to have a 3% chance at the playoffs.
Yeah, playoffs.
And this is a division win as well, so I mean that just helps out a lot more.
Oh, of course, absolutely. All right, we have one game left here. This is the Cleveland Browns improving to 3-8 on the year, beating the.
Now let's skip this game. Nobody cares about the Browns.
Corner TV game.
All right. Hush in the peanut gallery. Hush, quiet use. Look, I want to talk about this game because Shedeur. Oh, by the way, Marion said that's the Dak Prescott I like, not the other Dak who shows up sometimes. Yeah. And that is the thing with Dak. He can be phenomenal and he can
Bizarro Dak, if you're a Superman fan. The Bizarro
Dak. I like that. Well, look, we got to see our first chance of Shedeur Sanders as a starting quarterback. He finally got first-team reps with the practice. First time all year. And yes, what did I just say? He just got reps in practice.
Yeah.
Practice?
Listen, we talking about practice. Not a game.
We gave him the friggin' game. In my opinion, that sucked.
The game.
Not a game.
We threw that game.
We talking about practice.
Don't talk about playoffs.
Practice?
Playoffs?
I like this match.
Practice, man.
Playoffs?
We're talking about practice.
Playoffs?
We're talking about practice. We ain't talking about the game.
I just hope we can win a game.
We're talking about practice.
Oh, I've been waiting to do that. Thank you for indulging me in that one. But anyway,
Brian, when Alan did that interview, he admitted he was like a 0.18 blood alcohol when he did that.
Oh, did he
was drunk? He was drunk when he did that.
Yeah, he was in bed.
Hilarious. That's
wouldn't
hilarious.
be super surprised by it. But look, Shedeur finally got first-team reps in practice. Talking about a game, not a game. Talking about practice, man. So Shedeur came out and he did what needed to be done. I don't get the hate for the kid. He's asked a leading question by the sideline reporter. What do you want to say to the people out there that are watching you play for the first time? Get in the first round. What do you have to say? That I'm the one you've been waiting for. Let's go. He's always smiling. He's having a good time. The rest of the team seems to be having a good time. Myles Garrett, perhaps the best pass rusher in NFL history. On that long throw for damn near the touchdown to Isaiah Bond, it stalled out at the 1 yard line, I think. I give Shedeur credit for that as a touchdown, by the way. It's not an official stat, but
Lawrence.
I mean, he had a 50-something yard
Lawrence
bomb
Taylor.
for nearly a touchdown. I liked what I saw. A lot of 3-and-outs, but Shedeur, he threw it away when he needed to. He didn't spin around and play whirling dervish backwards 17 yards and take the long sack. That's kind of what he's been doing. He looks comfortable kind of moving laterally in the pocket. I like seeing it. This was the most exciting Browns offense I've watched all year. Granted, it was against the Raiders. I understand I'm tempering that a little bit, but gentlemen, if you're not watching the Cleveland Browns defense, you're watching something generational and something unique. They are rabid. I know this was just the Raiders, but Miles has, I forget the number, it's 13 sacks in 4 games, 2 games. I got to double check the numbers. It's off the charts.
Well, he had 3 sacks and 4
playing
tackles.
like they're possessed, Mike.
He had 3 sacks and 4 tackles for loss in that game. In one game. That's 7 plays behind the line of scrimmage. That's unbelievable. You must be going against a scrub tackle for that.
But he's done it 3-4 games in a row. He's set to obliterate the single season record. He set his own single season record with 6 games left in the. It's unlike what I've seen. Please just watch type in or do the all. What is it? The all what? All 34, 24. What's the number?
All 22.
All 22. Yeah, I don't watch it, but watch the Browns defense. It is a sight to behold. But then it got really weird at the end. This is the betting angle. They didn't kick the field goal from the 28-yard line with very little time left in the game. And I guess that would have put them over the over.
Very
they punted.
Sus. Very sus. And there's a lot of blowback. We're going to talk about it on Toxically Masculine Tuesday tonight. A lot of people think they did that because of the betting line. And Trump also made some interesting comments about the Giants game and them not kicking a field goal this week. And I'm beginning to wonder if maybe we're going to get some truth about fixed games in the NFL coming up. I don't know. But
well, let me just say this, since I can't be there with you on TMT this tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, Toxically Masculine Tuesday. Let me just say from the Browns fan perspective, take this one sentence back to them. Well, maybe a sentence or two. The Cleveland Browns invent new ways to lose and snatch defeat from the jaws of victory every year. I could envision a world where they attempt a field goal, it gets blocked and returned for a touchdown. Onside kick, recovery, Hail Mary. Now you're in overtime and you find a way to lose in overtime. If you punt it, you don't risk that potential block returned for a touchdown and then give them the chance for an onside. I sort of understand it, but what is the net gain to a punt? If you're not going to kick it for that reason, just go for it. Do the wild dog.
Past the 40-yard line.
It was at the 28-yard line. 28-yard line. Like
at the 28, why not just run the ball and go for it and use some clock? I don't know.
And by the way, if you're not aware, the Browns are running a version of the Wildcat offense where they direct snap to Quinshon Judkins. He did that for 2 touchdowns. Direct snap, wild dog, Wildcat offense, 2 touchdowns. Why not do that in that situation? Fine. Super weird. But anyway, that's my take on TMT if you want to bring that back to them. It's just we've been burned on every blocked kick, special teams fiasco, onside recovery, Hail Mary flag on the play. Like, I guess they didn't want to risk that because we had the game won. Why risk it? But it's super weird. I agree. Jim, what did you make of that? And anything else in this game?
Yeah, that's very, it's like Mike said, that's respect. I mean, a lot of coaches, are at the end of the game, they don't want to embarrass, especially if it's an interdivision game. This is not an interdivision game. The Browns could give a rat's ass about the Raiders. If they've got a chance to put extra points on the board, you go ahead and put extra points on the board. What you guys are saying is absolutely correct. I mean, the over-under opened at 37.5. It was bet down to 36.5.
Yeah.
The game hits on 34. So, do the Chinese arithmetic, If they kick the field goal, the game goes over. It goes over 36.5. Yeah. There's guys screaming, tearing up tickets like Mike was doing, on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
But
until Tampa played,
it's just ridiculous. This game opened at 3. It was bet up to 3.5 Raiders, and it was bet further up to 4. And the reason it was bet up to 4 was because going into this game, quarterbacks making their first career start with the Cleveland Browns. And this is exclusively with the Cleveland Browns since 1999, since they reformed the football team. 0-17 straight up in the game. 4-13 against the spread. You know, even as bad as the Raiders were and are, this game screamed to go ahead and bet the Raiders. And on top of that, the Browns were 0-10 against the spread their last 10 road games. 0-10. And you're playing a rookie quarterback who's having his first start. It screamed Raiders, and there was just a lot of people tearing up tickets.
Yeah,
that's all I got to say. You know, and I was coming home visiting my my ex-partner, and I could see Allegiant Stadium, you know, and you know, a couple of miles down the road, and just it killed it. It cost me money. This game cost me money, so I'll admit it. I mean,
I've never seen a punt from the other 28 in my lifetime. I've never seen.
I had a 5-team parlay and
weird one.
Yeah,
Izzy,
that's the only game that killed my ticket.
Izzy, what did you make of this? I mean, Shedeur has been the talk of the league for, you know, since the draft, really trying to figure out, oh, is he the best quarterback in the draft? Well, no, that's Cam Ward. Okay, well, he'll be number 2 off the board. He slipped to the 5th round. It's the Shedeur love is a little weird. The Shedeur hate's a little weird. Maybe it's people just looking to grab an angle on the story. He's cocky. He's confident. He's what? I don't know, man. He's a quarterback. I'm rooting for him. He's smiling, and he made a couple of really nice plays, and he looks way more like a starting NFL quarterback with potential, the potentiality of being a long-term starting quarterback than Dylan Gabriel did. And it's a dude that needs a bunch of reps. Give him some reps. What did you make of this?
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with you. Dylan Gabriel, he's gotten all the reps, all the first team reps.
Yeah.
He's been handed it, the playbook, literally handed the playbook to him. And I said it in your stream, like in the 4th quarter when I tuned in, just Shedeur Sanders has the things that Dylan Gabriel doesn't have. He has a bigger frame. He has a bigger motor, can make plays, roll out, make guys miss, has a way bigger arm. That pass to Isaiah Bond, that doesn't get completed by Dylan Gabriel. They probably don't even draw that play up. They probably do, and he just looks the other way. He's just an outlier. And Shedeur Sanders makes that pass. So in my opinion, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say the sky's the limit. We have to see more, but 100% if he gets more reps in practice and more in-game NFL experience, then yeah, 100. They'll make him he'll become a better quarterback. He just has to learn. Do I stay in the pocket longer, or is this guy going to do this? What's my receivers going to do? It's just getting on the first page with the whole NFL is seeing, and they could do a lot better. And luckily, they're starting him again. There was some question if they were going to start Dylan or Shedeur, and I'm glad they went that way. So yeah, just give him the reps and see how he works. I mean, this is the Browns' future, and if they mess it up, I mean, spending a 1st round on a quarterback next year, maybe they could get another guy that could be better. So
offensive line and wide receiver.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully we can see something happen here with Shedeur.
I think the Browns have 0 offensive linemen under contract for next year.
Listen, we talking about.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Yeah, so it'd be great to see Shedeur get some more reps in practice, Mike Barra.
Yeah, Shedeur did good enough and played well and made some plays and showed his upside potential and showed why I wanted the Seahawks to draft him. As he kept sliding, I'm like, this is the guy they should take. I know he's got all the noise around him and Dion and all that shit, but
good
the reality is he's got some talent and he has a penchant for making big plays and big moments, and I think that's really important. So I think that's the guy they ought to hitch their cart to. But other people were saying, you know, Stefanski really doesn't want him and really doesn't want him to succeed and really has made it hard on him. Other people have said, no, this is exactly the way they should have done it. Redshirt him for a year and tell him you're going to redshirt because you're not ready yet. But he's looking like he might be ready, and there's going to be some ups and some downs. So let's just play him. He's got way more upside than Dylan Gabriel. So you may as well let him play.
Yeah. One more thing to add on is I don't want to say if you guys keep up with basketball, but Shadur Sanders isn't any Luka Doncic, but the question for Luka Doncic was that he's too fat. He can't. He's too slow. He doesn't play any defense. And like you said, Shadur, a lot of people are like, oh, he's probably too cocky. He's too self-centered. He's all this personality-wise. In my opinion, if you do go out and give me 210 yards a game, 2 touchdowns, and lead your team to win, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, it doesn't matter what you're saying that much off the field to the press. If you're, oh, yeah, I knew I was going to go out there and win. I mean, it's whatever. If you're an NFL team and you want to win games and you have a quarterback that can win you games, then I just say go with the quarterback that can win you games at the end of the day. Yeah. That's why.
And, one thing, too, Chip Kelly lost his job. He got fired. And another offensive assistant. And, this is typical Pete Carroll. Pete's always got a teacher's pet, and he's always got a scapegoat. And Chip Kelly was the scapegoat. The guy that should be fired is Pete Carroll because Pete is done. He's toast. He's cooked. He's not an NFL head coach anymore. And he's the one who put the staff together. So how is it not the head coach's responsibility? And I think right now he's just living on borrowed time because, Al Davis Jr. doesn't want to look or whatever. Is it Al Davis Jr.? What's his? Is it Mark Davis?
No, there.
Mark Davis. Just doesn't want to look like an idiot who's fired his head coach for the 4th time in 5 years. It's going to be, but the end is near, and Geno Smith, the end is near. That's one of the worst performances you're ever going to see. And the Browns have a great defense, and Geno made it worse. So and he flips off the fans. It's like, got to have a little self-control, Geno. And that's one of the reasons why I never liked the guy. I didn't want him to be the quarterback for the Seahawks.
The end is near.
I'm glad he's in Vegas now. I'm glad he's Vegas' problem. But I feel bad.
Sheriff is near.
Yeah, I was really hoping, because the Seahawks and the Raiders are supposed to play next year. I was really hoping they were going to play in the regular season here in Vegas, and I could go and watch my Seahawks beat up on Pete Carroll and Geno, but it doesn't look like I'm going to get that chance because neither one of them is going to be here.
Yeah, they may not make it. Speaking of may not make it, today is going to be an abbreviated show because we are under a crunch. It's Turkey week, so instead of doing a Tuesday, Thursday, we're trying to cram it all in here. So here's what I'm thinking. Gentlemen, I want to make our picks real fast. And then with the time left over, let's get to all of the betting trends. Sound good with everyone? Really fast, make our picks?
Sure. I'd like to get the betting trends before I make my picks, but I'll just go ahead and make them anyway. So,
but we could. No.
You can always change them. You can change them later, Mike.
No. I get where he's like, no, I want to. That's why you're doing so good. You keep looking at the.
Well, I pay attention to what Jim tells me. Yeah, I pay attention.
Well, that's fair. It wouldn't.
Accurate. I was 9-5 last week, which is pretty weak. Let me share.
Yeah, I was 9-5 as well. No, I like this. The one thing, Jim, you want to go caveman style and show us what we got? What were you last week? 9-5, Mike?
I was 9-5 last week. I am now 115-63 for the season. I'm going to whip through these. All right, Thursday games, Thanksgiving games, Packers, Lions. I don't like the Packers, but I really don't like the way the Lions are playing. It's a Thursday game. Yeah, I know I must be logged in. I am logged in.
Give it the old refresh.
Want me to go, Brian?
I got it. Packers over the Lions. Chiefs, Cowboys. Tough game. I like the way the Cowboys are playing. They're playing at home. I like them to win that game, squeak it out. Cincinnati at Baltimore, not going against Baltimore. They're going to go to 7-5. Chicago, Philadelphia. I really do like Chicago, but they're on the road. They're playing Philly. Good teams, as Jim always says, bounce back. And I think that they're gonna handle Chicago. Although I think it's going to be a good game. Arizona at Tampa Bay. God, Tampa just because they're at home. Jets, Falcons. I'm going to take the Falcons because the Jets are terrible. Houston and Indianapolis. This is a good game. This is an important game. I got to go with the defense. I got to think that they're going to totally upset here. Jacksonville, Tennessee, the Jags are going to beat them. Raiders at Carolina. I hate to say it, Rams at Carolina. Rams quite easily because Bryce Young. New Orleans at Miami. Crummy game of the week. Who cares? Miami's a little better. I'll take them. Cleveland at San Francisco. I'm going to pick your Browns. I'm going to say you can beat this team with your defense. You can hold into a very low-scoring game like 16-14 or something like that. Minnesota at Seattle. That should be an easy game for the Seahawks. It's, the Vikings are not good. Buffalo at Pittsburgh. I like Pittsburgh to bounce back from an unfortunate defeat last week. Aaron Rodgers will come back. Vegas at LA. I got to go with the Chargers. Denver at Washington. I don't know how they're 10-2, but I got to go with Denver. They're the better team. New York at New England. Easy. That's New England. You got a lot of teams with, I think, inflated records, but they keep winning. They keep getting it done. So give them credit.
Yeah, there's a lot of 500-ish teams that are just kind of sitting around.
There's a lot of 500 teams that are 8-3, 9-2, and 10-2. I mean, they're maybe not 500 teams, but they're 65% teams.
Right.
So they're in the 80s. So yeah, it's interesting.
All right, Izzy, do you want to do your caveman style? Let's get Izzy's picks for this coming week. So how many games are on Thursday? We got, what is it, 3 on Thursday?
Yeah, 3.
I'm looking forward to it. Izzy went blank. I don't know what's going on there.
Jim can go caveman style.
Yeah, one second. I'm just turning my screen around.
Okay, we'll get that. And then it'll need to be reversed as well.
Yeah, I know.
There we go. Oh, there we are. And Brad Robinson, who is sitting on the leaderboard 95 and 83 on the year.
Yeah, so this I went, I think, 8-7 last week, something like that. So I'm gonna take the Lions over the Packers, Cowboys, Chiefs. I'm gonna take my Cowboys, Bengals, and Baltimore. I'm gonna take Bengals. I'm gonna take Bengals on that one. Bears, Eagles. I'm gonna take the Eagles just because the Bears are in the wild card spot. Cardinals, Bucks. I'm gonna take the Buccaneers. Falcons, Jets. Falcons, Houston, Indianapolis. I'm gonna take the Colts. I do believe that the Texans defense and their D-line is actually really, really good. It's just they're gonna try to run the ball, and if the run game doesn't work, then it's the Texans football game. Jags, Titans. I'm gonna take the Titans. I'm gonna take them to win. Dolphins, Saints. I'm gonna take the Fins. Rams, Panthers, Rams. Browns, 49ers. I'll take the Browns. Let's see what Shadur can do. Seattle, Vikings, Seattle, Chargers, Raiders. Hopefully the Chargers can win. Steelers, Buffalo. Is Aaron Rodgers coming back or not?
I don't know.
You guys know?
I believe he's expected to play. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna take the Steelers just because the DBs aren't that good for the Steelers, but Josh Allen's really not throwing anybody special. Broncos, Redskins. I'm gonna take the Broncos, and Giants, Patriots. I gotta take the Patriots.
Yes, Rodgers expected to play against the Bills. Right. Thank you for the picks. Jim, who you got on Caveman Cam?
Caveman good.
Caveman bueno.
Caveman bueno.
So easy, even a Jim can do it.
Thursday game, I'll go ahead and take the Lions. They're pretty dominant at home against Green Bay. I got Dallas beating the Chiefs. I think Dallas is on a roll. The Chiefs are not that good of a football team, and Dallas is very strong at home. I'll go ahead and take the Ravens. I'm not crazy about the spread on this. If I was to give the point or go ahead and take the points, I would take the Bengals in this. I can't see them playing Burrow. If they do, I think they're crazy. I'll go ahead and take the Eagles to bounce back. Same argument Mike had against the Bears. I'll go ahead and take the Buccaneers. The the Cardinals are just ass this year. The Jets, miserable weather in East Rutherford, New Jersey. The Falcons do not play well in lousy weather. I'll go ahead and take the Jets to just win this game outright.
Wow.
I will take Baltimore to beat Houston, and I will take this is probably my upset pick of the week. I'll go ahead and take Tennessee to beat the Jaguars. The Jaguars are game time temperature is supposed to be in the 40s in Nashville. The Jaguars do not play well in cold weather. I think they're 0-18 straight up, and we'll get to that later in weather in the 40s. I'll take the Rams for the same argument that Mike has, over the Panthers. Bryce Young is not going to be able to see over his offensive line in this game. I'll go ahead and take Miami against the Saints. The Saints are just a bad football team. I'm going to go with Cleveland over Santa Clara this week. Miserable game. I think 38 degrees, rain and sleet in Cleveland at the time. Brock Purdy has small hands. He's going to be dropping the football. I will take the Seahawks to annihilate the Vikings. I'll take Buffalo to bounce back. Buffalo is a below average football team this year, but I think they squeak it out against the Steelers. I'll take San Diego to beat Oakland. They will manhandle the Oakland Raiders. I'll take the Donkeys over the Redskins, and I will take the Patriots. New York had a real good game last week. I think that there's probably going to be some over betting on the Giants this week, so I will go ahead and take New England to beat the Giants. And I don't know if Ramondre's coming back this week. He
was back in the last game. He didn't get as many carries.
Oh, he did play?
Travion. Yes, he did play. It was a limited. It was not 50-50. It was 66% Travion.
I didn't talk to his moms last week, so I wasn't sure.
All right. Well, there's time this week to get the inside scoop. All right, let's go and throw mine up on the screen, the NFL game picker. I'm a couple of games back on the leaderboard. I am sitting at 112-66. Mike is at 115-63. Jim, you said you're tied with Mike, or you're one behind two?
Yeah, Mike and I are tied, 115-63. Imagine that.
All right. Well, congrats on that. Plenty of
two-time champ is in trouble.
Yes, plenty of season left. If I have something to say about it, I went 9-5 on the week. Not my strongest performance, but it was okay, I suppose. Anyway, let's go to week 13, and I will make my picks. I'm picking the Lions at home, Turkey Day. Come on, nobody beats the Lions at home on Turkey Day, or at least they shouldn't. Same with Dallas. Dallas is the better team. Kansas City, I mean, the NFL really wants their golden child in there, but Cowboys being America's team. I just think the Cowboys are getting better at the right time. I don't think Kansas City has enough firepower. I think because Joe Burrow comes back and because Baltimore has not been what they've traditionally been over the past couple decades, I'm picking Cincinnati on the road in an upset. Joe Burrow is going to come back with some willpower and some focus. Go Joe. Philadelphia is going to edge out the Bears. Tampa's going to get the win. This one's going to be tough. Will Baker play? Will he not play? And if he does, will he be effective? Time will tell. I'm not entirely certain if they've made a determination on that. I don't think they have. Atlanta's better than the Jets, so I'll pick them. I'm going to say Houston. That defense, I watched what the Browns can do on defense. It wrecks teams that we play. I know our record hasn't shown much, but our offense has been miserable under Dylan Gabriel, different under Shador. I mean, we'd be in the hunt right now if we had competent, adequate, middle-of-the-road offense. And I think Houston is capable of that, whether they have C.J. Mills again or whether they go to C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills. I'm confusing.
Davis Mills and C.J. Stroud, yeah.
There we go. You know who I'm talking about. regardless, I'm picking Houston. Jacksonville, better than Tennessee. Even in the weather, I think they'll get it done. The Rams are going to beat the Panthers. Dolphins over the Saints. Cleveland is going to get the win here. I really think we could win out and go 9-8. I'm that crazy. And that defense is that doggone good. So I'm picking the Browns at home in shitty weather. Seattle should steamroll the Vikings, who are not, they're a shell of their former selves. Buffalo is a better team than Pittsburgh, and they're going to prove it. Chargers, that'll be a cakewalk. Denver, 9-2, something to play for. They're going to get the win. And this one's going to be a tough one, but I think New England will edge them out, fellas. So those are my picks for this week. All right, so we have a limited amount of time. I'm going to give it to Jim. Give us as much as you can on the trends for this upcoming week.
Okay, we'll go through this real quick. Mike, I emailed that to you. Can you bring it up?
I'll share. I got them. I'll share. There we go.
Yes, and by the way, at the bottom of the screen, we're showing the social media accounts to follow: Mike Barra, Seahawk Boy Mike B, and Mike Barra 333 on X. Make sure you hit up TNAM Football for Strictly Football, as well as the Unhappy Hour _, for the Unhappy Hour Sports Show, and at American _media _ for the New American Media. As Izzy also has one, RYELEZ. He doesn't use it a lot. He doesn't tag us. He doesn't retweet much. He doesn't heart a lot. Maybe he could get more involved than nothing this week. That's our challenge to Izzy. We'll see if he's got something in him. That's the challenge thrown down, the gauntlet to you, Mr. Ezrael Robinson. But Jim Mitchell, let's see what you got. Oh, Mike was putting it up on the screen. Let me pull it.
Oh, did I not? I did share. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, let me click on that. There we go. All right. I think we can go this way. Perfect. That's how we want it. All right.
Okay, a lot of stats this week. Every team is playing this week. There's no days off. We got 3 Thursday games. Packers and Lions. The first game, Lions opened at 2.5. As far as I know, there's still 2.5 point favorite. Packers are 19-6 against the spread as a dog of 3 points or more. The Lions are 44-15 straight up. They are 18-11 against the spread. Lions are 29-12 against the spread at home. Lions are 3-2 straight up at home versus the Packers the last 5 years. And they are 7-2 straight up overall versus the Packers in the last 9 games. Jared Goff is 39-15 against the spread indoors. Teams that play overtime on Sunday. This is a obscure stat here. This applies to the Lions. Teams that play overtime on Sunday, then play on Thursday, are only 4-24 against the spread. So that's a big number to look at in this game. And the Lions historically are not that successful on Thanksgiving. I'm just putting it out there.
So everything says Lions, therefore I'm taking the Packers.
Right. I'm kind of with you on this, Mike. Next game on Thanksgiving, the Chiefs are favored by 3 points over the Cowboys. I don't really understand this number. I think it's overinflation on the part of the Chiefs. Chiefs are 6-4 against the spread. Patrick is 30-14-1 straight up as a favorite of 3 or fewer points or an underdog. If this game goes to 2.5 or 2, the Chiefs are 23-10-1 straight up when favored by less than 3 points. The Frog is 17-2 straight up indoors. The Chiefs teams, this is the second time this stat applies this week. Teams that play overtime on Sunday, then play on Thursday, are 4-24 against the spread. That's a big number, and that's probably the reason I like the Cowboys in this game. Teams that play overtime on Sunday, then play on the road on Thursday, which breaks it down a little bit more, are 4-16 straight up, and also against the spread. So if they're on the road and they played overtime on Sunday, and then they have to play Thursday, the Cowboys are 21-9 straight up at home, They're 4-1 against the spread as a dog this year. The Cowboys are 6-18 and 1 straight up as a dog the last couple of years. This is a glaring stat also. This is kind of strange. Rookie head coaches, which Schottenheimer is, are 13-24 against the spread their first Thursday night game since 2015. The evening game, Bengals, Ravens. Ravens are a 7-point favorite. Game time weather, 49 degrees and partly cloudy. If Joe Burrow plays, he's 18-8-1 against the spread after the Bengals lose a game. Joe Burrow is 18-2 against the spread as a dog of 3 points or more. He's 14-7 straight up as an away dog. History between these two teams. This is AFC Central game. The Bengals are 1-3 straight up at versus the Ravens in Baltimore, and they are 3-6 straight up overall versus the Ravens. Bengals are 3-19 straight up on Thursday, Sunday, and Monday night. The Ravens are 4-7 against the spread in 2025. Lamar is 29-11 straight up. Ravens are 97-31 straight up at home as a favorite. But Lamar Jackson is only 23-28 against the spread as a home favorite. And he's 10-12 straight up as a favorite of 7 points or more. Favorites of 4 points or more are 63-22-1 straight up. Home favorites of 7+ points are 6-13 against the spread in primetime night games. So that's an important stat there. So that would favor the Bengals. This is I guess this is a weird Friday Amazon game. The Bears at the Eagles. Eagles are a 7-point favorite. Philadelphia, it's going to be 43 degrees and sunny at game time. Bears are 20-34 straight up. Bears are 8-24 straight up on the road. The Eagles are 21-11 against the spread. Jalen Hurts is 20-1 straight up as a home favorite. That's a big number.
Yeah.
But Jalen Hurts is only 5-10 straight up without Lane Johnson. The Eagles are 5-1 straight up versus teams with winning records, and favorites of 4 points or more are 63-22-1 straight up. This favorites of 4 points or more, I don't know if you noticed, but that trend is going up. They're winning the game more often than not.
Got it. Mike, is there a second page on this one?
Yes. And a third.
Yes. All right. Rams, Panthers.
Okay, Rams, Panthers. The Rams opened as a 10.5-point favorite over the Panthers. Game time temperature 50 degrees, and they're expected to get rain in Charlotte on Sunday. Rams are 16-6 against the spread. Rams are 8-2 against the spread as a favorite. They are 8-0 against the spread as a road favorite. So that's a huge number. And they are 9-1 against the spread on the road. Favorites of 4 or more, 63-22-1. Double-digit favorites, double-digit game, 15-14 against the spread, 50-50 against the spread. But if you like the Rams on the money line, 28-3 straight up. Panthers, teams that play Santa Clara the week before, 19-37 straight up the week after. Teams that played on Monday Night Football, this is Mike's stat. The week before are 10-15 straight up. and they are 7-17-1 against the spread the week after. So Panthers on a short week. Santa Clara favored 6.5 over Bryan's Browns. This is going to be a weather game. 38 degrees, and they're expecting rain and sleet in Cleveland at game time. Going to be a cold game, going to be a wet game. 49ers 7-3 straight up versus teams with a losing record. Favorites of 4 points or more are 63-22-1 straight up. And again, teams that played on Monday Night Football the week before are 10-15 straight up, and they are 7-17-1 against the spread the week after. I like the Browns, and I like 6.5 in this game. I'll go ahead and take the 6.5 and the Browns. Texans and Colts. Colts opened as a 4.5-point favorite. Texans are 1-12 against the spread as a dog after a win as a dog. It's kind of a strange stat, but it's held up the last 13 games. Texans are 3-5 straight up and against the spread versus teams with winning records. Texans are 3-2 straight up versus the Colts at Indianapolis, and they are 4-5-1 straight up overall versus the Colts the last 5 years. So kind of 50-50 as far as a heads-up match. But Texans 1-12 against the spread as a dog after a win as a dog. It's kind of a weird stat, but that's held up. Colts are 7-1 against the spread versus the AFC. They're 7-4 against the spread this year. Favorites of 4 points or more are 63-22-1 straight up. Saints at Dolphins. Dolphins are a 5.5-point home favorite. I think that's probably the most points the Dolphins have been favored this year. 79 degrees and thunderstorms in Miami on Sunday. Saints dome team. Saints are 2-7 against the spread as a dog. Tua 4-10 straight up. Dolphins are 3-5 against the spread at home. They are 9-22 against the spread as a home favorite. Favorites of 4 points or more, 63-22-1 straight up. Falcons and Jets. This is the ultimate corner TV game of the week. Falcons, 2.5-point favorite over the Jets. 47 degrees and rain in this game. Doesn't bode well for the Falcons. I don't understand the number. Falcons are 9-22 straight up on the road. The Jets are 7-17 against the spread when the spread is between +3 or -3. The Jets are 5-2 against the spread as a dog. Kind of like the Jets in this game, even though the Jets are a bad football team. I hate betting bad team versus bad team, but if I had to, I'd just go ahead and take the points in the Jets. Cardinals at the Buccaneers. This is an unknown Baker game, as Brian said. Buccaneers are still favored by 3 points. Tampa, weather in Tampa Sunday, 82 degrees and rain. Cardinals are 25-10 against the spread on the road overall. The last 35 games they've played. Buccaneers are 14-5 straight up as a home favorite. I don't care who plays quarterback. Teddy Bridgewater is a moderate to good quarterback as a backup. I'd go ahead and lay the 3 and take the Bucs. Jaguars -6.5 against the Titans. Nashville supposed to be 45 degrees and rain at game time. The Jaguars historically 2-2 straight up versus the Titans in Nashville, and they are 5-4 straight up versus the Titans. Division game, they're familiar with each other. Favorites of 4 points or more, 63-22-1 straight up. Big stat in this game. The Jacksonville Jaguars, guys, are 1-18 straight up when the temperature is under 50 degrees. And that's a hardball stat right there. 1-18. Florida teams do not play well when it's cold out.
Yeah.
Titans are 7-21 against the spread, and they are 3-11 against the spread at home. Not for nothing, the Titans have been playing a little bit better each week as it goes. I would go ahead. Don't like the game on a parlay, but Titans look kind of tasty getting 6.5 in this game. Screen number 3, Mike. There we go. Vikings at our Seahawks. Seahawks are favored by 10.5 in this game. Temperature 48 degrees game time and cloudy. Vikings are 4-4 against the spread as a road. They are 4-2 against the spread when a dog of 4 or more points. The Seahawks are only 5-9 against the spread at home. Favorites of 4 points or more, 63-22-1. Double-digit favorites are 15-14 against the spread, but double-digit favorites are 28-3 straight up. This game screams money line. Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. I like the Seahawks. I don't like the spread.
No.
Just based on the way the defense played last week. You know,
yeah, correct.
I mean, the Vikings, J.J. McCarthy's the quarterback, but they also have Justin Jefferson and some other guys that can make plays. That, you know, you could have a broken coverage and you know, a 5-yard dump off, a wide receiver screen ends up to be a 66-yard touchdown or something. So you got to be careful of that.
Yeah, Vikings are ass. I mean, you know, McCarthy's going to have a pick 6 or 2. What do you think, Iz?
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, I would
completely agree.
Yeah, this may be the lead pipe lock of the week. Seahawks on the money line. You're not going to get a lot of value with 10.5 though, but you know, it's still money in your pocket. Raiders and Chargers, AFC West game. Chargers opened at 9.5, home favorite. Raiders are just ass. Chargers should handle them pretty easily in this game. Chargers are 14-6 against the spread versus the AFC. They are 4-0 straight up at home versus the Raiders. They are 7-3 last 10 games straight up versus the Raiders. The Chargers are 10-1 straight up versus teams with losing records. Favorites of 4 points or more, 63-22-1. Double-digit favorites. If this game goes to 10, it would be 15-14 against the spread and 28-3 straight up. If it goes to 10.
Jim Harbaugh rubbing Pete Carroll's face in it is guaranteed. They hate each other. They've never gotten along from the college days, you know, USC and Stanford. This might be a game I'd consider giving the points because I'll tell you one thing: if Harbaugh gets up 10 points, he ain't backing off. He's not gonna
pull a Browns and punt the ball on the 29-yard line.
He ain't gonna punt the ball on the 20-yard.
Yeah, the last couple of years, I haven't seen a number this large between the Chargers and the Raiders. 9.5 is an awful lot of points. Yeah, like you said, Mike, this is the what's your deal game, you know?
Yeah. What's your deal, man?
Yeah.
What's the deal, guys?
So next game, Bills 4.5 point favorite over the Steelers. I think this number is semi-inflated. 41 degrees and rain and sleet in Pittsburgh at game time. This isn't a big road game for the Bills. This is a bus trip to Pittsburgh. Bills are 22-7 straight up after a loss. They are 17-14 against the spread, but they are 15-7 versus
playoffs.
playoff teams. Let's see. Favorites of 4 points or more, 63-22, and 1 straight up. The Steelers are 22-9-3 straight up as a home dog. They are 13-6 against the spread at home, and they are 10-3-2 against the spread when getting 3 points or more at home. So I think this, like I said, I think this number is a little overinflated. If I had to take a side, I'd go ahead and take the 4.5 in this game. But I think the Bills squeak out the win. Broncos minus 6.5 versus the Redskins. 39 degrees and rain game time. Broncos are 9-24 straight up on the road. Not a real good road team. Broncos are 5-6 against the spread in 2025. They are 22-28-1 against the spread. Broncos are 11-4 against the spread, although as a favorite. And they are 10-1 straight up and 8-3 against the spread versus a team with a losing record. Favorites of 4 points or more, 63-22 and 1 straight up. Redskins are 16-15 against the spread, kind of 50-50 mediocre. Sunday night game. This might be a good hedge game to put the Broncos on the money line. That way, if you had to protect your ticket, you would pay a minimal amount of money on the Redskins, to win the game, and that would be a good deal as far as protecting your parlay. Giants at Patriots Monday night. Patriots are a 7.5-point favorite in this game. 38 degrees and partly cloudy game time. The Giants are a miserable 2-17 straight up on Sunday, Monday, and Thursday nights. They are 22-17 against the spread as a road dog, and they are 8-15 against the spread as a dog. Jameis Winston is 4-8 against the spread. His numbers have been coming up against the spread. Giants teams that play the Lions the week before are 8-16 straight up. And they are 6-18 against the spread the week after. So that's a 3-1 favorite in favor of the Patriots as far as covering that number. Patriots are 9-0 straight up, and they are 7-2 against the spread. I hate that half point in that number. If that was 7, I would entertain taking that, but this would be another good hedge game to bet. Take the Patriots, and you'd have to lay a minimal amount of money on the Giants to recover your money. And that's it for week 13.
Nice. Mike, would that have changed any of your picks?
I don't really like any of the games.
Taking it easy this week.
I really kind of like the Chargers and give the points, but that's a minimal payout. And I like the Seahawks and give the points, but that's about it.
Izzy, do you have a lead pipe lock of the week?
Yeah, the Dallas Cowboys.
There you go.
All
right.
Homer.
Homers only need apply. By the way, Ohio State Buckeyes play this weekend, trying to finally beat that filthy team up north. We're on a bit of a streak where it hasn't gone that way, but I think this could be our year. So we'll see.
Lead pipe lock of the week, Brian. Like we talked about, Seahawks money line.
They're
going to win that game. Forget about the 10.5.
Yeah, I mean, they should win it. Absolutely. I concur. All right. Any final thoughts on the way out? Gentlemen, thank you for abbreviating this together today. Had a great time. Mike, final thoughts. Are you doing any appearances? Are you doing any other shows you want to promote?
Toxically Masculine Tuesday tonight. We're going to talk about the news. We're going to talk about the 6 traitors who are
the Seditious Six.
The Seditious Six.
But Mike, I'd be curious to get your thought on the similarities between Oath Keepers. Just warning to make sure we only obey constitutional orders.
I have no thoughts about Oath Keepers right now.
On another show.
And a lot of other news stuff tonight. Tomorrow, news update on the financial side of things. And everybody have a great Thanksgiving. I'm going to hang out with that guy right there and his lovely wife, Regina. She's going to cook us some turkey. So.
Nice. Looking forward to it. I can't wait till what quote of the day Jim's going to give us. He usually has one for us. Izzy, final thoughts on this before we wrap?
Yeah. I hope everyone has a wonderful Thanksgiving. Enjoy a lot of good food. Great time of year for that. Yeah,
hopefully you said you were at the dentist. Did you say? I think you said you were. Did I miss
what?
I don't know. I thought Mike said he was at the dentist because you said enjoy good food, and I said I hope you'll be able to. And I was offering wishes of goodness and health to everybody. Thank you, Izzy. That was very kind. And Jim, you like to wrap it up with a piece of wisdom.
Yeah, it pertains the Browns Raiders game. It's what you talked about, Brian, with the kicking that field goal. The answer to all your questions is money.
The answer to all your questions
is money.
Everything comes down to one of two things, Jim. Money or aliens. Money or aliens.
Ooh.
Everything. Money or aliens.
Money, aliens, or chicks.
Babes.
Space babes are into money.
And yeah, Mike and Dave will be coming over. We'll be watching some 85-inch football all day.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, have a blast. Feel free to tweet at the group and everything. Send some stuff out. We'll reshare. Make sure you're following all of us here on Strictly Football. We appreciate you being here. Happy Turkey Week. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back next week. Until then, I appreciate you. I love you. And we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace.
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 Hi, this is Eric Metcalf, and you're watching Unhappy Hour.
Season 2 episode. Oh, that's The New American Media is proud to present a division of the Unhappy Hour sports show, Strictly Football.
Watch what magnesium does to your bowels.
Why? All right. Let's stop this. Hold on. All right, we'll stop that. Hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you, everybody. We'll be live doing the Buckeyes live stream tomorrow. And now we are going to play this episode here, which is our episode about Candace Owens being in the crosshairs from 2 days ago. Take a listen. Thank you so much. By the way, we do have Rumble rants and super chats for anybody who's enjoying the content and wants to support independent media. Consider making a donation at any or all of those places scrolling at the bottom of the screen. All right, here is that episode. Are you starting your day with good music, positive music? I probably had a time in my life where most of the music that I listened to was, is it nourishing for the soul or is it brain rot? Well, who knows, right? Who knows? No, I can't turn the music on. YouTube is waging a war against music, I tells ya. Nimbus is down here asking for third breakfast, so I'll give it to him when I launch the intro to this show. What show is this, do you ask? Well, now, let's tell you about it. That's me talking to Nimbus. I will tell you all about this show. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere north of Mexico. Isn't that all of America? I guess, okay, maybe we got some islands, but Anyway, my name's Brian Engelman. Today is Wednesday, November 26, 2025. Buddy. And this right here that you are watching is called the TNAM Daily Show. There it is. TNAM stands for the New American Media. Happy to have you today. Candace Owens in the crosshairs. Or has she gone crazy? That's the debate. She's got the #1 podcast. Everybody wants to know what's going on. Taking a week off of the show, saying the French president, Emmanuel Macron, and whoever he is partnered up with, she's made some very specific claims. And she said, I would stake my entire professional career on this, all of my integrity. I've researched it that much. I'm that confident that the Macron partner is a dude living as a lady who was an older man that groomed him as a kid, something along those lines. That's the accusation that Candace makes, has been making for quite some time. And now her show's off the air. She's saying that she has evidence that they've placed a hit on her and that they were involved in taking out Charlie Kirk. What do we make of this? Love to get your comments. Type them in the comments section. We'll put the comments up on the screen here. Hello, Droopy Dog and Marion and Lake Leon and John. Yep, John, cool. Got an ad. You done good, lad. Hey, you done good, laddie. Hi, Nimbus. You look like the Sphinx over there. Very handsome. Very handsome. I brought Nimbus a chair because he'll enjoy sitting on my lap or sitting up here and typing on the keyboard. He loves typing on my computer keyboard. And he loves laying to the right or to the left, but then I can't use the mouse because, cats love mice. So I rolled the other chair. I put a very festive, very colorful. Yeah, let me see if Nimbus wants to look outside. Let's do this. Now he can look outside. How about that? Aww. It's one of the finer things in life, just being able to be in the presence of a gato. Hi, bud. Of a gato. And just knowing that you're giving them you're doing what you can to make their life nice. Even just now by opening the window. I mean, he's up. He's like seeing it windy and blowing out there. Almost like he can smell the breeze. This late November breeze, Turkey Day Eve. They say it's the busiest bar night of the year. One of them. And I can tell you, it traditionally has been. I spent a lot of time in my life slinging drinks, bartending, a lot. I've enjoyed it. Various establishments have various requirements and needs and clientele. Yeah, it's a fun time. It's Turkey Day Eve. So, of course, preparing. Are you prepared for food? There's that dish that I've told you about. It's that Jell-O thing with the cream cheese, whipped cream topping with the nuts on top. It's got like cranberry in the Jell-O and pineapple in the Jell-O. I think I'm going to have to make it. I keep talking about it. It's just when I think of Thanksgiving, I think of that thing. Yeah, and I don't really have a stack of recipes from my mom. And she's gone, so I can't ask her. That's a good gift idea. Like to make a recipe. It's easy to make your own books now. There's plenty of sites that'll do it. You can upload pictures and stuff. Maybe I'll do that. Stan Store is a place where you can make like digital products. And I think I'd like to do that. But yeah, Thanksgiving recipes are how you pass those family traditions around. What are you most excited for on Thanksgiving? Type it in the comments. QOTD, what are you most excited for? Very curious. Marion, it's TNAM. Oh, doggone it. Got to change the graphics, edit the theme. Why can't I lock the theme? I would love to lock the theme. Ooh, all these fonts. Look at this. Is there a font that I love? Well, that's wild. Here, we'll do it like that. Yes, this is the new American media because the old American media has failed you. You know that. We know that. I know that. You know that. The American people know that. So question of the day, what are you most looking forward to? John says, a day off is what I'm looking forward to the most. Hello, Kenneth. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Howdy, 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 howdy. At the bottom of the screen, to all the newcomers, all the first-time viewers, all the, well, regulars, everybody. Welcome to the bar. I'm your bartender, and if you're having a good time, we do have tip jars available, Rumble rants and super chats, subscriptions on Rumble and YouTube, and just letting the advertisements play. Let the ad play at some point. That you know, the algorithm knows. The algorithm knows. I hit my lip and I gave myself a stutter. The algorithm knows. So that's always appreciated. Patreon subscribers, thank you. It's nearing the end of the month. We usually post about 2 things. You know, I think maybe I should do some unique original content over there. I don't know if it'll be an Ask Me Anything. Not entirely certain, but I do want to maybe, because I do have different content on different sites here at the New American Media. That's for sure. But yes, all those places are places you can throw something in the tip jar, as well as, what do we have? Oh yeah, direct. A little direct. You know, you ever see a family member or something? They'll just like slide a 20 into your pocket. I had a great aunt. She had a bit of a mangled hand. It was kind of, it was like a stumpy kind of, you know, pseudo. It was sort of like this. Something like that. It was not fully formed. And she would have a $2 bill, and she'd kind of hand me a $2 bill. I got a bunch of $2 bills there. Actually, you know what I discovered? A stack of $2 bills. I forgot that I went to the bank a while back and got a stack. So I need to put some of those in the wallet. If you ever want to be remembered, give somebody a $2 bill. I heard that President Trump was thinking about doing a $250 bill with his face on it. I know that sounds douchey and whatever, but then when you realize it's to commemorate our 250th anniversary, it's kind of clever. It's kind of neat marketing, I think. I'd spend a $250 bill. And if anyone wants to put a $250 bill into my pocket, what is it? It's I'm trying to remember all the things. Venmo and Cash App is just my name, Brian Engelman. And then PayPal is, what is it? fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. It's all scrolling at the bottom of the screen. But yes, Marion, this is the new American media because the old American media has failed us. It absolutely has failed us. Do I like these graphics? Here's another question of the day. Do you like these graphics at the bottom of the screen with the new? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. But yes, that is why I started the New American Media, because I was lied to. Hello, David. Welcome, David. Kenneth, turkey lurkey dee and a turkey lurkey dow. Turkey lurkey doo and a turkey lurkey dap. I eat turkey, then I take a nap. Thanksgiving is a special night. Jimmy Walker used to sing Dynamite. That's right. Oh, Adam Sandler. 1990s Adam Sandler. As the holiday began, are we actually in? Is everybody off today? Is everybody working today? I love working. I love coming in here and talking about the news. I've tried to reduce the amount of time that I spend consuming news outside of here. I'll share things and grab things all day long, but I'm like, let me do a deep dive in it during the show, which is why sometimes when it's the end of a show, when it's maybe on the end of the week and I don't have a Saturday show scheduled, it's like, I still have stuff to talk about. I shared all these stories. I want to share them with you. But it is important that you're following the New American Media in multiple locations. I see that almost everybody following here, as I'm fighting off a sneeze, is on YouTube. But if YouTube went away, and it did before, it's important that you follow us in the other places because the show will go on. But yeah, quick note. I did mention it yesterday, and I just want to thank you all again. Letting the show roll. Watching additional content, it helped boost us to monetization. And then 3 months into it, now we got our first AdSense deposit into our business account. Now, these are like little steps. Like 15 years in, you go like, well, how is it take? I've explained to you the amount of attack the New American Media has faced. Deleted by Facebook, demonetized, content removed, shadow banned. You literally type in the name for it. Brian Engelman, the New American Media, Larry Elder, for example, like some of the just memory hold you can't find. Brian Engelman, John McAfee. And you're like, where are these interviews? Where? So just this past, let's just call it this past year. Rebuilding and establishing these things, getting Rumble payments through, getting Patreon payments through, getting YouTube payments through. They're massively important. I mean, you couldn't possibly work a job that didn't pay. And we were having this discussion in one of my group threads, group chats, about working with a company. And then when somebody describes that they just want to, they have it in for you, they get off on the power of ruining your life. It's tough. It's tough to team up with a company. It's tough to team up with other people. And that's why it's been super important for me to, I don't do this on my own, but I do this on my own. Because I have to build a pathway that's going to work. Of course, it's not on my own. It's like all of you are just crucial to this project. Deeply appreciative. So as Thanksgiving is tomorrow, I want to say thank you to all of you, the regulars, the first timers. It's like every day something is happening now. There's different. You get a Rumble rant, you get a super chat, you get a new Patreon subscriber, a new Rumble subscriber, a new YouTube subscriber, something dropped in the Venmo direct, something dropped Cash App direct. It's like, it's great. It's all friggin' great. And now it's time to grow the show. So please text a friend, grab the share link to the show, and just text somebody. Text somebody smart. Text somebody, go, hey, we usually meet over here around noon. And by the way, the show could change the time at some point. Maybe at some point it would be an early morning show. Maybe at some point it would be an evening show or a late night show. I don't know. But daily we gather as trash pandas. Oh, where's that? I did share that. Maybe John made a TNAM trash panda. I'll have to find that graphic. It should be when I go to my X feed. But yeah, we're just a bunch of little trash pandas here, rifling through the rubbish of the day, separating fake news from fact. It's getting tough to tell. It's getting really tough to tell what's true and what's not. But I try. I try to decipher it the best that I can. Candace Owens, it's tough to tell. Trump, it's tough to tell. Epstein, it's tough to tell. All of it. So anyway, Question of the day: what are you thankful for? You know, if we kind of bow our heads or put our heads up to the sky and put our hands together, like, what are we grateful for right now? What are you thankful for? Type it in the comments, please. I would love to hear from you what you're grateful for. All right, Marion, a couple days off, 4 total. There you go. Yippee. Kenneth, looking forward to feeling better. Had a bad cold. Now, I don't give medical advice, of course. But do you take vitamin C and D and zinc by chance? And if not, can you? I know some people use the IVM. I don't think that's a taboo topic anymore now that they sold all their Vs, right? Yeah, but Kenneth, you were traveling. You get around a bunch of people, and it's easy to catch something. But it also it gives your body a chance to fight, build antibodies, and it you know. I guess the best thing to do is sleep and rest, and fuel. Good fuel is super important. So hang in there, Kenneth. I hope you feel better too. Maybe some green tea. Tea's good. I have so much tea. Some people suffer from low T. I have a lot of tea. T is in TEA, not testosterone. Hello, Danette. Did you say Danette for 2? Do you mean like a dinette? Is that what you mean? Yeah, already gobbling. Can I make a gobble noise? Something like that. Oh, Marion, your dad was known for handing out $2 bills. Really? Yeah, I've always said if you want to be remembered, give someone a $2 bill. But if you're ever on the run, if you're ever on the lam, do not use a 2. Do not use a 2. Yeah, our dad used to pay us back in the 70s with $2 bills. I give them to grandkids for birthdays and Christmas. Yeah, $2 bills are great. Them's the best. All right. What else? Can't really work and watch. Hey, wait. I can't really work and watch the show because I work from my phone and my calls are recorded. We got to get you a setup. How can we do this for Danette? Yeah, you don't want to be like an earbud, maybe. It's earbuds, right? You just need a device that can play the show. And then when calls are occurring and you have to be on the phone, like the earbuds are out, the headphones are off. People are going more to wired headphones now. Maybe it's a good idea. I don't know. Kenneth likes the people, but not the work. Well, there's that. Kenneth is thankful for the good people he knows. Nice. John is thankful for family and freedom while we still have it. What did Ben Franklin say? A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it. He knew. Marion, thankful for friends and family and good health. David is thankful for family and friends. Okay, Kenneth did take the IVM. There you go. David appreciates being here with you all. Hey, you know what? We are a family. And every time I would bartend, and I was told the last bar that I worked at, guy's been a general manager for a long time, and he said, I've worked a lot of places, a lot of years, and I've never seen anybody as good with the customers as you are. It's the best. It's the best. You show up and you make people feel happy. It's kind of what I do here is sort of what I was doing as a bartender. Now, I made a lot better money as a bartender. I'll tell you that. This is a labor of love. But I do have like a faith. I have like an unshakable faith that this is the path for me. This communication with you and with new people. It's going to be the thing, and this will grow. This will be the thing. But we become a community. The regulars become a community. And then the regulars are there, and then a newbie sits down. All right, who are you? Never seen you before. But then your goal, my goal, is to get people talking. You know, so as you guys chit chat, I hear power tools out there, seeing if it's the neighbor that needs it. It's not. But yeah, you get people talking, and you do questions of the day, and you do trivia, and it's just, you have fun. You make people have fun so they want to come back. This is our bar. I do enjoy the bar. I love this bar. Who sings that? Question of the day. All right. Thankful to you all. Thankful for health, wealth, wisdom, and I pray for health, wealth, wisdom, and love. And that's also what I'm thankful for. So my understanding of how God and the angels work, they appreciate being appreciated. Wouldn't you? Of course. It's sort of what, you know, it's one of the best things you can do in politics is to make someone feel appreciated. You know, it's sort of the Trump thing. If you praise Trump, he's going to be one of your favorites. You know, you point out, hey, this guy, look at that thing that's a great thing, and I'm so appreciative of that. He's like, I like this guy. You know, that's how life goes too. But my understanding with angels and God, it's like they like to know, as we do, they appreciate being appreciated. And that's with gratitude and thankfulness. So on this eve of Thanksgiving, thank you all who have found the New American Media and the TNAM Daily Show. Thank you to everybody as well who watched Strictly Football yesterday. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. Had another fantastic roundtable discussing last week in football and then the week to come. So check out that show if you're a football fan. Share it to your friends. They said, sir, I gotta work on my Trump. I gotta sit down and just do it. I think I want to go with the nasally Trump. And I kind of campaign Trump. A little riled up. But there is that moderate one. Someone was asking me the other day about my Bobby Kennedy impression and said it sounds like it's maybe getting a little better. And I did say the thing that I've been working on is maybe doing it while seated, standing, laying down, various versions of it. It wasn't always easy, but with a little bit of work, it becomes a little bit more natural. But it's repetition, it's reps. You want to get better at free throws? Shoot a bunch of them. You want to get better at shows? Do a bunch of them. More than 1,900 videos in 14 and a half years. So I'm trying to deliver the best show possible. With that, let's launch today's show. The TNAM Daily Show begins right now.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.
All right, everybody. Let's get into it. All right. I'm going to share the show on Instagram. Let's share the screen of our Instagram feed. Let's kind of set you up with where we left off yesterday. Candace Owens said her show will be off the air this week. Both the White House and their counterterrorism agencies confirmed receipt of what she reported publicly, that Emmanuel Macron attempted to organize her assassination, per a source close to the first couple. Also, I will again state that the French legionnaires were also involved with Charlie Kirk's assassination, per a source close to the first couple. Also, I will again state that the French legionnaires were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, but they did not act alone. For all of you who doubted my claims, you can now look to the President of the United States and our intelligence communities to issue a statement to confirm whether I am telling the truth. Kenneth, you said you feel like a flag on a windless day? That's a good phrase. Hang in there. Hope you get better soon, Kenneth. For sure. All right. Let's continue the Instagrammage. Here we go. Progressive Minnesota Judge Sarah West has overturned the jury's conviction of Abdi Fattah Youssef, a Somali man found guilty of stealing $7.2 million in Medicaid PCA scam while allowing him to walk free. The law only exists for white people, says Right Angle News Network. Is this a report?
He heard evidence that he ran his home health care company, Promise Health, out of a mailbox at a Central Avenue address where multiple other home health care companies were supposedly located. Yusuf and his wife, Lol Ahmed, were charged with stealing $7.2 million of taxpayer money through Medicaid overbilling in a personal care assistant, or PCA, scam. The couple allegedly spent tens of thousands of the fraud money on luxury items for themselves. Despite the jury swiftly convicting Yusuf, Judge Sarah West last week decided they got it wrong.
It's reversing or overturning a jury's verdict.
Defense attorney Joe Tamburino, who's not affiliated with this case, reviewed the decision and analyzed it for KARE 11 News. He says Judge West ruled that the state's case relied heavily on circumstantial evidence and that she believed the state did not rule out other reasonable inferences.
That, in fact, there could have been other reasonable theories other than guilt in this case. That's what it comes to.
At the August trial,
there could have been other reasonable theories besides guilt?
For Abdi Fattah Yusuf, the jury heard evidence that he ran his home health
down to.
Despite the ruling, even Judge West wrote that she is troubled by the manner in which fraud was able to be perpetuated at Promise Health.
I was stunned.
State Representative Kristen Robbins, chair of the House Fraud Prevention and State Oversight Committee, says she's now reviewing if any state laws need to be tightened.
I'm not entirely familiar with the details of the case. I'm not sure I'd jump to the conclusion where they say the law only exists for white people, although we've discussed on this show over and over and over again the decades of anti-white policy, anti-white discrimination that's been just a matter of course. It's just been the way things are for decades. But this type of fraud is happening at far too many places. Doge has uncovered a lot. Minneapolis is just full of fraud, money laundering, theft, and abuse. So they're wondering, should they tighten the laws? Oh, yeah, you should tighten the laws.
We want to strengthen state law so that we can get prosecutions out of these cases, because clearly a jury thought he was guilty.
Jurors in the case can't believe the decision.
By what right do you overturn a jury's decision? I mean, you should have to have the most compelling claims You should have to prove. In this news report, they're not really saying, oh, well, it could have been other things. It could have been, well, like what? Like, what are we? I'm going to need a better synopsis. You're going to need to really explain yourself on this one. If that 7.2 million was taken.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked based off of all of the evidence that was presented to us and the obvious guilt that we saw based off of the said evidence. It was not a difficult decision whatsoever. The deliberation took probably 4 hours at most based off of the state's evidence that was presented.
And I've been a jury foreman before. It was awesome. I recommend it to everybody. Oh my gosh, is this Nick? Nick, haven't seen you in a while. Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick. Guess what? Well, if it isn't my old friend, Mr. McGregor, with a leg for an arm and an arm for a leg. Yeah, if you have the chance to be a jury foreperson, it's awesome. It's just a great experience. Obviously, everybody will have different experiences, but mine was great. I got to, and it was fun. Like they asked, would someone like to serve as the foreperson? I'm like, yes, I would. I absolutely. And I was like right in the thick of me being in my homeowners association. You get 5 people on your board, and it's just yappity, yappity, yappity. And you're like, guys, we got work to do. What can we do here? What type of work can we do? And I knew which direction I was going. It was an insurance case, and they were trying to claim something ridiculous, and they didn't make any case at all. And so when we went back there, I said, all right. We listened to all of that. And I'm trying to remember how I did it, because I didn't want to be heavy-handed. The one thing you learn in a homeowner association or in a jury or on a board of directors or some sort of, you're trying to get things, you're trying to, here's a task, I want to propose this. You get 3 competing bids. You look at the information in a jury. You got to sift through what's what. All right, then you make a determination. Then you actually have to make a decision. And the decision-making can be tough. And sometimes if you're a little too heavy-handed or a little too eager, it's just a thing where people are going to automatically push back on you for no good reason. It's like how Scott Adams often says that 25% of the people on any poll are going to get every question wrong. It's a different people. It's not the same 25% are wrong on everything. But when you tally it out, roughly 25% of the people are wrong on every poll. Some people will just oppose you for the sake of opposing you. So all that to say, I'm trying to remember if I asked, because I didn't want to tell them that was crazy. Maybe I did, because I can't remember anything else I said. But what I do recall was saying, all right, we could either have a long deliberation or we could take our time and really unpack the details of this, or maybe it's possible that we have a decision right off the bat after watching what we watched. Is there anyone in this room that would, and by a show of hands, across the table, would you raise your hand if you feel as though the accuser did not present a case worthy of merit, and we could all go home immediately and tell them, why did you waste all of our time? Could you raise your hands? I didn't do it first, but I said, anyone? And everybody at the table did that. And I said, yeah, me too. I can't believe they wasted our time on that with no evidence. That was awesome. Sorry, that was just me remembering that moment, telling this insurance company, you guys are awful. That was my Luigi Mangione moment. You don't have to be violent. You can just be on a jury and tell an insurance company, go pound sand.
I was beyond a reasonable doubt.
The attorney for Mr. Yusuf,
and it was a beyond a reasonable doubt for me and the rest of that jury. I mean, instantly we walked.
Ian Burrell sent me a statement today that says, in part, Judge West's ruling affirms what we have maintained from the beginning, that our client, Mr. Yusuf, was wrongfully accused and did not
down to.
Despite the ruling, even Judge West commit fraud or racketeering. The Attorney General's office filed an appeal this afternoon, so the Minnesota Court of Appeals will take a second look at this decision. Julie.
So, Lou, did Mr.
So if they're going to have a second look at this, I'm curious to see if they're going to overturn that, undo that, or overturn that. And you saw the ruling with James Comey, and Letitia James. They threw those cases out. One judge did, right? And they said, oh, there's something procedural. You can't put somebody into office and then have them bring this case. They need to wait 120 days. It's like, huh? You're telling me a judge can't be a judge for 120 days once they're appointed? Like, they have a job to do, and this is the work. Go. I believe that's going direct to appeal. This whole legal process with the judges overturning what's going on, I understand it's supposed to work for us, but how often does it work for us? I don't know. I've never been more skeptical of everything in the entire system before, though. I'll tell you that much.
Tamburino, did he have any kind of emotional reaction? And this is pretty stunning. This does not happen.
Yeah, he leaned towards the idea that this was kind of a one-off and that it would have a good chance at appeal. But the worry is that there's so many other cases just like it where somebody's in the exact same position as Mr. Yusuf but is charged with fraud. And if the judge...
Yeah, why have juries at all if judges are going to be like this?
Judge can determine that maybe they didn't know that the fraud was going on underneath them in the case, then other judges could throw it out just like this one.
All right. Do you know how quickly the Court of Appeals would take this up? Any idea?
Probably months.
All right. Thank you.
Commit fraud or racketeering.
All right. Well, look, I'm very eager to see the update on that case because we know Minnesota is just rife with fraud. All right. What is this one here? Meet the Chicago judge. Here you go. Here's the Chicago judge who released a 49-time arrestee who then set a woman on fire on a CTA train.
Vice President for the Office of Inclusion, Diversity, and Equal Opportunity.
The first time I came out on the bench and the deputy announced, all rise, the Honorable Judge Teresa Molina, the whole courtroom stood up and I was all excited.
Do you see how these social justice warriors get giddy with power? Like, what are her qualifications? But being announced as a DEI hire, like I believe that's what that guy just said.
Walking out there, and I saw an Illinois State Trooper. He was African American. He had a sleeve covering his tattoos, and he was standing there. And
Oh wait, is there music behind this? I can hardly hear it. I'll have to turn it up a little bit.
So he looked at me.
There is music behind this, but this is worth hearing because who in their right mind would release this guy?
And he nodded, and I knew what that meant.
He nodded, and I knew what that meant. It's all about race for her and that African American. What was it? A bailiff?
And so I looked at him and I nodded back, like, "That's right, we're doing."
That's right, we're doing this. Teresa Molina Gonzalez.
This, and it felt so good. It felt so good. So to
it felt so good.
Me, a fine of $354.
The piano. I just want to hear what she's saying because it doesn't.
Which is our normal no insurance fine. That's a lot of money. And
do I keep playing this or I have to? It doesn't have the caption on here, so I can't just read it either.
Some of the judges that
you know what? I can't even. Here's what I have to do. I have to stop sharing. So she's talking about how $354 is no big deal to some people. But in the courtroom it is. So she offers community service. Here she is talking about being a Latina in the office. People would tell me, don't you feel like you're prosecuting your own people? For the life of me, I don't understand looking at a white criminal and saying, oh, well, that's my people. I got to protect my people. No. There's a dirt bag. You put them away. No, I feel no connection to that person because of skin color. Zero. I don't get why other groups are so obsessed with what's between their legs, who they lay down with at night, the melanin content of their skin. It's irrelevant. What's relevant is the actions that you have on this earth. Let's listen to a response. I know you can't hear it, but it's true. There are a lot of defendants that look like me. However, as a prosecutor, I had the ability to work on which cases came in, to decide which offers were appropriate. Community service. So anyway, the point that they're making on this one is, think of this when you're wondering, who are these idiot judges who keep letting repeat criminals walk? Anyway, I tried sharing it with you. I just doggone stupid piano in the background. All right. Oh, that was Toby Keith. I love this bar. 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 Doesn't he say bar weird? I love this bar. Maybe it was like that. Hello, Pat. Oh, is this a two-parter comment for Pat? You just jumped in. Pat, did you have a first part to this? I don't think you did. Maybe you copied and pasted the wrong thing. I mean, maybe you can take a screenshot and get paid for it still, but I mean, it is a blessing to know that our show is on the radar of the paid propagandists. If you're taking flack, if you're taking flack, it means you're above the target. Pat Johnson says he shows no mercy toward any of his enemies, like Mark Kelly and the other real heroes in America. You think Mark Kelly's a hero? Unlike Trump and his phony bone spurs, they fought for their country and are actual real heroes. Encouraging sedition? Make someone heroic? Not quite sure what you mean there. But thanks for coming. Take the screenshot. Go get paid your $20. Yes. Nick Adams. Good to see you too. Been busy, life and such. Nick, are you still doing your show? I remember you said you got the da-da-dun-da-dun. You ate the spinach. You're like, I'm gonna do my show. That was awesome. You said you made a comment that watching this show was like, thanks for the reminder. I want to do my show. So that was pretty cool. Kenneth almost got picked as a juror. Yeah, a couple of times I've gone and sat through the thing and they don't need you and you go home. I was actually excited to get on this one, and especially since it wasn't going to be, this is going to be a 3-month-long case. I'm like, ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got money for that. You're going to pay my bills in the next 3 months while I do this? I'll gladly do it, but, I can't, I'm not, so you can claim hardship there. But if we're going to have a jury system, it takes normal people. The power you have on a jury to nullify, jury nullification, I mean, it's powerful. Just show these district attorneys they can't get away with anything that they want. Super important. Kenneth says, the Lord will judge you, lady. Yeah, some of the hate toward the judges that are letting dirtbags back out, some of it goes a little too far, because you can't ever know what somebody's about to do. And that's a real dangerous game to play when you think that you can. Real dangerous game to play. But, you know, when you get into the violent stuff, the violent, crazy people, you put them away forever. You just, sorry, you don't play nice with the kids on the playground. You don't go out to recess anymore. That's it. I saw what you did. You know, you kick them out of school, which, you know, you kick them out. All right, you're out of society. Go. You get to stay in a mental home because you're a crazy guy. John, you said the fines are high for a reason. What reason is that? Marion, a criminal is a criminal is a criminal. It's not about race or gender or proclivity or religion. It's just doing dirtbag stuff. A lot of piracy in Minneapolis, doesn't it seem, though? David, at this point, I think most of the criminal judges have shown themselves, and it should be enough for the military to step in. I mean, we're getting very close. A lot of what's happening and the frustration comes down to there is no plan versus there's a plan. See, that's the beauty and the stupidity of the plan. You can never prove it. Oh, no. See, that not happening fast enough. See, that's part of the plan. You go, huh? Like the Kool-Aid drinkers. Oh, it's going to end this week. It's going to end tomorrow. December 12th, December 20. What was the Mayan? What was the Mayan calendar end date? December 21st? Go with December 21st. 2012. Yep, December 21st. The Mayan long count calendar completed its 13th Baktun, a cycle of roughly 394 years. But yeah, if the military tribunals are going to happen, and if this is sedition, this is a criminal conspiracy, the grand conspiracy, you have traitors in the midst, you get National Guard pre-deployed, you're getting a lot of these illegal alien invaders out. By the way, if people are in this country illegally, you've been told, go to the CBP home app and self-deport. That's the plan. Lights are on in the club. Hey, if you don't have your wristbands on, everybody out. Everybody out. If you don't have a wristband, put your hand up. If not, out the door. And if they don't walk out on their own, that's what ICE is doing. It's not on ICE. That's on the trespasser. Nick is still uploading once in a while, banned from TikTok and almost everything other than YouTube. Well, I guess, Nick, it's that's the trick, Nick. Can you say what you're saying without saying it? Can you allude to it? Can you? Do you remember Howard Stern? All the way back before he went on, where did he go? Sirius XM or whatever satellite radio. He wasn't allowed to say a lot of the raunchy stuff on air. So they'd have to get very creative, very clever with how they said what they said. And they're still saying it. And I thought some strategically placed vulgarity or cursing, I understand it. I get it. I deploy those tactics from time to time. Because if it feels like that's an energy I'm trying to convey, I'll let it out. I don't overthink it sometimes. But it was very funny when you couldn't say a lot of stuff, so they would say very hilarious ways that you knew what they were saying, but they weren't saying it, so they weren't getting in trouble. So, Nick, that's a long way to say. Because then if you listen to Stern after and you could say all the things, you're like, I don't know. Now I'm hearing it. Now you're cussing too much or you're being vulgar too much. But when you're joking about it or alluding to it or tiptoeing around it, it's kind of fun. It's kind of funny. And I think they lost that when they were able to say everything. Marion has sat on 2 juries before. One was drug possession. The other was contractual disputes. How did you rule on those? How did you vote? And what was the verdict? Was it the right verdict, or how did that play out? Kenneth got picked to be interviewed. Nick would love to be on a jury once. It's great. It's great. Great experience. Oh, are you saying something definitely changed around that time? Are you talking about December 21st, 2012? Yeah, I remember December 22nd, 2012. I was a guest on Coast to Coast AM with John B. Wells. And because I had interviewed Dr. Jose Jaramillo, he was at the Conscious Life Expo in Los Angeles, and we talked about the Mayan long-form calendar. He's like, well, it's just like any other calendar. You go to the end of the calendar, and then you move on to the next day. It doesn't stop. It's just then it goes into the next cycle. And so I went on Coast to Coast, and I called it, well, here we are, December 22nd, 2025. We're going to call this National Hangover Day. National Hangover Day. The world's ending. The world's ending. Let's get blitzed. Let's drink ourselves into oblivion. It's all over. People waking up the next day, with a raging headache. By the way, I did go to a wedding yesterday. I feel like I'm operating at a slightly diminished capacity. I don't usually stay out late imbibing on a Tuesday. But congratulations to both of them. Glad they were able to do that thing. But yeah, people say something changed around that time, December 21st, 2012. Some people say it's CERN, the Large Hadron Particle Collider. And holy shit, people. Question of the day, type it in the comments. By the way, hit like, hit subscribe. Rumble rants, super chats are available for anyone to toss something in the tip jar. Is time moving faster? Question of the day. Is time moving faster? I feel like time is moving faster. I do. David says, how much more is needed for martial law to be called? There's criminality and collusion on all levels. The rot runs deep. And my suspicion is that they're trying to get through the midterms and bolster the numbers, kick some more Democrats out, have a little bit more power, and then go. I don't know. I don't know if that is the strategy. I don't know if it's a good strategy if it is. What do you say? I, for one, am concerned. Okay, that's funny. Nice one, Kenneth. Marion, never a fan of Howard Stern. David never liked Howard. That's the trick, Nick. No need to be coy, Roy. Oh, okay. Nick didn't tune in to Howard Stern when he switched to satellite. Yeah, I feel like it was a funnier show. And to be fair, I was never like I was never a power listener to Howard Stern. I'd catch some stuff from time to time. I like the Howard Stern movie. But yeah, I used to laugh a lot when they were saying dirty things without saying it. I thought that was one of the best parts of their show. So, it's just yeah, I've heard that banned on TikTok. I still haven't even started a TikTok. Maybe I should. Maybe that's what will propel me to the next level. I just always thought, like, what do I need that Chinese app for? And then they force a sale, and then it's like, well, what do they accuse of? They say the Jews own TikTok now. Now you can't criticize anything. And you're like, so it goes from China to Israel to what even is TikTok? Why is TikTok needed in my life? Do I care? I don't know. I should probably be on TikTok though. David says to me, Howard is just another deep state creep. Oh, I mean, now, yeah, you listen to him now. It's very, I can't listen to Howard Stern now. He's just very angry, bitter, lefty. It was a drug possession guilty verdict. How many other possessions jailed for? Was that like with intent to sell, like dealers? And look, like I'm fairly libertarian on a lot of things. Little L libertarian. I just there's pragmatism. I told Dave Smith this face to face, shook his hand, said I appreciated your pragmatism, trying to encourage libertarians to link up with MAGA and get a few things accomplished. Work on Maha. Work on, there are things we can do that will overlap and help. But if you don't, you're going to put this Democrat in there that's going to ruin everything. What's better? That's pragmatism. But big L libertarians, that's beneath me. I could never vote for such a thing, for I am pristine. And you go, come on, man. That's not how the sausage is made. That's not politics. You got to. Yeah, that is a great date to be on Coast to Coast. Nice. It was. I was also on Coast to Coast AM when Kelly Thomas, who was beaten by the Fullerton police to death. Unfortunately, I had to report that they were not found guilty. That was one of the worst cases I've ever covered. The audio and just watching that cop put on gloves so that he could pummel this guy to his demise, and the pool of blood expanding out and him crying for help, calling for his parents. And then the cries got less and less and quieter, and then silenced. These two cops beat this dude to death. One of the worst cases I've ever covered. Just that audio. I never want to see it again. But it's important. That was Kelly Thomas, and I was on Coast to Coast for that as well. I was also on as a guest, or as just like a call. I was on as a caller a couple times. And I was told my ghost story on Ghost to Ghost AM on the haunted Queen Mary. That was pretty fun. Kenneth, did I get lucky at the wedding? Is that what you're asking? Okay, question of the day. Yes, indeed, Nick says. And like McKenna predicted, novelty is increasing exponentially. Okay, so you're feeling time moving faster. What do you mean novelty is increasing exponentially? Can you expand on that? And time keeps on ticking, ticking, ticking into the future. David says time is moving faster, in my opinion. I'm gonna fly like an eagle to the sea. Let the carry me. The contract dispute, the plaintiff lost his suit. Defendant won, hands down. Oh. I was literally thinking a dispute with somebody at a dry cleaner who lost their suit. Days and nights fly by. Danette saying, I can't open live chat on my desktop. You can't? You should be able to. I mean, I have it open, I think. I know, Howard did become a big libtard. Maybe he always was, but it's just the insufferable crew. The Keith Olbermans, the Howard Sterns, the Rosie O'Donnells, the worst of the worst. Just, it's sad. It's very sad. It was the flow of information they were trying to control. Mm-hmm. Nick says, the libertarian in me screams, legalize and regulate all drugs. Hey, like I said, I'm fairly libertarian, but there are real world ramifications. What was it, Seattle or Portland? One of them just said, guys, we can't give out crack pipes anymore. This is nuts. You see San Francisco, all these zombies standing around. They're like, just, having a smoke or a drink and relaxing like that, whatever. But like, there's a problem with hardcore drugs. It's poison, and it's all poison to one degree or another. But yeah, I definitely get the libertarian urge to legalize and regulate all drugs. And it starts to become one of those, it's part do as thou wilt, and then it's also, but harm no man. You know, what was the Thomas Jefferson quote? If it neither breaks my leg nor picks my pocket, what do I care? So there's some of that. There's a lot of that. I mean, have you ever lived around somebody, very close to somebody who's engaged in prostitution and all the sketchy ass weirdos coming in and out? Oh, I've dealt with that on multiple occasions. It's not good. Have you ever been next to the drug house with all the sketchy criminals coming by, the zombies who will rob and break into everything not nailed down, steal every package, every piece of mail, break into homes, junkies? The whole junkification of America, it's not good. And then you mix fentanyl in, and then it's just random poison pills to take out the population. Like, that's not cool. So I guess if you regulate it and you sell it at 7-Eleven, it won't be, you know, if you open up a can of Budweiser, you don't expect it to be laced with fentanyl. Just say if you do your drugs and they're coming from a source, you go, okay, at least I know they're clean. Okay, fine. I know that's a tough one. But no, you do not want to live where those junkies are coming. They got to get their next high, and they got to find ways to do it, and they don't have money, so they're going to take yours. You do not want those in your neighborhood. So that's tough. That's tough because it's not pragmatic. It's not a real world thing. Just live and let live. Who cares? No. The whole neighborhood suffers. We all care. Your personal lifestyle is becoming us problem. Now we have to get involved. So yeah. Danette, I loved Coast to Coast. I grew up on Art Bell. Yeah, I've interviewed George Norrie. I've interviewed Ian Punnett, rest in peace. I have interviewed, obviously, John B. Wells, one of my favorite people. Very gracious, very, very intelligent. One of the best radio voices of all time, by the way. Who else? I don't know, probably a bunch. Oh, Jimmy, not Jimmy Dore, although I've talked to him too. Why can't I? Fade to Black Radio with Jimmy Church. Interviewed him multiple times with Anomaly. We were at a music convention hanging out with Jimmy Church, and that was fun. I think he's kind of anti-Trump too. Now, at least. Space Ghost to Ghost. Oh, that would be a good branding opportunity. Time flies when you have a gun. Who sings that? I've never heard of that. David agrees with Nick, but how can you regulate the harder drugs? It's when you get into the wonky stuff that gets tough. It's one thing to have pot stores and mushroom stores. Yes, that's one thing. Danette says, I feel like time is faster. I can sit and make a call, and before I know it, what felt like 2 minutes is 5. Oh, yeah, I'll glance at a clock and go, what? No way. I feel that time is different. And in this office, I have a clock on the wall. I need to take a picture and list it, put it on eBay. I've had it up. It's a Boston Red Sox clock. I'm not a Sox fan. I'm an Indians fan. They stole my team, called them the Guardians. But I need to take a picture and list it, put it on eBay. I think this week it's going to be a mega listing week. But I hear the secondhand ticking. Tick, tock, tick, doo, 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 doo. Nick says, novelty in this case is weird, new, strange things occurring. Weird, new, unique, strange things occurring. McKenna, it's Thomas McKenna, right? Am I remembering his Thomas McKenna? That doesn't feel right, though. McKenna. Yeah, the LSD guy, right? He had a theory of time called time wave zero based on this increase. Very interesting. Is that like spiral out, the Tool refrain? Keep going. Everything's a Fibonacci sequence spiraling out at a mathematical rate. Okay, Danette says she couldn't comment on your desktop. You couldn't comment on the YouTube channel? That's weird. Oh, the guy lost 3 convenience stores? That's a wild story. Kenneth Mon says, legalize it. Now I want to listen to some Sublime or 311. McKenna, Time Wave 0. All right. Wait, did you say you grew up in those houses, the crack houses? Or the prostitution houses? Oh, geez, either way, Danette. Yikes. Well, if you can get through it, anybody can. You're a walking proof, all right? You are a walking proof that doesn't matter where we came from. What matters is what we're aiming at and what we're doing. Instead of this constant grievance culture. Everybody's a victim. Woe is me. Just figure it the fuck out. Figure it out. Get a game plan. Oh, you grew up in those houses, though. That's... Danette says it would still be bad even if it was regulated. Yeah, drugs are just bad. Just anything in large... Someone was telling me, here's a question of the day. Does anyone in the group, anyone here at the bar today, nicotine pouches? Do any of you use nicotine pouches? I've heard a lot of things about them. I've heard a lot of good things about them, actually. Focus, better REM sleep. Not a salesperson. Don't have a sponsor. Although, I need to get some sponsors, don't I? Yeah, the most that I sponsor is just to occasionally remind you, I have a Patreon if someone wants to sign up for a couple bucks a month, and I have tip jars out. Venmo, Cash App, and Rumble Rant Super Chats. For now. I wouldn't mind getting like a shotgun sponsor. I don't know. I don't know about Zyn or one of the nicotine, but I've heard it really. And I used to be a smoker. I haven't smoked in so long. Occasionally, I get the urge. I'm like, oh, but it didn't react well with me. It didn't react well with me. If you're lighting up a cigarette and then you're reaching in for an inhaler, you're going, what, if I just don't do this, I don't need this. But yeah, there's something about nicotine, like focus and work and clearing your head, and having been a Ritalin kid for so long, you know, it sort of messes up your brain chemistry, I think. People say, hi, Ken. And I reply, not currently. Who's our listener, Ken, that would call, who was our regular that popped in from time? Was it Rachel or Stephanie? Who was the one that would hike in northern Florida, Georgia? Who was that person? I haven't seen her in a minute. Nick says, responsible drug use is a thing. Stay informed and make decisions wisely. If you aren't free to be a junkie, you aren't free at all. Didn't NoFX have an album called Drunk in Public or Punk in Drublic, I think it was called. I think it was NoFX. Yeah, to personally do the things that you want to do. Like, I'm very, like, that's very close to my heart. You do you. It's just the filth and crime in public because of it that's where it gets past responsible drug use to that's where you would say that's no longer responsible drug use. That's just sloppy, dangerous drug addiction. And it's hard for people to balance. As a bartender, you see, you're supposed to not overserve people. You got to be very, very aware. You got to be very cautious not to, when someone starts showing the signs of like, they're, you got to try to sell them some food, greasy food. They said like fats, the best thing to eat. It's not pretzels. It's like, oh, I need some bread to soak up that alcohol. You go, no. You need like mozzarella sticks. You need a cheese pizza, or no, better yet, a greasy pepperoni pizza. That metabolizes. It helps metabolize the blood in your bloodstream faster. It's not going to fix much of anything, but it will help. In Canada, they tried to allow people to carry small amounts of hard drugs, but people abused it and did the drugs openly. See, I was close. I doggone it. I knew it was Terrence McKenna. I'm like, Thomas McKenna. No, that's not right. I got the T part. Terrence McKenna. Thank you. David, and also by allowing people to carry small amounts of hard drugs, you're kind of telling people it's okay to sell them, I guess, because you can't buy cocaine from a government store. Kenneth sees the synchronicities on the clock all the time, like 1:11. 6:07. I think God is winking at me. Oh, yeah. 11:11 is a very powerful time for sure. Nick, we can still have laws for public consumption and driving like we do with alcohol. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Danette says, I did grow up in one of those houses and it wasn't fun. Well, like I said, Danette, you're a walking testament that we can get through tough shit, bad stuff. We can get through. So that's kind of the best thing you got there. Like, you got all those tough, shitty memories, of course, but all right. Push on, carry on. You know, people get stuck looking in the rearview mirror too much. You can glance at it. That's why I think therapy can be it can be a bit of a weird thing. To hyper fixate on just, I want to dig deep and find all these things that I'm mad about. And I want to keep reliving them and reliving them and reliving them. At some point you go, all right, I got it. Put that into a box, set it in there, acknowledge it, learn from it. All right, I got it. Close the box lid, set it up on the shelf. It's there if you really need it, but come on, you got other things. Put it up on the shelf. You'll never remove it from you, but yeah, don't hyperfixate on it. That would be that's not for you. That's for other people tonight. You're doing great. Nick does the nicotine pouches. The only time I've noticed the stimulant effects of nicotine. When you say the stimulant effects of nicotine, some people can say, I feel my heart racing. In a bad way, what stimulant effects of nicotine did you notice in particular? Canada, you have franchise-run pot stores regulated by the government. Yeah. California, that's where I was at. They're doing it there. Marion tried one of John's nicotine pouches once when I was very young and about puked my guts out. That might not have been nicotine pouch. That might have just been a tobacco pouch, though. Different. I believe. Yeah, different. Kenneth suggests try the CBD gurus like Mike Barrow. Oh, for a sponsor? I mean, hey. Actually, one of Mike's people did send me some stuff. I need to get back to her. She sent me a care package to our P.O. box, as some of you have done, by the way. Thank you. Do enjoy a mighty fine gift from time to time. Yeah, this was the animal stuff for Nimbus and Mr. Bean. Nimbus knows I'm talking about him, maybe? Laying over there. Nick does Lucy nicotine pouches. All right. David says, but the better pot and higher THC and CBD stuff is on the native Indian reserves with no taxes. Oh, okay. Yeah, they sort of lose the plot when they say we're going to tax the shit out of it. Hey, come on. If it's cheaper to get it from a drug dealer, you're still going to have the drug dealer doing it then. Make it cheap. Put a tiny little amount of tax on it and call it a day. Yeah, I've watched that happen where they overtax it. And it's like, you guys have not fixed the problem you think you did. Yeah, instead of legalization, we got taxation on our pot. That's all. Yeah, great. Kenneth likes gummies over alcohol. A lot of people do. And even the drinks, those THC drinks. I mean, okay. Those are popping up now. Huh. Kenneth, ever had a 2,000 milligram chocolate bar? Oh, I went camping once. And someone I was with had a little bit, but it apparently was a little bit too much. Ooh, Ooh, that was a tough couple of hours, let me tell you. Ooh. For this person, not for me. There we go. Now, Nick notices faster thoughts, clearer speech, maybe a slight euphoria. Clearer speech. Do you mean do you mean the way that you're enunciating your syllables? And yes, I know I'm pronouncing my syllables as syllables intentionally. God, that should have been so tough to say, but it super was. Do you mean that what I've long said about Eminem, like, yeah, he's fast, fine. He's clever, fine. He's funny, fine. But compared to a lot of rappers, I appreciate that he enunciates the words that he is saying. That you can really understand what he's saying. I like that. Just this mumble rap shit. It's for the birds. But are you saying, where'd that go? Where'd that comment go? Clearer speech. Does that mean that you're finding the correct words to use when you have a thought and it's coming out very clear? Or do you actually mean the way in which you speak with clearer speech? Nick's jumping in warning. Yeah, by the way, we're making no recommendations for health or anything. We're definitely not encouraging anyone to use any illicit substances. We're just having a chit chat, folks. Kratom is pretty nice instead of alcohol as well. Yeah, I gotta say I'm pretty unfamiliar. Danette says those edibles take her to space. A lot of people say that. Yeah, they're in the most popular chocolate bar brands. Yeah, I mean, they'll make like a Nestle Crunch style one, or it's a full industry. I mean, is it better than drinking a fifth of tequila? You know. Then again, it's all mixed in with you eat a cookie and you don't know what it is, a laced pop brownie. And you're like, school kids getting sick. Like, you don't want that stuff, but I don't know. Kenneth is getting a bad tolerance to Delta, though. Yeah, I've heard that. Okay, you become more articulate. All right, you recommend that I try it once for the show. Remind me, what are we talking about? We're talking about a nicotine pouch and try it for the show? That would be, that'd be interesting. Yeah, Tucker has a brand of those. Bobby Kennedy uses those. I mean, nicotine has been very popular for a very long time for probably a lot of reasons. Okay, the Nick pouches, that is. Yeah, because we're talking about kratom, we're talking about mushrooms, we're talking about pot, we're just talking about all things. I'm like, wait, do I need to try everything? Everything at once? Wasn't that a movie, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once? Okay, on today's show, I'm going to have some coffee. And I'm going to rip this bong. And here's a nicotine pouch. I've heard you got to do like the 3 milligram one, not a 6, so you don't get sick or something. I don't know. Would you start to THC things if you take all that? Yeah, so you'll start to THC things. This is a great idea for a show. Just random talk. I enjoy this. Yeah, I've been Kenneth asks, wait, Nick is with a teen? Hold on, Epstein. No, Kenneth, not like that. We're saying nicotine. David's saying, with all the bullshit going on, it's great just to talk. Yeah. And that's what that bar manager said. It's like you talk to people and you connect with them. They came out for a social experience and someone on their phone and they're being You got to test the waters. You got to, lob a tennis ball over the net and see what they do with it. Are they just going to let it bounce and not pick it up, hit it back? Or are they going to hit it back immediately? Like, are they busy or just they don't want to appear like they're a loser? So they don't want to interact. Like, you got to get them out of their phones a little bit. It's a great crutch, but man, anybody who knows me knows how much I love just chopping it up. I love talking to people. The randoms, just anybody really. So, yeah, that's my jam. This is a video game. Walk next to somebody and press the button to talk. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. No, Nick, I'm not definitely going to try mushrooms for the show. Oh, my God. I wonder what that would be like. Oh, my Lord. Might be a lot of laughing. Was at a Wendy's once. Tears streaming down my face in laughter. Tears. The funniest. Everything was hilarious. Couldn't order the food. I'm like pointing and pushing money. I could not do that on a show, but man, would that be interesting. Tequila hangovers are the worst, says David. Yeah. You know what this is, Kenneth? This is sort of, remember we did an Ask Me Anything during the live stream? Kenneth joined for, what was that? Was that our Sunday live stream of the Cleveland Browns? Shedeur Sanders got his first win in the NFL. Good job, young man. Let's get another and another and another. Win out the rest of the season. Go 9-8. Make the playoffs. Yeah, and I was like, all right, let's do an Ask Me Anything. Kenneth was hitting some random questions. But yeah, we're having a fun random chat. This is great. We're all playing tennis. We're playing pickleball. That's more like ping pong sound, but yeah, tequila hangovers are the worst. Bourbon hangovers can be difficult too. Some psychedelics don't hurt once in a while, perhaps. By the way, for any conversation, make sure you get countervailing views on anything regarding health at who.int and cisa.gov/rumor control and cdc.gov. Okay? None of this is meant to be an encouraging anything. It's just a chat, pondering, pontificating, discussing. YouTube is just quietly looking over my shoulder like, you like being monetized again? You didn't enjoy when we stole thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars from you, do you? Then be very, very careful. Be very, very careful. I'm hunting Wabbit. What's that from? Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting Wabbit. Come on, someone type that in the comments. You know what that's from. I'm the talk of the town, Brian. All right. No, we're not doing a mushroom hour, but thanks. I used to have the coolest. And I sold it. Got a good amount for it, I believe. It was what was this? How do I describe it? It was a mushroom lava lamp. Oh, that thing was neat. I sold it when I moved out to California, though. I'm like, how am I gonna, I don't want to break that. I'll just sell it. But that was cool. Lava lamps are neat. Yeah, all right. Everybody gets it. Elmer Fudd. Fuds these days refer to other things. Those are like goofy, gun nuts, right? What is the definition of FUD? Is it a federal agent, or it's a informer, or it's a dopey gun owner? It's a pejorative. Elmer's Bud. Yeah, that could be a brand name. All right, let's continue rifling through the rubbish, shall we? What is this?
I have a dream.
Rush Hour 4 has been greenlit at Paramount after a push from President Trump. Paramount will team up with Warner Brothers to distribute. Brett Ratner, who just made a documentary about Melania Trump, will return to direct. Rush Hours were awesome. I love the action. I bought those on DVD. The Jackie Chan, like, he's just so clever in the scenes that he comes up with. How to choreograph, you're climbing up things and things are falling. It's just, it's like Charlie Chaplin. Like, if you watch these physical comedies, some of the best. Love it. All right, Toria Brooke has a few stories here. Polymarket, breaking, President Trump shows support for sweeping new proposal that would ban foreign-born citizens from holding any elected office in the United States. Hey, can we do that? And if we can, would that be good? That's a good agree to disagree question. So let's ask. I must ask you a question. Yeah, I'm going to ask you. Do you agree or disagree that we should ban foreign-born citizens from holding any elected office in the United States? Agree or disagree? Question of the day. Type it in the chat. I like that stinger because it's my music. By my music, I mean it's my brother's. He wrote it, but I have to be the custodian of his music now. Toria Brooks says, in a Maha win, the CDC has appointed Dr. Ralph Lee Abraham as second in command. Abraham, as Louisiana's Surgeon General, ordered the state's health department to stop promoting vaccinations and has called COVID vaccines dangerous. The Vindman brothers, says Zero Hedge, Vindman brothers, who helped impeach Trump in 2020, are now under investigation. Oh, couldn't happen to a better set of brothers. Eugene Vindman, a representative, a Democrat in Virginia, and his twin brother Alexander, reportedly under investigation for illegally acting as paid brokers for U.S. defense firms seeking business in Ukraine. Oh, Ukraine. Pentagon General Counsel Earl Matthews alleges that Vindman and his twin brother Alex did not have approval from the U.S. government before seeking to act as paid brokers for American defense firms pursuing contracts with Ukraine after Russia's 2022 full-scale invasion. The Washington Post revealed over the weekend, citing a November 19 letter for War Secretary Pete Hegseth. The letter does not explicitly allege the Vindmans received money from the Ukrainian. It cut that off. Eugene Vindman confirmed the investigation on X Friday. He claimed it's politically motivated in response for his calls for the White House to release the transcript of a recent call between President Trump and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The tweet being, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth just launched a sham investigation into me for my support for Ukraine, all because I demanded Trump's call transcripts with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman be released. Instead of transparency, I was met with retaliation. However, the Trump admin has signaled that it may investigate since before Trump took office. May investigate since that happened before Trump took office? That's not spelled. That's not written properly. Last November, billionaire Elon Musk accused Alexander Vindman of treason. Vindman is on the payroll of Ukrainian oligarchs and has committed treason against the United States, for which he will pay the appropriate penalty, Musk said in November on his platform X. Ken Silva. Ken, are you related to this guy, Ken Silva? Brian, that's not how it works. That's his first name. I know. Vindman could be in real trouble. Politico revealed in 2023 that Alex Vindman is heading a group called Trident Support, which wants to send American military contractors to Ukraine. According to the documents, Vindman, who is of Ukrainian origin, is seeking $12 million for his project, $2 million for initial operating capability, and another $10 for full operating. While such a scheme may not be illegal, it demonstrates that Vindman brothers are war profiteers who benefit from an escalation of war in Ukraine. Keep your eyes peeled. All right. Charlie Kirk with Ryan Helfenbein, July 15 of this year.
If Bibi Netanyahu, if he does something I don't like.
And if I criticize something Bibi does that I don't like, am I like a bad Christian? Absolutely not. So what I find strange, says Charlie Kirk, is we're able to criticize the American government, sometimes in the Christian world, with more freedom than the Israeli government. And where there's this blind trust of what the government of Israel does, we shouldn't give any power structure blind trust. To be pro-Israel means you believe in the nation of Israel, not necessarily the government of Israel. And I think those are two different things. For example, when Joe Biden was president, you and I, we loved America, but we detested our government, says Charlie Kirk with music playing in the background, so I can't play it. Israel, Hamas. You don't want to allow butchers who are going to go into a music festival and slaughter 1,200 people to breathe any more air. They have to be taken out. Do you take out the whole country? They're being genocided. Oh, you mean like from the river to the sea, like they were trying to do to the other side? Yes, they hate each other and they keep fighting, and I don't want to see fighting. I just don't want to see war. That's my general policy without picking a side. Yeah, well, who do you like more, the Red Sox or the Yankees? Fuck them both. I'm an Indians fan. Don't make me pick a side here. I mean, Red Sox over Yankees, I guess, the evil empire. That doesn't mean I'm a fan of the Red Sox, but his point about during Joe Biden, I loved America, but I wasn't with Joe Biden. I criticized everything Biden was doing. You're allowed to do that. And by the way, criticizing, critiquing, that's our duty. Like, that's the necessity. Nobody has a magic invisibility cloak. Nobody has a magic shield where they're immune from critique or criticism. That's just not a thing. But yeah, I could understand the mentality of being sick and tired of absorbing terrorist attacks and just going, just wipe it off the map. I'm so sick of them. I get it. Turn it all into a glass factory. Boom. I get it. But on the same token, I don't want a foreign government who's upset with Joe Biden last year, for example, to destroy the entirety of the United States because Joe Biden happens to temporarily have stolen the election. Oh, by the way, for countervailing views on health and elections, go to cisa.gov/rumor control, because they'll tell you 2020 was a completely fair election. Wink. They seized control. Biden was in charge. And it's like, no, don't judge me based on that. Don't do that. Don't judge everybody in Palestine because of Hamas. Don't judge me based on Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't represent me. You can't do that. You know, it's trying to have intellectual clarity and honesty, consistency, intellectual consistency. Sorely lacking. I'm sorely lacking, says David, the Canuck. Just kidding, David. I love you. Not like that. But the intellectual consistency for me as well. Looking at Mark Kelly and the Seditious Six, who came out and said, yeah, they were really just low-key telling the military to not obey Trump's orders, which is very reckless, very dangerous. But wasn't I a supporter of Oath Keepers? At least in concept. I don't know about how the organization was ran particularly. Actually, I need to get Stuart Rhodes on the show. I interviewed him in January, but I've been meaning to get him for a longer sit-down. I've interviewed Stuart Rhodes several times. But I generally supported the Oath Keepers' message. It's like, yeah, you don't obey illegal orders. Your duty is not to listen to an elected official. It's to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That's the goal. Not to take illegal orders from Obama, Biden. And if I supported their right to say that, to remind them of their oath, that's all it is, just reminding them of their oath, then it would be hypocritical of me to bash the Seditious Six. And I know what the Seditious Six were doing specifically about Trump, using weasel language, saying, no, we never called for them to disobey legal orders. And no, we didn't say there were any legal orders. We're just, they're doing the same weaselly shit they did with the Hunter Biden laptop. 51 intelligence officials, we're not going to say it's fake. But by the way, that Hunter Biden laptop, it has all the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation and misinformation. It's Russian propaganda. It has all the earmarks of Russian propaganda. They say that, and then the telephone game changes that on MSNBC and CNN to be something very different. Oh, look, 51 intelligence officials said that's not true. Nope, it's a lie. It's disinformation. It's a lie. No, they didn't say that. They described it as having all the classic earmarks. I didn't specifically say it. We're playing a game of Simon Says. So, anyway, back to Charlie Kirk. Where's he at?
Coexisted.
Yeah, you never once said.
Never once said, hey, I'm out on America. What they don't want is they don't want to be called bad Christians if they challenge a foreign government, which is what happens so often. If you have a question about a foreign government, that creates backlash that I don't think people understand. Well, he's telling you. I think that's weird. All right, what's this report from WMUR9? Oh, this gets interesting. Check this out.
Now, the mother of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's nephew has been taken into Immigration and Customs Enforcement custody. A source confirms to News 9 tonight. Now, Leavitt grew up in New Hampshire. Much of her family still lives here. Our Ariel Metropolis spoke to Leavitt's brother tonight, the father of that boy, about this arrest. She joins us here in studio now with all of this. Ariel.
Steve, we spent almost half an hour with Michael Leavitt tonight and his young family on their front steps. He didn't want to go on camera because he says he's concerned about his son's privacy, but he says he simply wants the best for him. Now, a source tells us that Bruna Caroline Herrera was taken into custody in Revere, Massachusetts. She's currently being held at a Louisiana ICE processing center. According to the Department of Homeland Security, Ferrara is from Brazil originally, and DHS says that she's overstayed her visa by 26 years. DHS also says that she has a previous arrest for battery. Michael Leavitt told us tonight that his son has lived with him here in New Hampshire since he was born. He says he has always tried to help him maintain and facilitate a relationship with his mother. An attorney for Ferrara said that she's a great mom and he's fighting to get her out of custody. He also says she's not a criminal.
A fight to get her out of jail. She should not be sitting in a jail, hours away from her family and taken from her child's life. She's a great mom, and I think from what I heard, he's been a pretty good dad.
Now, we were in touch with Press Secretary Leavitt tonight. She declined to comment.
Okay. And what is this? Carolyn isn't related to her at all. She's the mother of a child with Carolyn's brother. The father has full custody with his wife. Carolyn hasn't even talked to or seen this woman in years, and this woman has been convicted of battery. Okay. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what one of the comments said. One of the top-rated comments. It's just kind of funny. I'm going to war. Okay. Don't talk to any girls there. Just such a wholesome, goofy interaction. Kenneth says, agree. about banning foreign-born citizens from holding elected office in the United States. John says, agree, get the hell out of here. Well, but if they're now citizens, foreign-born, if it's good enough for the president, shouldn't it be good enough for everything? Shouldn't there be 2-term limits on every position? If it's good enough for the president, why can't it be good enough for Congress, mayors? Why not? I don't know. I'm open to it. Marion, agree. Danette, agree. What is this comment? Jammer. What do we got? Hello, Jammer. Did I miss part of the conversation? She said she was years ago when she left Daily Wire. Oh, Candace. Oh, yeah, she was facing all sorts of stuff. Dave says, absolutely agreed. Ban foreign-born citizens. So current citizens. But if they're foreign-born, it's like, I'm not trusting your motives here. Kenneth, criticize BB and you'll get a boo-boo. That's so weird. How in hell did we end up in this spot where some people think it's okay? Where some people think you can't criticize certain groups. Everybody gets criticized. Everybody. Muhammad, Jesus Christ, anybody. Danette saying Israel had foreknowledge of the attack and did nothing. That has been alleged many times. I don't know that I've seen it laid out in a manner that, like, I've heard that accusation. I get it. I would ask, where is the evidence of that? I've heard that. Well, a bird couldn't land on the border without being known. You think people are going to use paragliders and come in? And I mean, I get it. Was it a 10-hour response? I don't think it was 10 hours, but I think that's what they say, a stand-down order given. I'd be very curious to kind of lay it all out with the best evidence. Is there somebody that does that in a very succinct manner? Too long didn't read version. Lay it all out. Very curious. Kenneth, am I doing a show tomorrow? It's a great question. I like doing shows. There's going to be a lot of cooking and stuff, so I don't know. However, maybe I'll just do... You know what tomorrow might be? Maybe I'll do a stream all day. Like all day. And pop in and pop out and have other people pop in and pop out. Cover the football games. Cover the news. Back and forth, in and out. Okay, now we're getting a little graphic there. Ew. Maybe I'll rebroadcast a previous show. Maybe I'll pop in and out of rebroad. Ooh, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll pop in and out of rebroadcasting a previous show. Not entirely sure. Awaken with Jax. Hello, Jax. New viewer here. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. We hash this stuff all out. I'm very curious to get your thoughts. Hit the subscribe button real quick. You say Candace is on it. And I've said this about Candace. I don't know about any of the specific claims. How could I? She seems confident. And confidence is attractive, and not just in a hot way, but like it's a magnetizing force. Confidence can move mountains. This guy over here, he's getting ready to go to war with confidence that can move mountains, topple empires. Confidence goes a long way, but I've met literal crazy people that think that they're Batman. They're not correct. But what I've said my long-standing opinion on Candace Owens is, especially on the Charlie Kirk thing, The Macron thing I think is super weird, and I'm interested. At arm's length, I'm like, I don't know. I mean, does it look like a dude? Does it look like that dude? I mean, okay, I can see it. Maybe. Okay, let's see how this plays out. But with Charlie Kirk, I hope that I have a friend that gives a shit enough to lift up every rock and consider every option and figure out what happened if somebody ever took me out. I hope all of you would do that to the degree that Candace is. She's a pit bull that is not going to let this go. I appreciate that so much. So let's talk about all of it. Awaken with Jax. What is Awaken with Jax? Do you do a show? Is that a company of yours? Curious. Hit like, hit subscribe, Jax. Candace will get to the bottom of the plot. She's not asleep anymore. Watching her wake up is amazing. These aren't the Jewish people. These are the elite. The agendas are real. When in doubt, follow the money. Okay, John was saying, well, if there are foreign-born people currently holding office, get out of office. Okay. Not get out of the country if they become citizens, but they should leave the office. Yeah, all this stuff in Minnesota where it's just pro-Somalia, Somalia. It's like, what are you talking about? This is Minnesota, United States of America. You like Somalia so much, go. Be gone with you. Anyway. Danette says, brainwashing of lukewarm Christian and diehard Republicans is exactly how we got here. Yeah, I need to get Uncle Bruce back on the show again and get into this topic. That's sort of where neocon and MAGA separate. Big Brain Black Rock says, waste of time. New viewer, Big Brain Black Rock. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, hit the notification bell. By the way, we have Rumble rants and super chats if anyone wants to toss something in the tip jar. To you, what I tell all of the regulars here, and Awaken with Jax, I'll tell you as well. When you type a comment, please type it as a sentence. I don't know what that 3-word comment means. What is a waste of time? What? John wants me to stream 24 hours of cat farts. I'll get on that. I don't really hear my cats fart like ever. I've caught them doing it a couple times, but like for the most part, they're not very gassy. Oh, now Kenneth asking, did Candace have an affair with Charlie? Whoa. I doubt it. But you never know. I'm going to war. Okay, don't talk to any girls there. I interviewed this dude. Not Nick Shirley, but this other guy, Andre. Twice at the convention circuit. At the, what did I say, convention circuit? I guess it was a convention circuit. The Libertarian. I talked to him outside the Republican and the Democrat conventions last year, I believe.
I saw you
in Chicago.
trying to throw down here in the middle of the street. Hey, man, listen. These people hate our country. They hate everything we stand for. We have to oppose them everywhere they go, all right? Black or white. If you're a Christian in this country, these people hate your way of life.
They're in Dearborn, and he's saying that the Islamists that are trying to change the United States hate you, and they hate your way of life.
They oppose your existence. We can no longer allow this. And they come over here with their Ford Fusions. Go back to your country, all right? Go back to Somalia. Bye-bye. Go back. You think any of this is fear-mongering from the right? No, it's necessary. You know, it's not fear-mongering. We need to do this because we're looking what's happening across the pond in Europe, in Berlin, and France, all over, in London. Do we want to be like that? No. And black people, guess what? This country that you live in, you benefit from it. You should stand with your Christian brothers. Stand with our white brothers and sisters. This is our country that we've built together. We lose it, we have nothing.
There is an effort to change this country. We're just 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America, said Barack Obama.
We lose this land, there's nothing else. You're not going to go to Africa and survive. You're not going to go to the Middle East and survive. Guess what? America was built by Christians. White people conquered the land. Black people benefited from it. We have to stand up for it. That's important.
I saw you about to throw down here in the middle of the street.
Hey, man, listen. These people hate our country. They hate everything we stand for. We have to oppose them everywhere they go, all right? Black or white. If you're a Christian in this country, these people hate your way of life. They oppose your existence. We can.
All right. Yep, that's Andre Williams. I don't think I'm following him. I'll follow him. I've interviewed him a few times. I think I got a card from
I saw you about to throw
somewhere. He's got a lot to say. He's worth having a conversation with for sure. Oh yeah, here's your daily reminder how terrible Wikipedia is, and this is unfortunately how a lot of people think. Do you understand how toxic this is, what we're calling out and trying to change, demanding a change on? Wikipedia. The topic is Black Pride on Wikipedia. Black Pride is a movement which encourages Black people to celebrate their respective cultures and embrace their African heritage. Wikipedia says Asian Pride is a term that encourages celebration of Asian ethnicity and culture with various interpretations and origins. White Pride. White pride is an expression primarily used by white separatist, white nationalist, fascist, neo-Nazi, and white supremacist organizations. Are you noticing yet? The war on white people? What a weird time to be alive. The war on whites continues. It's about time we have this conversation. It's been simmering for a very long time. The Warwick report, this is Jade Warwick, came out of nowhere. Now she's everywhere. She's talking about some problems in society. What say you?
You guys really aren't ready for this conversation, but Europe may need a dictator. Careful, Jade, you're starting to sound like an extremist. I'm going to report you. Yeah, well, when mass immigration is allowed, dangerous individuals enter our societies. They grape, unalive, and commit heinous crimes. And what does the government do? F*** all.
And there's a tiny little bit of music under there. I hope it's not too much.
Allegedly, a young Italian couple was surrounded by 3 Moroccan migrants that smashed into their car and forced the boyfriend to watch as they gang raped his fiancée.
3 invaders did that, according to Jade.
Let me read that to you again. 3 people who should not have been in Rome gang raped an 18-year-old woman in front of her 24-year-old future husband.
Good Lord.
The 3 attackers dragged him out of his car. He didn't stand a chance, and nor did she. And I'll keep saying this. Our cultures are not compatible. How can any liberal feminist sit back and make excuses for this behavior?
I'm waiting to hear a coherent response as to why we need to open up any country to people who hate us, that are going to come and harm us. No, not everybody, but there's a lot of great immigrants. We know that. So go to the port of entry, do it the right way, get properly vetted, come in, and don't harm anybody in this country, or GTFO.
European women need to stop virtue signaling. It's literally ending us. It's better to be racist and alive than not racist and not alive. What frustrates me is that in a couple of...
But that's even like the problem with that term. She's saying it's okay. It's similar to it's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. You'd rather end up in court than in a pine box being buried. But it's not accurate to define the interpretation of data as racist. Like that's not the right term. If you don't like the conclusions drawn from said thing, so be it. But it's not a bad thing to note every time someone who was not invited into our country harms one of our people, be it in Europe, be it in America. And that's not racist, that's realist. So I would just push back on a little bit of that. But she's saying it obviously a little tongue-in-cheek because she hears that from the wacky left.
In a couple of weeks, this will be forgotten news, and the governments will have done nothing and probably protected the attackers. We need to close the borders, conduct mass deportations, and start the process of remigration and assimilation. For legal purposes, this video is all satire, none of it's true, and I'm not calling for anything, because I know you governments are just after me. Anyway, let me know your thoughts. Okay, thanks, bye. You guys...
What's this comment? Check out what El Salvador has done. The president's incredible. Turned it around from being the most dangerous country to now the safest, thanks to super prisons. The president has done something wonderful, yet he gets called a dictator by the press. Check out Nayib Bukele. Does he have an account? All right, I'll follow him.
You guys really aren't ready for this
I
conversation.
toss around follows like crazy. This Jade really does remind me of somebody that I dated a lot. The accent, the hair, a lot. The energy. You ever have a cat, and then 20 years later, like that same cat shows up in a different form? I had an outdoor cat named Les, a tabby. I mean, he was a dog. He would walk around with, I mean, he was, you know, some people say, oh, I had the coolest pet. You wouldn't even understand. Like, and then 20 years later, I got a cat, just showed up one day, Ray Charles. His eyes were shut. He had like an infection. He ran into a dumpster. Like he got scared. Like he couldn't see. Fixed him up, and he just became the most loyal buddy you could ever hope for. But yeah, so she reminds me of somebody that I used to know. Kenneth, in Boston, they say, I got to take a Wikipedia after all that beer. A wicked pisser. Wikipedia. That's pretty close. There's something there. Then that's like, no, can't stop it, Kenneth. You can love a friend and not have had an affair with them. Anyway, this isn't a mass migration crisis. This is a planned overthrow of sovereign nations. Call it what it is. All right. Well, here's Delegate Stacey Plaskett from Virgin Islands, who was caught texting Jeffrey Epstein while they were trying to frame Trump.
That Jeffrey Epstein had information, and I was going to get information to get at the truth. Having a friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have. And so I'm just looking forward. I'm moving forward. And I think that that's what.
Oh, yeah, you would like to. We don't want you to. You're in Congress texting the guy while you're trying to take out Trump?
What we as American people should do is move forward. If individuals are not involved in illegal activity, extending his criminal enterprise or his financial enterprise or all of those things, I think that we need to look at what people are doing moving forward.
Wait, let me just better understand.
Wait, huh?
Now, what is that point? Because at the time he was a known sex offender and it had been detailed all the sexual abuse.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes. Well played. Golf clap for that shit. Bravo. There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes. Wiped it? You mean like with a cloth? Hillary Clinton after erasing her hard drives?
And as a prosecutor, you get information from people where you can. I believe that Jeffrey.
While they were actively trying to frame Trump. Please don't infringe. It says there's 1,013 deportations per day. There's 1,600 H-1B visas per day. Those deported probably did not live in the house you wanted. Those 1,600, though, probably did. So no, home prices are not going down, and they are not trying. How big do you think the housing gap will be for your children? Median household income, $23,000 for baby boomers. Median home price was 4 times that, $83,000. Now millennials, the average median household income is $74,000. So 4 times that would be $280,000. Whoa, it's $468,000. Wow. So affordability is going to be the major factor in this next election because we're all seeing it. Here you go. Breaking. Protesters have taken over the intersection outside LAX, a place I've been 1,000 times. On one of the busiest travel days of the year. Travelers are desperately trying to get through, yelling, "I'm going to miss my flight. Shut this insanity down."
These are people's lives. You need to stop.
Arrest every MFer that's going to block traffic. No. Nope. No debate. No bullshit. Arrest the people. You have no effing right to block people. No sympathy. Get some people. We don't hate traffic blockers enough, was my comment.
I haven't seen.
Well, look, for the Trump supporters, it's time to have this chat.
Here's a question for all the trust the plan, white hats are in charge people. At what point do you realize that there is no plan? Like, I saw people react to my video today and post about the Donnie Q drop AI images as if this is like, look, guys, it's right there. It's like, okay. Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of Trump's biggest supporters, like her or not. And in her video where she resigned from Congress, which I'm not even weighing in on because who cares? It's like, she's like, there's no plan. She was in there where all of the plans would have been. She was probably part of the aforementioned plan. Yet still, after all this time, people are like, the United States is a corporation and Pompeo is in the Vatican. It's like, what the hell are you talking? Like, at what point is the plan trusting over? Like, I don't understand. Like, I honestly feel like they'll tell us that after Donnie's out of office, they're like, no, just wait, Patriots. Wait till JD Vance's second term, Patriots. Like, where's the plan? What plan? I followed along on this Nancy Drew mystery in 2020 when don't worry, Patriot, he's going to flip this election. Just wait, he's going to bring 100 court cases and the election's going to get overturned. And then it didn't, though. And then it's like, oh, and we only get him back in office. They're going to get the FBI and they're going to end the IRS. And it's like, what do we get after that? It's like, we did the thing, we fell for it the first time, we played along, we got them back in, and what do we get? We get Bibi in the White House, we get money shipped overseas, we get 600,000 foreign students, we get H-1Bs, we get 50-year mortgages, we got Lindsey Graham Cracker playing golf with them, we got endorsements for Randy Fine, we got MTG is a traitor, we got the most conservative members of Congress, Massey and and Rand Paul, they're evil, they're bad. We got the Poopstein files that didn't come out, fighting them for months, closing down the Congress, and then to come back and say, okay, I'll release them after you're forced to. You got people already saying, fire Bondi, fire Cash, whatever. Poopstein didn't do anything to nobody. And oh, by the way, the videos that were in the thing as Cash is on Rogan, I never heard about that. What the hell are you talking about? If you want the Poopstein files, I don't want your support. All right. And now the Congress votes on some bill saying socialism bad. Why, they literally want to take the tariff money and just socialism out $2,000 checks? That's social. Like, what are we even doing? And it's just like, at what point do people actually start to really hold them to account? Like, at what point do you say, okay, I'm going to admit that, like, these things are pretty bad, though. And the best thing anybody can come up with is like, what do you prefer, Kamala Harris? And then Donnie in his first term pardons a literal spy, espionage, 30 years in prison, pardons him, and now he's meeting with Mike Huckabee, and we're just supposed to not care about that? No one, who cares? A person that literally did the thing? It's like, once you pull the veil of plan trusting and white hats being in charge back, and you take a real objective look at what's going on, even though you know it's better than what it would have been, can we not just acknowledge that these things are bad? Could we maybe stop AI image Q drop trusting and say, hey, this is bad, and I'm willing to say something about it? I have a serious question for all the trust the plan, white hats are in charge people. At what point do you realize that there is no plan? Like, I saw people react to my video today and post about the Donnie Q drop AI images.
Look, I'm going to type it in the comments, and I'll tell you. We've been having this exact, gotta capitalize exact, conversation with many different people for a while now. WTH is going on. He is right. On a lot of regards, I don't get it. I don't get why some of these obvious things are not happening. For the life of me, I do not understand. So, do you agree or disagree with this guy? That was a fun stinger, wasn't it? Danette says, yep, he's right. Look, I don't just do culty things. I share different opinions that contradict even the other ones. Remember when Ned Flanders, his life's falling apart, and he's like, I don't know, God. Like I do everything that you ask of me, even the things that contradict the other things. So I'll share the things, even the things that contradict those things. What's Kaylee Ashland saying?
Let me know if you notice a trend here. Bethany McGee was a 26-year-old white woman who was set on fire on a train by a black man who's been arrested 72 times before. Irena Zarutska was a 23-year-old white woman who was stabbed to death on a train by a black man who's been arrested 14 times beforehand. Julie Chunel was a 59-year-old white woman who was walking her dog in the park when she was stabbed to death by a black man who's been arrested 2 times before. And Logan Federico was a 22-year-old white woman who was shot to death by a black man who's been arrested 39 times with 25 felonies. And for the sake of doing your own research, all you have to do is go on X and type in white woman attacked, and you'll be able to see 100 more crimes that have been committed that nobody's even talking about.
Okay. Serious question. Are you about to do some whataboutism? Have you ever seen a black woman set on fire by a white man? Have you ever seen a black woman get her throat slit by a white man on a train? A bus or a train, yeah. I feel like those would have been really big stories. I've never seen this. You burned your pizza. Don't blame us for your pizza problems. Careful, we can't talk about pizza. That's what got our account into a lot of trouble before. You know, protecting kids bad or something. Unfounded conspiracy theories. No, you can't even type that, John. And I can't remove that comment either. But look, I don't know of any cases where white people are just going around abusing black women, Latino women, Asian women. I don't see it. Where is this universe where white people are bad? Show me. Because I feel like it would be front page news nonstop, and the Democrats would be burning cities because of it, right? That's how they do things now. I don't see the universe where there's any equivalent to the attacks that white women, in this case, are subject to. Why is that? Why isn't this a bigger national outrage?
This is something that should be addressed considering the fact it's happening in the United States. Repeatedly. We can talk about illegal immigrant crime on white crime. We can talk about black on black crime in Chicago. We can talk about all these things. But as a blonde white woman in America, I should be able to go out in public and feel like I'm not going to get stabbed to death. And we should also really highlight the fact that these career criminals who've been arrested over 10 times are still out on the street because we've created a system where we should feel bad because of their skin color, and we should let them go because it's racist to keep them in jail. So unless we want this to keep happening, maybe we should bring up the fact that it's not racist to keep somebody in jail if they've committed repeated crimes over and over again just because they're black. Let's say the quiet part out loud. Let me know if you notice a trend here.
It's a damn shame. And you wonder why. Is this a result of decades of brainwashing from the left?
Mr.
All right, we're going to talk about the Seditious Six here with Jesse Waters.
Miller, what should happen to the Seditious Six?
Well, they should be held accountable under the law and under the Uniform Code of Military Justice for a seditious conspiracy against the United States of America. This is completely open and shut, straightforward. What is the motivation? Why would 6 members of Congress, selecting specifically for individuals with a CIA or military background, record a carefully written, carefully produced, slickly edited video messaging directly to members of our clandestine services and our armed forces, telling them to disobey orders from their superiors, telling them that they should individually determine whether an order is legal or illegal and defy it. Individuals who are exercising life and death power. The CIA engages in covert missions all over the world involving life and death decisions. The armed forces launches life-taking missions time and time again. They carry weapons. They control drones. They control missiles. They work on nuclear submarines. For what purpose would you ever deliver this message? As you said, it's to create a color revolution.
Mr. Miller, what should happen to the Seditious Six?
Well, they should be held accountable under the law.
People in the comments, nothing will happen. It never does. There's just so much frustration. The bad guys just keep getting away with bad stuff. Over and over, rinse and repeat.
10
fraud found in Minnesota. Shocking.
years in prison for one of the Feeding Our Future fraudsters convicted
10 years in prison.
in the first trial for the pandemic meal fraud scam. Abdi Majid Noor and his co-defendant.
Abdi Majid Noor. Oh, they stole $47 million in Minnesota. Minnesota needs an enema. What in hell is happening?
Defendants stole $47 million in their part of the $300 million scheme. They claim to serve 18 million meals at phony sites like the small Empire Cuisine Market in Shakopee. Noor's job was creating the fake meal counts and invoices, plus the rosters filled with made-up names of kids. He used fraud money for a trip to the Maldives and to get a college degree, spending money on the website payme-to-do-your-homework.com to finish it. On top of it all, Noor played a key role in trying to bribe a juror in hopes of getting a not guilty verdict in his trial. Lead prosecutor Joe Thompson said in court, this country offered the defendant everything, the opportunity for a life, the opportunity to live in peace, and he paid us back by playing us all for fools. I'm Lou Raguse. Follow for more news. 10 years in prison for one of the Feeding Our Future fraudsters convicted in the first trial for the pandemic.
It's everywhere. Yeah, 10 years is not enough. 10 years for 47 million ain't mathing up, says Tom. Yeah, all the comments, 10 years, not enough. Joe Biden, I did that. America needs an enema button. That's to flush out all the shit, right? America needs an enema. Another one of those in Minneapolis. Here's John Odermatt on
Wikipedia.
Liberty. About Wikipedia, we were just talking about Wikipedia. Talking with, he's on his Lions Liberty podcast. I've been a guest over there before, and he's been a guest over here before. In fact, he'll tell you I was the first show that he ever did, which is pretty cool. Now he's been doing his Finding Freedom and Lions of Liberty shows for a very long time, which is super cool. Yeah, like kind of like Nick Adams. He's like, hey, you sort of encouraged me, inspired me to do this thing. I'm like, neat. Same with John. John's always wanted to do his thing, and he's doing his thing now. Wikipedia. What is Wikipedia? Well, we showed you the difference between Black pride, Asian pride, but white pride is evil. Okay.
As I sometimes say, it has become an engine of defamation.
Wikipedia.
So if you have an enemy, if you are important enough to have a Wikipedia article, they can go on the article about you and edit it. And if they can make slander or libel, if it's written, stick in the article, then there's nothing you can do. If they're operating anonymously, you can't sue them. And you can't sue the Wikimedia Foundation because the Wikimedia Foundation is protected by Section 230 immunity. So there's no one to sue. And there are, over the years, I have heard from dozens and dozens, probably well over 100 people who are reasonably famous enough to have Wikipedia articles. And they have complained to me and asked, what I might be able to do to help them solve these problems. And ultimately, there isn't anything that you can do other than essentially pay a PR firm to go in and, probably use some of their fee to pay off people to make things happen on Wikipedia. That actually works.
That's crazy.
Wow.
It's absolutely insane. I really never thought of it that way. But yeah, it's a license to defame, a license to slander.
Created by law, by the way. Section 230 immunity is what creates the situation. I should say it's the combination of that and Wikipedia's policy. So Wikipedia has, as I sometimes say.
So by the way, Grokopedia is going to be taking over. Grokopedia is being formulated as we speak to replace this. And look at what they've done on X. They replaced that garbage Twitter situation. Now X is something you can use again. X is worth spending some time on now. It's one of the best sites to have. Look, by the way, make sure you're following us on X. We're at American_media_. Here's Scott Jennings talking about the problem with Marjorie Taylor Greene and President Trump as he sees it.
Believe and know to be true about the Greene situation. And look, I don't know her, and so I'm not going to tell you the story to disparage her. I'm just going to tell you what I know to be true. She wanted to run for statewide office in Georgia. Mm-hmm. The White House knew this. She, I think, asked for their advice. The president heard about it. He had a poll that was somebody gave him about the situation in Georgia. He discreetly and privately transmitted this information to her. And it showed her losing to John Ossoff by 20 points. It showed that if she were to run statewide, it would end in disaster and embarrassment. So he didn't exactly tell her not to run, but he gave her the kind of political information that you would interpret as, hey, this is not a good idea for you, and it's not a good idea for the party.
If the poll is accurate.
Since the transmission of that information, which, by the way, he was doing her a favor. He was saving her from humiliation. Since the transmission of that information, she has opposed the president on his Middle East policy. She didn't like it when he bombed the Houthi rebels. She didn't like it when he took out Iran's nuclear facilities. She opposed him on deportations. She went on The View and attacked him. Over and over and over and over, she became a policy and political opponent of the president. And they believe it all goes back to that moment where they showed her a poll to try to do her a favor. Now, when he withdrew his endorsement of Marjorie Taylor Greene and basically said, okay, if you're going to attack me, I'm going to withdraw my support of you, what happened? She dropped out of Congress just a few days later. And so to me, this is really a story about political power and who controls it, who has it, and who has influence. And look, a lot of folks have been arguing Donald Trump's a lame duck. All I know is he withdrew his endorsement of Marjorie Taylor Greene, and like a week later, she's resigning from Congress. Look, what I believe...
I don't like it. I don't like President Trump going after Marjorie Taylor Greene, Rand Paul, Thomas Massie, a few of the only decent people in Congress. They're consistently close to having a high batting average. I don't like it. It's not a good look. Tim Pool is commenting on, well, when we do try to finally do, when I say we, I mean normal Americans. Oh, you consider yourself to be a normal American. How narcissistic of you. Yeah, I do consider myself to be a normal American. When you go after Jim Comey and Letitia James, and it's like, well, finally do something. Will you finally do something? Well, they do it, and then they toss the case. Tim Pool is laying it out.
The case against James Comey has been dismissed on the grounds that the prosecuting attorney was unlawfully appointed. Of course, many people on the left had been arguing that the prosecution against Comey was going to be weak and would likely be dismissed. It is being dismissed without prejudice, meaning they can bring this case back up. But as of now, it is defeated. Now, I think it's apparent to most people when you're reading the news, James Comey had to have known about what was going on, making his statements apparently lies. The question is, can you get through this system? As the story went, the initial prosecutor, the attorney in this area, refused to bring the charges, so this person was fired, a new individual was hired, and now here we are with the breaking news. Let me get right to it for you guys. From CBS, judge orders James Comey case dismissed after finding top prosecutor was unlawfully appointed. They say a federal judge on Monday ordered the criminal charges against former FBI Director James Comey to be dismissed on the grounds that Lindsay Halligan, the interim U.S. attorney who secured the indictment, was unlawfully appointed to the role. The ruling from U.S. District Judge Cameron Curry is a significant victory for Comey, who has argued his prosecution is retaliatory and motivated by President Trump's efforts to punish his political foes. And the case against James Comey has been dismissed.
So what comes next here? The appeal? Does an appeal come next? Was there anything wrong that warranted this being tossed? Why can't the Trump admin seem to ever dish out justice to the bad guys? Frustration mounting. Germany closing Christmas markets because the security is too expensive. All while spending $30 billion on the illegals who are the security threat. Pretty much sums up Western Europe. Make it make sense. Button. Yeah, shame on Europe. Ian Carroll says, wow, I did not see this coming. Respect to the Officer Tatum. Evan Kilgore put this out, says, holy shoot. Officer Tatum now says he's seen the evidence regarding the assassination threat on Candace Owens. He's now convinced. He believes there need to be serious consequences for the French government.
The American government, I don't care how much you don't like Candace. I don't care how much you've been trashing the American government and the FBI. They got to do something. And I'm going to tell you what they will do. It doesn't matter right, wrong, or indifferent. They have to investigate this. They have to investigate this. And I think that if it is found to be true and the proof prevails, which I'm convinced, after talking to Candace and the stuff that we talked about, I'm convinced, then that means that there should be dire consequences for the French government and whoever else was involved, the Macrons, whatever, dire consequences. I'm talking about the American government should go after them like never before. Then, brother, the American government, I don't care how much you don't like Candace, I don't care how much you've been trashing the American government and the FBI.
All right. Well, let's see how this plays out. A little surprising that he is coming out like this, but good for him. Let's see what's going on here. See by whom you laughable. Okay. All right. Let's jump over to our X feed at American_media_. Kenneth asking if Marjorie Taylor Greene is about to go on The View. That is a possibility. Definite possibility. Danette says all this stuff happening, it's the groundwork to lay down martial law and electronically tag everyone. Same with the food stamps. So they can divide people enough to see one party is wasteful and then give away liberties of the entire country because now one demographic will be monitored and can be controlled monetarily, which lays the groundwork for Bitcoin and social credit scoring for everybody. Yeah, I hope we can make a better world instead of a terrible place. I don't know if it's possible. I really wish we would try. Here's our episode of Strictly Football. Please check it out. It's on the top of our X feed. Right underneath the pinned content, that's our Patreon page. If anyone would consider going over there and becoming a monthly subscriber on Patreon, it's a great way to support the TNAM brand. All right, let's see what we got. Breaking news here. Everyone please join Libs of TikTok in congratulating Andrea Thompson, who is the rightful winner of the World's Strongest Woman Championship. Because if you saw this, a man pretending to be a woman just won the title of World's Strongest Woman at the World's Strongest Woman competition in Arlington, Texas. The lady who came in first but had to stand in the second place spot says, "This is bullshit. Can we go?" Reminding you here, this post, the weakest men compete with girls, the weakest minds celebrate it. I agree. Riley Gaines says the South Park meme has officially and accurately been recreated. Just brilliant. But that was overturned, I believe, right? Pierce Morgan said, many congratulations to Jamie Booker, who has won the World's Strongest Woman competition in Arlington, Texas. The fact that Jamie is a biological male with a massive physical advantage over the actual women competing shouldn't detract from this well-earned victory. Yeah. 9.9 million views on that post. But I think they reversed it. Let me ask Grok. World's Strongest Woman winner reversed. I thought that was the story I shared, but I didn't see it. Initially crowned an American athlete, man, Jamie Booker is the winner, beating Britain's Andrea Thompson by a narrow margin across 6 events. Awarded the title and trophy. After the event, allegations came up that Booker is biologically male. I don't know why you need to put assigned male at birth. Like, come on, we're adults here. We know what this means. And identifies as transgender. Competitors, including 3-time winner Rebecca Roberts, publicly expressed outrage, claiming no one, including organizers, knew of Booker's background beforehand. Thompson was visibly upset on the program podium, reportedly walking off after muttering frustration. Then on the 25th, yesterday, organizers disqualified Booker for failing to disclose. Okay, why does it say her biological sex? You cannot write articles like this. Okay, I'm going to tell Grok. This is me trying to change this. Can you see this? Yeah, South Park predicted it again. Andrea Thompson retroactively declared the winner, marking her second overall title. I'm going to put negative. Tell us more. You cannot refer to a man as a woman in this article about a man pretending to be a woman. In parentheses, anyway, not sure if it'll matter, but it gets so convoluted. This man got kicked out of the women's competition. Thompson herself acknowledged the nature. Like, what do you... They're kicked out for pretending to be a lady, but then they keep referring to this person who's a man as a herself. Anyway, well, congratulations to the real lady that won this. Bravo to you. Congratulations. Here's another entry in the daily embarrassment that is Afton Bain. She's being recorded here saying that prayer makes her uncomfortable.
And I think, you know, especially as someone who is more secular, I have a hard time when religion is at the core of everything we do in the legislature. And so, for example, on the House floor, we say a prayer every session. Some committees open up with prayer. We also stand for the pledge. And there are also prayer groups in the legislature that meet routinely. There are Christian pastors that have a lot of say and proximity to power in the legislature and dictate a lot of what the power players do. And it is uncomfortable. And
Yep. Dear Lord, Heavenly Father above, please make sure that Afton Bain does not garner the votes to have any power and control in Tennessee. In your name we pray. Protect Tennessee. Amen. There you go, Afton. Let's see whose power of prayer is stronger, ours or yours. Your lack of prayer or my prayer. Let's just see how that shakes out. Okay, Nick Sorter reporting. This is good news. I think the Trump Department of Justice has just filed with the Supreme Court to strike down state laws banning the public carrying of firearms. California, New York, Hawaii, Maryland, New Jersey, and other states have laws which would be impacted by this. A win in this case will restore Second Amendment rights for millions of Americans, AG Bondi said. You want to come up here, bud? You want to come up? Here he goes, Mr. America. Hey, you can put your pause on there. Nimbus, everybody. Johnny Midnight shares this. A state attorney, what is this? The judge figures out that state officials are lying to take away someone's children from them. Committed perjury. The state's attorney doesn't seem to care. I wonder how many people lose their children to these people. It's a 2-minute clip, but watch it. My God. Here's Thomas Massey talking about what Kash Patel has done. Take a listen. At the FBI.
Also, I'm going to say this here on camera because it's important. One of Kash Patel's staff threatened my staff with a criminal investigation if we didn't straighten up and play ball.
I was going to ask you about that, but since you brought it up, and I didn't
I'm bringing it up.
Okay, you brought it up.
And so like a criminal investigation having nothing to do. He said it was going to be a fraud. We're going to investigate one of your staff for fraud. Right. And he told another one of my staff this: if you guys don't straighten up, if you want to play hardball, if this is how you want to play it, or something like that, this member of your staff is going to get criminally investigated for fraud. A very specific threat.
So what's going on? Why is Cash and the FBI weaponizing to go after Massey and his staff? Oh, look, here's this one. At least that's the accusation. Patriot Warrior, Texas. John put this out. Look at this. Look at that. Happy Thanksgiving, TNAM Trash Panda family. If you know, you know. We are rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. That's great. Thanks, John. Yeah, that's a tiny turkey for a raccoon. Elon here says the president is absolutely right. President Trump is talking about the problems going on in America.
We saw all the crime that took place last night, the night before. The woman with the burning, they burned the woman. To be talking about that now, they burned this beautiful woman riding in a train. A man was arrested 72 times. 72 times, think of that. And they'll let him out again. The liberal judges will let him out again. But we're ready to go. We've been moving toward Chicago. We have a governor that thinks it's wonderful that only like 7 people were killed this week. But we are moving toward doing it, and we're going to, if crime gets, it's horrible what's happening in Chicago. We could make Chicago a safe city in a period of 4 weeks. In a period of 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks, it would be totally safe. And the people of Chicago want us to go there. And if you look at the crime that's taken place in Chicago in the last 2 weeks, just take a look. It's on the front page of every newspaper. It's out of control. The mayor is incompetent, and the governor is a big fat slob. He ought to invite us.
Come on, Trump. Remember when I said earlier that the best way to your heart is by a compliment? I know he's a big fat slob, but you can't call someone a big fat slob and say he ought to invite us over.
The governor is a big fat slob. He ought to invite us in, say, please make Chicago safe. We're going to lose a great city if we don't do it quickly. Make Chicago. We'll do the same thing as we did in D.C., the same thing as we did everywhere we've gone.
Chicago is a mess, though. Too much crime everywhere. A reminder, this is what's going on in Chicago. Here's the Chicago mayor, Brandon Johnson, with your lunatic comment of the day.
We cannot incarcerate our way out of violence.
Yes, you can.
We cannot incarcerate our way out of violence. We've already tried that, and we've ended up with the largest prison population in the world without solving the problems of crime and violence. The addiction on jails and incarceration in this country, we have moved past that. It is racist. It is immoral.
Jail is racist. Okay. No, criminality must stop. That's it.
We have moved past that. It is racist, it is immoral, it is unholy, and it is not the way to drive violence down.
Yeah, the way to drive violence down is take the violent people away. Elon says murderous thugs should be incarcerated so that they can't murder people. Doesn't matter what their race is, obviously. Agree. Gunther Eagleman says they have had over 10 months to pass secure election laws and impeach rogue judges, but they've done nothing. Both are tagged. Let them know. Leader Thune, Leader Johnson, step up or step aside. Shame on you. Did I have anything else I want to talk about today? Department of State. State Department says mass migration poses an existential threat to Western civilization and undermines the stability of key American allies. Today, the State Department instructed U.S. embassies to report on the human rights implications and public safety impacts of mass migration. Mass migration is a human rights concern. Western nations have endured crime waves, terror attacks, sexual assaults, and the displacement of communities. U.S. officials will urge governments to take bold action and defend citizens against the threats posed by mass migration. Okay. It's about time we took this issue seriously. Robert Sterling posts this. Apparently, this is from the New York Times. 2 men, 1 identity. They both paid the price. Thousands of undocumented workers, illegal aliens, rely on fraudulent Social Security numbers. One of them belonged to Dan Kluver. So Robert Sterling points out, 1 man is an American who lost tens of thousands of dollars after his identity was stolen. The other man who stole the first man's identity is an illegal immigrant with multiple arrests, several DUIs, and 3 deportations. The New York Times thinks they're both victims. Can you believe that? Who wrote that for him? AOC? I don't know if you're talking about Brandon Johnson or this one, but both of them are lunatic thoughts. Bernard Stanford said, this is one of the craziest framings of a story I've ever seen. 1 man paid the price by having his identity stolen, tens of thousands of dollars, made his life hell. The other guy paid the price by being arrested and charged for the crime he knowingly committed. Reminder from libs of TikTok, Elon Musk, and the New American Media, the only reason anyone would be against voter ID is if they want to cheat. This is a list of full or partially democratic countries that require ID to register, to vote, or cast a ballot on election day in all districts. Yeah, that's just common sense. Elon says the standard for judges should be the same as any job if they have a track record of making terrible decisions, not a few isolated incidents, but many terrible decisions, they should be asked to resign. It's not that complicated. Agreed.
And I think it's really important for people to understand, Margaret, that the message...
This is that Mark Kelly trying to justify what he did with the Seditious Six.
Message he sent a couple days ago was he declared that loyalty to the Constitution is now punishable by death. Those are serious words coming from the President of the United States.
Calling out sedition and treason and insurrection. You know,
he's trying to intimidate us. But, Margaret, I'm not going to be intimidated.
Ooh.
You know, you just heard Jason Crow. He's not going to be intimidated either. We both served our country. We swore an oath. All we said is we reiterated what basically is the rule of law, that members of the military cannot follow illegal orders. And I think it's really important for people to understand, Margaret, that the message he sent...
We'll see how it shakes out. But we said, you know exactly what you and your Seditious Six are up to. It's another deep state operation to kneecap President Trump. You've been wacky for a while, which is fine, but you did this to yourself. Gunther says, let's be real, our government will keep effing us. They are corrupt and make way too much money to stop. Am I wrong? TV's Blake Wally says, don't be stupid. They have a good thing going. With the little reference to Breaking Bad here. And that's what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, I'm seriously leaning toward doing a show tomorrow, some sort of a daily stream, and maybe I'll jump in to talk about the football game. Maybe I'll jump in to read some news. You doing a headbutt or no? Just you want a pet? Okay. I know. So we'll see about tomorrow. Question mark for tomorrow. But if you see the show, jump on, pop on. Hi. Yes, that is Mike. Great character on that show. Maybe there could be a whole series about just Mike. If I could be like Mike, I wanna be like Mike. Mike Jordan. All right. Thank you all for being here. Hit like, hit subscribe. We do have Rumble rants and super chats if anyone wants to tip something before we shutter this location for the evening. Marion probably won't be able to catch the show live, but watch it at a later date. Muchos gracias. Muchos gracias. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, if we don't see you tomorrow. Yes, be blessed and be safe. Thank you, John. All wars are corporate sponsored anyway. Ugh, I can't believe it's a money-making endeavor to slaughter humans. Planned Parenthood. Did I say that out loud? Oh, yes, I did. Marion, happy Thanksgiving to all. Stay safe and eat bunches of good food. Good food. Sounds good. I am hungry. Question and the Mysterianism. Yes, indeed. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play you yesterday's program. How about that? Let me go to content. Let me go to live. Let me go to... I could play Strictly Football, but I won't right now. Maybe I'll rebroadcast Strictly Football later today. But I will play this one about Candace Owens says her... Oh, but this is a short show. You know, I'm going to play this show, Past the Sedition. Oh, actually, I need to skip. Actually, here, let me close this. I need to get rid of monetization for this one. Past the Sedition, monetization off. It's so weird. YouTube won't let me play content that's the ad that they run on YouTube because they say it violates copyright. It's so goofy, people. It's so goofy. But all right, monetization off. Click on it. Can I share this tab instead? Yes, I can. Let's get this pulled up. Thank you, everybody. Have I hugged a turkey today? No, but I'm gonna hug the crap out of one tomorrow. We all here would and will also soon be known as political dissidents and held to the same accountability that some would cheer for currently. That's what we're trying to stop. We got like one last chance, and it just doesn't seem like we're getting enough done. And if Trump can do it, who will? Is it an unstoppable? Are we just sliding down a mountainside of ice? I don't know, but I'm trying. I'm open to suggestions. I'm open to ideas. We're trying to make this a little bit better. I share that concern. I really do. That's one of the things that drives me. Probably the biggest thing that drives me. But for now, I appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you so much for jumping on the show. Here is yesterday's episode. Can I full screen it? Hey, I can. Thank you so much. Coffee. Bueno. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy. Oh, I got to remember to do something here. This is a daily challenge to remember to go into my YouTube channel, go to the YouTube studio, go to the content, click on live, find the show and click that I want monetization. Of course I want monetization. No, I'm going to show up to work every day because I want to work for free. I think it's awesome. The concept of working for free. You know, who needs to pay thousands of dollars of bills every single month? I don't know why I can't just click a button on YouTube that says, every time I do a show through the Restream app, monetize the content just like Rumble does. Once again, this is this is behind the scenes. What do they call it? How the sausage is made. You don't need to know about this, but now you know. Welcome. I was trying to do my intro, but now I can try the intro. And it's interesting. I see a whole bunch of comments already in the chat room on YouTube, but I don't see it on Restream. There are known unknowns and there are unknown unknowns, said Donald Rumsfeld. I've got a grab bag of both. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way galaxy. Hey, at least I'm not on mute. I had like a 2-week stretch where every show started on mute. Occasionally, I'd get a few minutes into a monologue and I wouldn't even glance at the messages yet because I'm trying to stay focused in my tangential way of doing wide weaves and connecting dots that seem dissimilar, and I was crafting something from scratch. But it was muted. So at least that's not the case today. All right, so for the third time's the charm. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. My name's Brian Engelman. Today is Monday, November 24th, 2025, and this right here, the program that you have stumbled across today, it's called the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM. What's that stand for? The New American Media, because the old American media has failed you. On today's show, we're going to talk about Thanksgiving. Pass the sedition, please. Pass the treason. Yes. We're still going to be unpacking what the Seditious Six were out there saying. On one hand, they sound kind of just like Oath Keepers, and I support that. And on the other hand, there's no unconstitutional orders. So what is the purpose of this campaign to try to get military to go AWOL, to go treasonous, go seditious? I don't know, but we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving. Why is she leaving? She just crossed over the 5 years, so she's going to get a pension from the government now. Okay, cool story. That being said, is she going to go on The View? Is she going to run for president? Like, what is the plan? And how did the good people in Congress, there's not many, Rand Paul, Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, there's a few. How are they all on President Trump's shit list right now? Is that an indictment on President Trump or an indictment on these people? I don't know. I feel like if you grade their liberty scores, Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, Marjorie Taylor Greene, they had good scores. And now there's just this battle brewing, and I'd love to mend some fences and try to get some. I'm once again calling for a bourbon summit. I'll go to D.C. I'll do it in Kentucky. Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, President Trump. I want to break some bread. So you call me, I'll host. Very hopeful we can do that. But, you know, some people are losing hope out there. Some people are getting frustrated that it's taken too long to take out the traitors. And you see that Adam Schiff, that's ramping up. He's about to, my guess would be, with all the smoke around Adam Schiff, he's going to be next. But why is it taking a year? Why has it taken a year? The treason, the treachery, it seems obvious to me what we've been looking at. But there's a lot of stories to get to. Hit like, hit subscribe. Join us today on the program, and let's get it started right now.
your guide to the truth. thenewamericanmedia.com.
Good Monday morning, everybody. Hey, look at that logo. People were giving me grief about the last one. All right, everybody. We'll call it for now. We're kind of figuring this thing out, how we want to broadcast. You've been watching some of the highlights from the show last week. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Consider following us on Patreon. Tossing something in the tip jar on Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. That's all scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Rumble rants and super chats, as well as Rumble and YouTube subscriptions, memberships, whatever the heck they call them. You can set it up for like $5 a month, $15 a month, $100 a month, whatever that is, to support the show. We are crowd funded, and we try to have fun, rifling through the rubbish, which is the daily news. It's not always fun, but you know, we're adults having adult conversations about adult topics, because that's what you do. You got to be aware of what's going on this planet. I know it gets frustrating. I totally get that. But the fact that we gather together discussing it makes it, not that it makes it bearable, because it's still unbearable. They say ignorance is bliss. Wouldn't that be preferable? Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know how to not know all of this stuff that I know. It just is what it is. So if it's going to be there anyway, I'd rather address it head on. And that's why we're involved here at the New American Media. So please share the show. Thank you for being here. We're going to sign out for now. I appreciate you. I love you. We'll be back again tomorrow, streaming the Ohio State Buckeyes game against that team up north. And we'll talk to you later. Peace out.